ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
I'm Liz Clayman.
I'm Greg Jarrett, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony. This weekend, we'll mark 25 years since the school shooting and massacre that shocked the nation. Columbine in Colorado.
Ambulances began to come by and pick us up. And right before I left, a friend tapped me on the shoulder and said, "I think there's a girl that's been shot over there." And I look out from behind the police car tire, and I didn't know it at the time, but I was looking at my sister's body.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. A new congressional report finds China's government is subsidizing companies that make the chemicals to produce fentanyl, even rewarding vendors who sell those chemicals abroad, as Americans die by the thousands.
We know that we need to crack down on the export of this stuff from China, and we know that we need to crack down on these labs and factories, essentially, in Mexico that are mixing this into pills.
And I'm Jimmy Fallon. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
This Saturday, it'll be 25 years since Columbine, when two seniors attacked their high school in Jefferson County, Colorado, April 20th, 1999.
I just started screaming and crying and telling them not to shoot me.
She was spared, but her classmates nearby were not.
She shot the girl. She shot her in the head in front of me. And he shot the black kid because he was black. And he shot him in the face.
Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold murdered 12 students and a teacher. 24 others were injured. They had planned to kill hundreds more that day, but their bombs didn't cause the carnage they hoped. And Harris and Klebold ended the 45-minute rampage, committing suicide.
This is a time for all Americans to pray for their families as well as those who are injured and their loved ones.
That was President Clinton after the massacre.
It's also a time for all Americans to ask what we can do as individuals and as a nation to turn more young people from the path of violence.
Craig Scott survived the Columbine attack. His sister Rachel did not.
It was the worst day of my life, but it's also been the event that's led to the most purpose in my life.
He's now an advocate for teen mental health, speaking at schools across the country through his organization at craigscott.org.
Most people don't, when they think about Columbine, they're just going to think about the lost life, the tragedy, the shooting, but they don't know that some amazingly good things have come out of it that I've been able to be a part of.
You, though, you were there. You witnessed it. Your sister was the first victim. Take us back. What happened?
So that day, my sister and I were riding on our way to school. We got into a little argument. I kept making us late. And we pulled up to the front, and I got out, and I slammed the car door shut on her and walked into school. I had no idea that would be the last time I would spend with her. And then I went up to the library and studying for a test with my buddy Matt, this biology test that we had. I was a sophomore, and these popping noises, I thought maybe some seniors were pulling a prank and had brought some firecrackers to school. Mm-hmm. Shortly after, this teacher ran to the room. She was very frantic, and she was screaming at all of us to hide and get underneath tables and desks. So I got underneath the table with my friend Matt. My friend Isaiah walked by looking for a place to sit. He sat next to me. As they were throwing pipe bombs that they had built in the hallway before coming into the room that we were on, we were hearing explosions. The library was the most intense scene of the Columbine shooting.
Yeah, because they came in right after you heard all that in the hallway. They come in and they just go and target people.
Correct. They didn't normally wear trench coats to school, but they were wearing trench coats. They just treated it like it was a game. They had no respect for life. The first person they shot was a boy named Kyle who had a disability, killed Kyle. They went around the room and they would make fun of or taunt students. They'd peek underneath the table and say peekaboo and shoot a girl. They would.
It's unbelievable.
They really.
They were having a good time.
Well, there's a movie that they watched over 100 times. I won't say it because it's a bad movie. Mm-hmm. It didn't make them do what they did, but they kind of took on the persona of these actors in this movie. And Eric, who was kind of the lead between the two, he had this sick fantasy, this dark. He wanted to be famous, and they saw my friend Isaiah, called him racial slurs. They tried to drag him out from underneath the table. And they shot and killed Isaiah. And then they shot and killed my buddy Matt. And then I was underneath that table, and I thought I was going to die, and felt like my heart was going to stop beating. And the only thing I could do was to pray. And shortly after they came over to where I was, they left the library, leaving in under 10 minutes, 10 students dead or dying and over a dozen wounded. I asked God to take away the fear I was having because it was too much for me to handle. And in that moment, I felt my fear was immediately relieved, and I could think, and I could move. And I was the first student to stand up, and I yelled at everyone, "Let's get out of here. I think they're gone." And I turned to help a girl who had been shot and help her up. And we ran out, the group of us, through an emergency exit. And thankfully, there was a police car outside in the field. And we all ran for our lives to get behind that police car. And I was so thankful when we got behind that police car just to be alive. The shooters then came back and they began to exchange gunfire with the police. And so if we had stayed in there, because they returned to the library, and more of us could have been hurt. So I'm so thankful that I listened to that voice. Behind the police car, I was with a girl holding her. She was losing blood. And again, this like things kick in that you didn't know. And all I knew was, oh, you're not supposed to let someone who's bleeding out, like, go to sleep. So I was keeping her awake, and I was just telling her, you're going to be okay. Her name was Val Schnur. And just minutes earlier, they walked by her and she said, "Oh God." And it caught one of the shooters' attention. He said, "God, you believe in God?" And she started begging for her life, and he kept asking and he kept saying, "Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?" And she kept begging for her life. And then finally she said that she did. And then I heard a gunshot, and she survived, and I was holding her. And then other police cars and the ambulances began to come by and pick us up. And right before I left, a friend tapped me on the shoulder and said, "I think there's a girl that's been shot over there." And I look out from behind the police car tire, and I didn't know it at the time, but I was looking at my sister's body. She had been killed just right outside the school library. And I'm very thankful, actually, David, that I didn't realize it was her, because I would have lost it. And then neighbors were coming out to help. People were passing around their landline phones, because cell phones weren't a big thing at that time. I got on the phone, called my mom. The first words out of my mouth, I wasn't even thinking. They somehow came out. I said, "Mom, I'm okay, but I think there's something wrong with Rachel." And then we didn't find out till the next morning. The police called, and my mom came down to tell me the news. And I put my hands on her shoulders. I said, "Mom, I'm going to be okay. God's going to take care of me." And so my faith has played a huge role in my being able to heal, and feeling like even early on, I felt like that God was going to use this in a powerful way, use my sister's story. And sure enough, 25 years later, my sister's story is the #1 story told in person in public schools in our country. And millions of kids hear about her every year.
And you have an organization, your family does, that for years, Rachel's Challenge.
Right.
You also have turned this horrible event into advocacy. You go to different schools. You have a craigscott.org organization What do you tell teenagers?
One of my biggest messages is this, is that your value is not based on what other people think about you.
Now, obviously, as you bring that message up and you talk to kids, since Columbine, we've had a lot of school shootings across the country. Many of them, certainly some that have even had more death than what happened in Colorado, like in Newtown, Connecticut, or in Uvalde, Texas. Why do you think this keeps happening?
Well, I think that it's at the heart of it. It is not a gun control, and it's not a bullying issue. Those can be important issues, but laws don't change people's hearts. What has to change more so is it's first of all, it's a spiritual and then a mental health thing. You know, everyone wants to know why. Why did this happen? And the blame game starts to come up. Mm-hmm. And listen, all of these are important issues: bullying, medication, gun control, parenting, school culture. All of these are important things, but the main ones to blame. The one to blame are the people that do things with the intent to harm and kill others. It's not the gun. The gun is a tool to deliver it. They had bombs that, if they had gone off, would have killed 500 students that day. The main culprit is what was happening in their spirit and in their minds.
Blame has been expanded. For the first time in Michigan, parents of a school shooter were held criminally responsible.
I've taken countless nights of lament over the anguish and shame I carry, knowing what my son did.
Jennifer and James Crumbly both apologized last week before sentencing.
I want to say I can't imagine the pain and agony that for the families that have lost their children.
They were both convicted of involuntary manslaughter, accused of not doing enough to treat their 15-year-old son's mental health issues. And James bought the gun their son Ethan later used to murder 4 classmates at Oxford High School in 2021. Ethan is in prison for life. His mom and dad got 10 to 15 years behind bars.
I honored the victims. But I would say that I think this is a dangerous and wrong precedent. Now, if they had any kind of intent or pushing their son towards anything violent, then by all means, the prosecution should go after them to the full extent of the law. But that was not their intent. And Ethan, their son, was also lying to them about a number of things. But we can only blame people for doing things on purpose. Are they the cause of this shooting happening? No. They are not the cause. The boy choosing to do this, and he knew it was wrong. And by the way, he wanted to be famous, just like the shooters at Columbine, just like a lot of these shooters that I learn about. They have this deep desire. They want attention. They want to feel powerful. They want to feel in control.
With what happened with the convictions in Michigan with the parents, maybe it's going to make people a little more aware of what is going on with their child, if their child is having issues at the school or depression. What do you recommend parents do if they fear that their child has depression, mental health issues, and could go down a dark path? What do you recommend?
Whatever your life circumstances with your children, take time to be intentional. Tell them that you love them. Tell them that they matter. Tell them that they're valuable. And, that's speaking life and encouragement. Everybody needs that in their life. Everybody needs encouragement. And so these kids that are getting off into this dark place, they get this wrong idea. Well, how I'm going to matter now is I'm going to do something. And here's another thing that's happening with youth today is that social media is a huge influence in our world today. Kids are growing up with 6 to 8 hours of screen time every day. Where's the time in-person relation? Where's the time out in nature? We know we need this. So that's another reason that we're seeing some of these kids, they're saying, well, how am I going to get famous? Oh, I'm going to do this. I've met kids that have planned to do shootings. I had someone hand me a hit list after school assembly and say, you just saved a lot of kids from dying at this school. Our program has stopped documented school shootings and thousands of suicides.
It's been 25 years since the Columbine attack in Colorado, April 20, 1999. Craig Scott, a survivor, lost his sister that day and many other friends and loved ones, but has turned that into a life of helping people as an advocate for teen mental health and resiliency. His information you can find at craigscott.org. And Craig, we're sorry for your loss all these years later. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, David.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's happening daily. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. Time is short before something big happens, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure 4-week emergency food kits for each member of your family. Each kit contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $50 on each 4-week food kit you purchase. Plus, get free shipping on Ready Hour 4-week emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your unmarked boxes ship the same day. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Buying a home warranty is one of the best investments you can make for your home. Are you worried about your air conditioning or your refrigerator breaking down? How about your heat, your plumbing, or any other major appliance? Fortunately, many people count on Select Home Warranty to provide them with a peace of mind, taking the hassle and cost out of home system and appliance repairs. Plans start at $1 per day. Call now at 800-231-5953 or shwvalue.com and save $200. In the event your appliance breaks down, don't worry. Select Home Warranty offers same-day service for repairs or replacement. Select Home Warranty is peace of mind you can trust. Repairs or replacements done by highly qualified service technicians. So I want you to call now. Don't wait for one of your major appliances to break down, for your systems to break down. Then it's panic time. 1-800-231-5953. Or do this. Get a free quote online at shwvalue.com and save $200 today. So that's 1-800-231-5953. Call now.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 8555-NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with njdiet.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. The judge and attorneys in former President Donald Trump's hush money trial are seating jury members as quickly as possible. Fox's Gernal Scott with more.
7 jurors are picked and sworn. With no court today, the process is on hold. On Tuesday, the former president was called out by the judge for speaking during selection. He's already been admonished for social media posts, of which Trump attorney Alina Habba tells Fox News.
He is respectful, but there has to be boundaries, and we should appeal it. It's currently on appeal.
Judge Juan Merchant says he hopes opening statements can be on Monday. The former president was critical post-court.
Highly conflicted judge. He shouldn't be on the case, and he's rushing this trial.
Court will resume on Thursday. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And former Florida Senator Bob Graham, who chaired the Intelligence Committee following the 9/11 terrorist attacks, has died. Graham, a Democrat, served 3 terms in the Senate and 2 terms as Florida's governor. He also opposed going into Iraq in 2003 and ran for president in 2004. Bob Graham was 87. I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My dad was right. You better love what you do because you're going to be doing it for a long time. I think there's a lot of people that just genuinely hate their job.
If you get up in the morning and you got to get the kids to school, you got to get them fed for breakfast, and today they're not eating waffles, they only want cereal, but yesterday they would only eat waffles.
I think the lesson to be learned here, folks, if you're listening and you listen to us every day at 8:15 and you enjoy the cut sheet, but maybe some people in your circle are going through that stressful time, turn them on to the Odyssey app.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
April is here, and if your windows won't open for fresh air or seal tight to keep out pollen and bugs, then talk to Window Nation. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. There's no limit to how much you can save. Plus, save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. With proven quality, you'll get affordable windows that meet or beat the national brands. Don't miss out. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The Supreme Court is hearing arguments on whether obstruction charges can be applied to Donald Trump and other January 6th defendants. A teen boy was shot while he was babysitting 2 young girls in East Mount Airy. And the ADL says anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim hate is on the rise throughout the country.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Hey Philly, don't miss the Best Buddies Friendship Walk on Sunday, April 28th at the King of Prussia Mall. The Best Buddies Friendship Walk supports people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And with your support, you'll be making the world more welcoming to people with IDD. Join 50,000 participants across the globe to support the Best Buddies programs in schools, workplaces, and communities. Register or donate today at bestbuddiesfriendshipwalk.org/Philadelphia.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. We get a read on economic conditions when the Federal Reserve publishes its Beige Book. It gives a snapshot of economic development in each of the central bank's 12 regional reserve districts. Some of the financial sector earnings coming out today: Discover Financial Services, Citizens Financial Group, and U.S. Bancorp. And a new survey finds a small business boom, with more and more of these business owners women and minority, according to payroll firm Gusto. It found a record 5.5 million new business applications were filed last year. Women making up 49% of the new business owners surveyed. That's in line with the past several years, but up sharply from 2019, while black entrepreneurs made up 6% in 2023. That's double the rate seen before the pandemic. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Lillian Wu, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The House Select Committee on the Communist Party of China has released a new report concluding that the Chinese Communist Party is subsidizing companies that manufacture fentanyl analogs and precursor chemicals through rebates. The committee, chaired by Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher, played a video to break down their findings.
Imagine you woke up one morning and heard that a passenger plane carrying over 200 people crashed, killing everyone on board. Imagine that this happened again the next day and the next, day after day and year after year.
200 Americans die of fentanyl-related overdoses every day. The report found that China's government has had this program in place since 2018, and while they're careful to make sure nothing is bought and sold inside their own country, these subsidies go to drug and chemical exporters. The committee found 31,000 instances of PRC companies selling drugs or chemicals on just 7 Chinese e-commerce websites.
With, quote, guarantees to bypass customs and accepting payment in cryptocurrencies that are illegal in mainland China.
Adding that the fentanyl trade has allowed Chinese organized crime to become the world's premier money launderers, and that this benefits the Communist Party elite.
I think it's a euphemism to describe the distribution of fentanyl as drug trafficking. It's outright murder. It's like shooting into a crowd randomly.
Former Attorney General Bill Barr was the first witness to testify. Chairman Gallagher confirmed with him that Chinese officials had promised to crack down on the chemical producers.
So would it be fair to say they were juicing up subsidies for fentanyl at the same time they were promising us to help save lives?
That's what this evidence suggests.
Now, over at an appropriations hearing where Attorney General Merrick Garland was testifying, the first question he had to field Tuesday was about fentanyl.
So we are doing everything we can. We have charged and indicted the precursor companies. The Treasury Department has sanctioned the precursor companies. The precursors then move into Mexico.
Garland says he's personally traveled to Mexico 3 times and is trying to get more cooperation out of Mexican officials.
I wasn't shocked at all.
Massachusetts Congressman Seth Moulton's on the bipartisan China Select Committee.
And in fact, this was my first question to Attorney General Barr. Were you shocked by the findings that China has a policy of actively supporting the export of fentanyl to the United States? And he and all the other witnesses said that they weren't that surprised. This is what we've grown to expect from the PRC. And people need to understand that the Chinese Communist Party has an active effort to hurt America, whether that's threatening to start a war over Taiwan or just shipping fentanyl to the United States. They have no problem with killing Americans every day.
I found it troubling, I guess is the word, to know that we were told by Chinese officials in meetings that we'd had with them recently, this year, that they would do more to crack down on these, precursor chemical companies that were shipping these chemicals to Mexico. And AG Barr said that happened to us too when it was the Trump administration. The Chinese officials told us they were going to crack down, and was that just a bald-faced lie?
Well, the reality is that they have done some things. So let's be honest here. They have definitely not solved this problem, and we cannot count on them to do anything. But both under the Trump administration and under the Biden administration, some of the negotiations that we've had with them about fentanyl trafficking have helped. And this is one of the discussion points that Attorney General Barr and I had. It said, look, I don't know how many lives you've saved exactly, but when the Trump administration was able to have negotiations about reducing fentanyl trafficking, including getting the PRC to schedule fentanyl-related substances in 2019 and collaborate on joint investigations, it did result in the conviction of some traffickers, and it made progress on sharing customs data. It didn't save maybe a ton of lives, but every life counts. So the point is that we can't trust the PRC.
Congressman, has that all been undercut, though? That's 4 years ago. Your report is saying that now the Chinese Communist Party is benefiting by how many dollars, we don't even know, in subsidizing companies, not only just, looking the other way, but encouraging these companies essentially to export this stuff to us.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they're benefiting from it. My only point is that the argument that we should never have any talks with them at all, like we should never have negotiated with the Soviets under President Reagan to reduce their nuclear weapons, is wrong. Sure. There is benefit to having these discussions, but don't think that that's going to solve the problem on its own. And that's why our committee has recommended really cracking down on the trafficking of fentanyl, not just having discussions with the Chinese.
Over at the appropriations hearing, after you guys held your hearing, current Attorney General Garland the first question he was asked at his appropriations hearing was about fentanyl. And he said Mexico does need to cooperate more. He said he's gone to Mexico 3 times, that he's struggling to get full cooperation from their law enforcement with our DEA on this. We know President AMLO had a hard time last year admitting that fentanyl even comes from Mexico, that they're the ones receiving the precursor chemicals. How much of this is on Mexico?
Well, there's a lot on Mexico because, so people understand, it seems that the way this works is 97% of fentanyl precursors come from China, but a lot of it comes to Mexico, where it's then mixed together in these super drug labs, and then the fentanyl is shipped through known border checkpoints, not just across through the desert, but through checkpoints into the United States. So what does that mean? Well, we know where this is coming from. We know that we need to crack down on the export of this stuff from China, and we know that we need to crack down on these labs and factories, essentially, in Mexico that are mixing this into pills, and we know we need to crack down on enforcement through the checkpoints that allow these drugs to come into America.
All right, finally, former AG Barr said, that calling this trafficking is a euphemism for what's really happening, and that is murder, that the Chinese government's trying to kill us. And Chairman Gallagher said that at the very least, the PRC is enjoying the chaos of watching us die. The fentanyl isn't just like, it's not just here you go. It's hidden, it's obscured into other pills, and people think they're buying, a black market Xanax or even an on-market Xanax. If this is a Chinese method of killing Americans, does that require a certain kind of response? Or should we just be talking about sanctions?
Well, there's a lot that we need to talk about because it's completely unacceptable. And we started the committee hearing by just putting this in perspective. 200 Americans die every day from fentanyl. That's like a 737 going down every day. If a 737 crashed any every day, of course we would do something about it. Right now, Congress is not doing much. We can't even pass a border deal that already passed the Senate. There's a lot more that we can do to actually stop the importation of this stuff from Mexico and to stop it from coming from China to get to Mexico in the first place. This is going to require a bipartisan effort, and there's obviously much more that we need to do.
Now, China and fentanyl are two areas where the parties agree. The specifics over what to do next, though, remain to be seen. But there's some agreement there as well.
Well, it's very clear that we have some work to do to go after the source of this deadly fentanyl enterprise, and that source is directly tied to the CCP.
Ashley Hinson's a Republican congresswoman from Iowa who is also on the House China Select Committee.
Our report details in many of its findings that the CCP is directly subsidizing these industries of the precursors, in some cases even, owning the companies that are then exporting these dangerous drugs and chemicals around the world that are killing Americans and people every single day. So I think it's twofold. It's number one, figuring out where we can press, what economic buttons we can press to make sure that these entities are being punished for engaging in this policy. And number two, it's also making sure as an appropriator that we're putting resources where they need to go to help our American law enforcement agencies actually combat these crimes.
Are we talking about more sanctions? I mean, that there seems to be a tug of war over sanctions. We've sanctioned China on quite a bit. Like, is that where we're going here, or are you guys thinking maybe of something else?
Well, what it comes down to is they have to pick, and this is what the discussion was in our hearing. They have to pick between legitimate enterprise. In many cases, medical institutions or medical manufacturing is legal and is warranted. But if they are deliberately producing these precursors illegally, might I add, you completely subsidized by the Chinese government for export only, right? Distribution and manufacturing of illegal substances in China is illegal, and they're not doing anything about it there. So we need to press. We need to put the pressure on wherever we can to make sure that they are divesting from these illegal enterprises that are truly killing Americans and causing tragedies in our lives every single day.
And one of the other troubling findings that this report found was that, we've spoken to Chinese officials in November and January of this year about combating the fentanyl crisis, about combating this very issue. And it sounded like one of the Chinese officials said, well, this is really a U.S. problem. This is about your demand and your hunger for drugs. They also sort of seemed to indicate at those meetings, okay, we'll help out to a degree. We'll help you. Was that a lie?
I would say they are lying. And I think we, again, have to take the Chinese Communist Party, anything they say, with a grain of salt. In this case, we know, based upon our investigation, that they not only have tried to hide that they've subsidized these programs for years, but as soon as we came to them and our law enforcement agencies came to these officials with information that there were people who were deliberately breaking the law, instead of looking into this and actually holding people accountable, those websites and those people were taken down. And then reemerged just a few months later as a different entity, because again, they want to continue to support this because it is a money-making entity for the CCP. So I think it was incredibly alarming, the magnitude of this operation, their global impact. Not only are they shipping the precursors for fentanyl, but also for methamphetamine, huge problem in the state of Iowa. So this is an impact that we're going to obviously have to follow, and it is follow the money, right? It's going to the source. It's why I think those sanctions or additional pressures on the economic outcomes for them are going to be what they actually understand and probably what actually works.
Two of your witnesses, former AG Barr and Ray Donovan, I think it was AG Barr who said it, that this is murder, that this is purposefully being done, poisoning Americans with fentanyl. Your chairman, Mike Gallagher, of this select committee on China, said China wants to sow chaos and watch Americans die. This feels really big.
Yes. It's disturbing. I mean, I think, when I look at the numbers of people who are dying every single day and the stories that are coming out of every single one of our districts, right? I shared the story of a young woman who was, luckily, a special agent was in the Walmart parking lot with his son and spotted her and her friends trying to come to her aid and was able to administer Narcan and save her life. And that, unfortunately, is not the outcome in many of these cases. So there's a huge human cost. There's a huge healthcare cost. There's a huge community cost here, and the Chinese are relishing in that chaos while laughing all the way to the bank, working with the cartels, again, enabling this to all happen. So, again, this is a multi-front attack on our country. They're attacking us, by hacking our systems. They're attacking us by getting these deadly drugs across the border and into our communities. And I think that there is no limit to what the Chinese will do to try to undermine the United States.
Iowa Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diaggnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc. This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. Replace your current shower head with a low-flow shower head to save water for years to come. What's your one thing?
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PICKUP to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PICKUP for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Another day of jury selection in the hush money case against former President Donald Trump Tuesday. Fox's Nate Foy.
Tonight, 7 jurors are seated with opening statements right now set to begin on Monday of next week, but that timing is very much fluid and dependent on how quickly the remaining 5 jurors and 6 alternates are selected.
Trump accused of covering up payments to a porn actress to keep her silence about an alleged affair. House delivering articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the Senate for trial. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott.
He has the opportunity now to say he didn't do anything wrong. He must not want that opportunity because he can't defend himself.
It's unclear if the trial will last long in the Senate. And former Florida Senator Bob Graham has died. He was 87. He also served 2 terms as Florida's governor. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Caitlin Clark mania has arrived in the WNBA. Monday night's WNBA draft averaged a record 2.45 million viewers, the highest viewership for a WNBA telecast since 2000, according to ESPN, which said the draft peaked at just over 3 million. Last year, the draft drew 572,000 viewers, while the previous record was set in 2004 with 601,000 people tuning in. The WNBA draft smashed the previous record due to Clark, who was selected first overall by the Indiana Fever. Women's college basketball saw historic viewership numbers in Clark's last college season, with the Hawkeyes national championship game matchup drawing 18.87 million viewers. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
One of the storylines that did play out, Meredith Scheffler did not go into labor, did not have the birth of the child for Scotty and Meredith. Scotty Scheffler stands alone. Since 2020, he is 73 under par. And the second closest, this is in majors, the second closest is McIlroy at 34 under. Think about that. That's a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots. 73 under to 34 under. And the dominance, I know, has us asking questions about, well, is this really the young talent that we're seeing on the up-and-coming? Or is it just Scotty Scheffler and, well, what's going to be everyone battling for second place?
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey Families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Your floors can go from clean to dirty fast. From juice spills, whoops, to muddy paw prints, to little sticky finger marks. Good thing your Swiffer WetJet works fast, too. Swiffer WetJet easily cleans everyday messes as quick as they happen. The next mess is right around the corner. So grab your Swiffer WetJet and just spray, push, all clean.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO night when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Join the fun on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 when the Blue Jays are in town. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Should be a big weekend at Citizens Bank Park when the Phils host the Giants for a 4-game series Friday, May 3rd through Monday, May 6th. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, April 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Tony Bruno filling in for Dawn Stensland today. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Mr. Bruno, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me once again today as we once again reinvent radio and make the world a happier, better, more sane place. All of us to coexist. It's about coexisting.
That's right.
There's a bumper sticker that says that, I think, coexist.
Exactly, yes.
Exactly right. And I see he's got his WTF shirt on, which stands for Welcome to
Florida, baby. Everybody's stealing this now. I notice Jimmy Fallon has a What WTF segment, What the Fallon. You know, it's Welcome to Florida. I mean, we saw earlier this week, ladies and gentlemen, we saw earlier this week when you do something in Florida and you want to go out there and block streets and do stuff. We don't play that down here. We don't play that.
Florida, the official FAFO state. If you F around, you will find out. Personally,
not FAO Schwartz.
Yeah.
No. I think they're out of business, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think every state should adopt those policies, Tony. We would not have any of this protest, impediment, where we're obstructing traffic in New York and Philly and San Francisco and Chicago. Just grab everybody, haul them off, and ship them off to prison.
Although I have been working on big trash barrels and cutting a hole in it so I can get my arm in there and then lock it in the next time I block the Ben Franklin or Walt Whitman, or even worse, the Tacony Palmyra.
Yeah, don't
you
block
block
that.
the Tacony Palmyra bridge, the entire, anybody going on 73 to try to get to the jug handle in for the Tony Bruno wings, they're not going to make it.
Exactly right.
Jug handle in.
That's a reference. What a throwback that is. It's not a throwback Thursday, but it is a What Up Wednesday, Bruno.
Yes, it is.
We got a lot of good stuff lined up today. The big take on a sleeper case from yesterday that started that will have direct impact on Donald Trump. We'll get to that this morning. Jury selection day 2 in the books for Trump.
Yeah.
We've got updates with John Mellencamp, NPR. This Caitlin Clark WNBA salary story is a big story. We'll get to that. But right off of the top here, before we get to the big take, let's get to Bruno on what transpired yesterday with your tweet about Keith Olbermann. You know, Keith Olbermann, the man who spends his days getting dunked on by people with common sense and then spends his lonely nights with his 13 cats. I saw your tweet about a lobotomy, but I didn't see him come at you. Did he actually say that you should get a lobotomy?
Yeah, so it all started yesterday when the NPR story became a big deal, when the PR guy for NPR came out and made this statement about, you have the tweet, Robin, because Robin is here. It's a tweet where the NPR PR flack comes out and says, I want to get the words exactly because I used his words.
Okay.
And so that's when Keith came at me. I didn't tweet Keith at all.
Right.
In fact, he had me blocked, so I didn't even know I was unblocked. So I responded to the PR guy about the guy who was there 25 years and then came out and said, they were unfair. They had 87 Democrats and 0 Republicans working at NPR.
Right.
And anybody who listens to it, actually, even Donald Trump falls asleep thinking about NPR before he even goes to the courtroom. That's how bad, Listen,
I'm freezing my ass off up here.
I know, I am too. But I remember back in the day when I used to listen to the car guys, and they had great programming. But then they went woke. And everybody knows it. And the best part about this whole thing is that the people who still listen to NPR don't think there's anything wrong what they think they're absolutely, completely balanced.
Yep.
And let's be honest, admit it. But the woman in charge, who unfortunately left all of her tweets uncovered for like the past 10 years, is being exposed by Christopher Rufo. So anyway, I made a comment.
Yes,
You
sir.
have it, Robin.
I
The
do.
tweet that this is what started it, because I didn't tweet it, Keith.
Yeah.
I don't get involved in he can say whatever he wants. It's America.
Right.
I've known the guy for 40 years, and he blocked me a few years ago when I tweeted All Lives Matter, and that was I tweeted All Lives Matter in 2020, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back in our 40-year friendship.
Uh-huh.
And so,
I thought I could pull it up, but I'm going to just read it to you. So David Folkenflick.
yeah, David Folkenflick. Sounds like a guy that works at NPR.
it definitely
David
does.
Folkenflick. This is his morning report on NPR.
He wrote about the Berliner, the Ubi Berliner segment, saying veteran NPR editor Uri Berliner suspended as network grapples with fallout over his essay. My
So
story.
network grapples with fallout over
Grapples.
the
Right.
the network is grappling
And so Tony
with fallout over the NPR story.
responded to David, maybe you should check your CEO's social media and grapple with that, Davey.
That's what I wrote. That's what I wrote. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
here comes
on a
Olbermann.
beautiful Tuesday morning here in sunny Southwest Florida, Keith Olbermann chimes in and replies,
Tony, get a lobotomy.
Tony, get a lobotomy. So
Wow.
I checked on lobotomy. I checked on my United Healthcare. And
Is
my
it covered?
Medicare. It is not
It
covered
is
by
not covered.
Medicare.
That's good.
So if Keith wants to contribute to a lobotomy fund, I will actually go and get one. Now, is that an outpatient thing, or do I have to come back and wait in the all day? And,
I'm more
I'll
concerned.
be walking by the end of the day, I hear.
I'm more concerned about whether or not United covers transitions from male to female. Is that covered under insurance?
I don't know. I think, they keep changing insurance, and those damn Republicans, they just try to take all of my rights away. How am I supposed to transition and get a lobotomy in the same day with just one appearance at the gym or at the hospital?
What's interesting to note here, though, is that up until we saw this, Tony and I both had been blocked by Keith.
I didn't even know I was unblocked.
Yeah. So he unblocked us specifically to be able to tell Tony to
Wow.
get a lobotomy.
Wow. How's your lobotomy going, by the way?
Well, yesterday I just went in for the testing first. You have to go in and get the blood work done, and then
true.
they have to make sure if you're covered.
Yeah, of
And
course.
then it's not a walk-in thing.
No, it's
I
not an
said, hey,
outpatient
Keith
thing.
Olbermann suggested that I get a lobotomy. Can you squeeze me in today?
Man.
And they said that the brain surgeons are not here today. They're over at the Trump trial, jury selection, and so that's what they're too busy at the Trump trial, and that's what they told me at the hospital here.
Very good. I had to get that right. We had to get that right off of the top and make sure we covered that story because I saw that yesterday. I'm like, what the hell is going on now?
All I wanted to do was get up and enjoy a Tuesday.
Exactly.
And all of a sudden, Keith Olbermann comes out of me out of nowhere about NPR, for God's sake.
I know. All right, very good. 6:08 as we get going here on this Wednesday morning. Time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by the Gift of Life. The Big Take, the J6 SCOTUS precursor for Trump, and the big one. When you look at the 4 criminal cases against former President Donald Trump, I believe that the Washington, D.C. January 6 case is the granddaddy of them all, so to speak. Sure, the Stormy Daniels hush money case is underway with local stooge Alvin Bragg. The Georgia and Florida cases still loom, but for my money, the J6 case is the one that I'm focused on the most. And to use a boxing reference, the undercard for J6 got underway yesterday as the Supreme Court of the United States heard oral arguments on a January 6 case that impacts many prisoners from that day, as well as having direct implications for what the future could look like for Donald J. Trump. We mentioned this story briefly yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company, but it's absolutely worth delving into further this morning. The headline on Fox News yesterday, Supreme Court to debate sleeper case that could affect Trump's federal prosecution. Legal scholars say that the conservative high court may be wary of giving the government too much leeway. And here's an excerpt of that story. It is the sleeper case that could upend the most closely watched criminal prosecution in the nation and how the U.S. Supreme Court decides the fate of an obscure Capitol riot defendant will ultimately and immediately have a major impact legally and politically, with implications for the former and perhaps future president. The justices on Tuesday held oral arguments in the appeal of Joseph Fisher. He is one of more than 300 people charged by the Justice Department with, quote, obstruction of an official proceeding in the January 6, 2021 insurrection in Washington. Now, reminder, Trump has never been charged with insurrection because there was no insurrection. But the word insurrection is in the story for Fox News. Special counsel Jack Smith has also brought an obstruction charge against Trump, which is among 4 counts the 2024 presumptive Republican presidential nominee faces. His trial in that case was slated to begin March 4th, but the Supreme Court's decision to hear this case and a separate dispute over Trump's claim of presidential immunity has delayed the proceedings indefinitely. A federal judge earlier dismissed the obstruction offense against 3 January 6th criminal defendants, ruling that it did not cover their conduct on the Capitol grounds. Those defendants are one-time police patrolman Fisher, Garrett Miller of the Dallas area, and Edward Jacob Lang of New York's Hudson Valley. Fisher's appeal was the one the high court has accepted for final review. And the relevant statute is U.S. Code Section 1512C-2 of the Corporate Fraud Accountability Act, which is part of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which states whoever corruptly obstructs, influences, or impedes an official proceeding or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. Now, both the government and Fisher, who was a North Cornwall Township police officer here in Pennsylvania at the time, offer contrasting accounts of his actions on January 6th. His lawyers, in their high court appeal, say Fisher was, quote, not part of the mob that forced the electoral certification to stop. He arrived at the Capitol grounds well after Congress recessed. He also says, while he admits entering the Capitol building and pushing his way through the crowd, Fisher claims he also helpfully returned a pair of lost handcuffs to a U.S. Capitol police officer. After being pepper sprayed by law enforcement, the defendant then says he left the complex just 4 minutes after entering. But the Justice Department says Fisher can be, quote, heard on video yelling, charge, before pushing through the crowd and entering the building. Once inside, petitioner, Fisher, ran toward a line of police officers with another rioter while yelling a profanity. And the government points to text messages he sent just before attending the Stop the Steal rally where President Trump spoke and the subsequent march to the Capitol. Quote, take Democratic Congress to the gallows, he said in one post, and, quote, can't vote if they can't breathe, LOL, end quote. Fisher has pleaded not guilty to several charges, including disorderly and disruptive conduct, assaulting, resisting, or impeding law enforcement officers, civil disorder, and the obstruction count. His trial is pending. Did you get all of that? I know it's deep in the weeds. I get it. But it's important because SCOTUS heard those arguments yesterday. Julie Kelly is a reporter for Real Clear Investigations who is credentialed and had access to these proceedings. Here was her breakdown on what happened yesterday and setting up the stage as she joined the Clay and Buck show. Listen and watch this.
So this relates to the government's use, DOJ's use of 1512C2, obstruction of an official proceeding statute. This was passed in the wake, aftermath of the Enron Arthur Anderson scandal. It has to do with evidence tampering or document shredding, as we saw in that case. What the DOJ has done for the first time ever is weaponize that statute to criminalize political dissent and charge now roughly 350 January 6 protesters with this felony offense punishable by up to 20 years in prison. It finally, 3 years later, has made it to the Supreme Court and oral arguments. Joseph Fisher was one of these defendants charged. The district court judge, Carl Nichols, is the only one who dismissed this count against him, and the DOJ appealed that, which is how now we got to the Supreme Court oral arguments today.
All right, so there's a recap of how we've arrived at this point before the highest court of the land. A federal judge tossed this case versus Fisher. The Department of Justice appealed, and it's gone all the way up to the Supreme Court or the court of last resort. It seems to me that SCOTUS is not in favor of what Biden's DOJ has attempted to do here. You have conservative justices like Neil Gorsuch rattling off precedent of prior cases where there was alleged obstruction of a congressional proceeding in which there was no 20-year sentences dished out to anybody. And these prior cases include the Kavanaugh trials, Squad Dem Jamal Bowman, remember when he pulled the fire alarm, BLM protests, and Palestinian protests. Here was Gorsuch yesterday with the Supreme Court. Listen and watch this.
If I might, so what does that mean for the breadth of this statute? Would a sit-in that disrupts a trial or access to a federal courthouse qualify? Would a heckler in today's audience qualify, or at the State of the Union address? Would pulling a fire alarm before a vote qualify for 20 years in federal prison?
There are multiple elements of the statute that I think might not be satisfied by those hypotheticals, and it relates to the point I was going to make to the Chief Justice about the breadth of this statute. The kind of built-in limitations are the things that I think would potentially suggest that many of those things wouldn't be something the government could charge or prove as 1512c2 beyond a reasonable doubt, would include the fact that the actus reus does require obstruction, which we understand to be a meaningful interference. So that means that if you have some minor disruption or delay or some minimal outburst, we don't think it falls within the actus reus to begin with. My outbursts
require the court to reconvene after the proceeding has been brought back into line, or the pulling of the fire alarm, the vote has to be rescheduled, or the protest outside of a courthouse makes it inaccessible for a period of time. Are those all federal felonies subject to 20 years?
In an eloquent, professional way, Justice Gorsuch just took a flamethrower to the U.S. Solicitor's argument, and that would be Elizabeth Proligar, the U.S. Solicitor General, arguing on behalf of the government. Julie Kelly, the investigative journalist who we played for you earlier here in the Big Take, recapped yesterday's proceedings like this. She tweeted the following: "What the government conceded today is that 1512c2 has only been used in this manner against J6ers, something the D.C. Circuit already admitted, and would not apply to other disruptive demonstrations that we see on nearly a daily basis." Thomas, Gorsuch, Roberts, and Kavanaugh pressed this distinction, and U.S. Solicitor General had no good answer. And if SCOTUS denies Fisher, the court is essentially creating a new federal law that can be read however the DOJ wants in order to continue criminalizing political dissent, and the definition of an official proceeding will continue to expand. I don't think the Supreme Court wants that. And if Fisher is denied, then we are looking at Donald Trump facing a tall task to overcome. Another example, in my opinion, of a two-tier justice system. Noted liberal and Democrat Stephen A. Smith of ESPN, he's had enough of this nonsense. Here's what Stephen A. had to say on the Trump lawfare fiasco. Listen and watch this final clip.
To my liberal friends out there, all you're doing is showing that you're scared you can't beat them on the issues and the merits. That's why he keeps saying it's a political campaign against me. That's why he keeps saying they can't beat me at the election, at the polls. This is the only way they could do it. And if you don't put him in jail, and he still goes from being a presumptive GOP nominee to the official GOP nominee, and he goes to the polls, even though he was going to whine about winning and being rigged again, you have given more fodder to that argument, which means we'll never have peace in this country, because tens of millions of people see what extent the other side is willing to go through just to keep him out of office, because they can't beat him on their own merits. And they're going to say, hey, you trumped this up against him again, and we'll have no peace. When all you got to do is figure out a way to beat him on the issues. But you haven't been able to do it.
SCOTUS has their doubts. I think the American public has their doubts. reasonable minds in the mainstream media calling it out for what it is. And it might be the election many wish that they had other options to pick from. But for many others, it's the sequel that we are looking forward to the most. And November 5th can't come soon enough. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by the Gift of Life. Join Gift of Life for the 27th Annual Donor Dash on Sunday, April 28th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. Register today at donors1.org. That's donors, the number 1.org. We'll come back when we get Bruno's thoughts from yesterday, and we'll delve into day number 2 for Donald Trump with jury selection in his New York case with Alvin Bragg, and we'll do that on the other side. It's a Wednesday morning. Bruno's in for Dawn. Nick, Bruno, and Greg, Kayal and Company, Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 34 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hire veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills they learned in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Go.
6:26. Welcome back in. It is Kayal and Company. Good to have you aboard here on this Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno in with us live from Florida for all 4 hours. Dawn will be back tomorrow from her trip to Italy. Good to have everybody in. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app and, of course, watch us live on YouTube. So, Tony Bruno, I thought it was very interesting yesterday. You know, Trump's been criticized with some of the Supreme Court justices and packing the court and saying, you know, abortion could work against him. But in this case, with January 6th, it looks like some of those conservative justices led by Gorsuch aren't necessarily buying what the Solicitor General is trying to sell, because you heard Neil Gorsuch there, and he rattled off a handful of cases. I think most notably Jamal Bowman, the squad dem that pulled the fire alarm.
Yep.
And he kind of put her in her place yesterday, and we'll see how that plays out. But I think it's probably a good sign right now for Trump, and specifically that Mr. Fisher character, who obviously is one of the J6ers that's fighting for his freedom.
Exactly, and I love when I hear Gorsuch, I can see Chuck Schumer. We're coming after you, Gorsuch. We're coming after you. You know, and then meanwhile, Gorsuch is asking really good questions, because I'm trying to listen to that. Now, C2, isn't that what they dropped in the move compound when Wilson Goode was mayor?
I think
so. That was C4.
No, that was
I can't
C4.
get all these C4 and the subsections and all the other things. But I love the Solicitor General, the way she just speeds right through it. I don't know if that's the same thing. I mean, Jamal Bowman did, and he was caught on tape, and he became a hero.
Right.
So I don't think we can charge him with an insurrection or disrupting a government property thing, because you know, that was different. You know, it was different. He said he didn't do it, even though there's tape that caught him doing it. It's still not a big deal, because he's a hero, and he went out there and still started telling everybody how great he is, and didn't even face any kind of, he wasn't even censured for that, for God's sake, let alone put in jail.
Nope. He's still operating, still doing what he does. And it's, you know, there's a major difference here between somebody that has an R in front of their name and somebody that has a D in front of their name. So I think that's interesting. It's super deep in the weeds. I get it. It's kind of wonky. It's not what we usually do on the show, but very, very important. Pay attention to that case and that story, because it will have a direct impact on Donald Trump. And speaking of Trump, Bruno, yesterday was Trump's second day in the Alvin Bragg, Stormy Daniels hush money case. And for the second straight day, there have been reports coming out that he fell asleep at his own trial. We'll get to some of the jurors that have been selected. 7 down, 11 more to go, 5 of which will actually serve. The other 6 will be alternates and backups. But I haven't, if true, because I haven't seen any pictures, I don't think you're allowed to share photos if you're in there as a reporter. But I would assume that this is the equivalent of Mike Francesa years ago on The Fan, when he fell asleep in New York interviewing a Jets beat reporter, and his head pops back up because his producer got in his ear like, "Hey, Mike, you got to ask a question. You can't be falling asleep here, Chief." But I don't know if this is legitimate, if this is by design, because everything we've ever been told is that Trump very rarely sleeps. He sleeps like 4 or 5 hours a night maximum. He's always up at night at 2 in the morning watching cable news and posting on Truth Social. But it's either really happening or he's doing it intentionally to, I think, send a message that this is a sleeper, this is a snoozer, I shouldn't be here, and the whole thing is a facade.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, listen, if you're sitting in a courtroom all day, and I'm not making excuses. I mean, Joe Biden was falling asleep with a leader of a foreign country sitting right next to him. And so if you want to play the sleep game, who sleeps more, who's more energetic, who's going to answer the call at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., and this is what's happening now, and you know it. It's all a political gamesmanship. And then the amazing thing is Trump was completely supposedly out of it, and then all of a sudden he gets in a motorcade and goes to Harlem and has thousands of people chanting his name.
At a bodega.
At a bodega, and it was the same bodega where the guy, remember that the shopkeeper protected his life when a guy came in and tried to rob him and kill him.
Yep.
And then the city officials in New York and the police department and the police commissioner and the mayor blamed the guy for protecting his own property, and he was the criminal. So that's a hot button issue in Harlem and places where bodega owners, even in Philadelphia, when you have people with small businesses and they're afraid because they're getting robbed multiple times a week, sometimes multiple times a day. I mean, whoever's doing this strategy for Trump, I think it's brilliant. Optics is all that matters now, Nick. You know that.
Yes,
People aren't sitting and watching C-SPAN 1, 2, and 3 to see which one of the hearings that are boring people will pay attention to. Nobody's paying attention to any of these hearings. The Supreme Court one, the one about the impeachment of Mayorkas, which is going nowhere. At least when the Republicans brought in the articles of impeachment to the Senate, they didn't put on like African garb and make a big deal of it. Remember when every time they tried to impeach Trump in the House, which they did, they would have some big pomp and ceremony. I was waiting for the Pope to come in and Nancy Pelosi being carried on a big pillow, by all the Democrats. And so it's a joke. It's all optics. I think we need a C-SPAN 4 now, because 3 C-SPANs is not enough for me.
I was just going to say, do we really need a C-SPAN 2 and C-SPAN 3? That's like saying CNN needs a CNN Plus.
Well, I was going to say, how about C-SPAN Plus, where you can pay for it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get the extra stuff.
The bonus content.
It's extra boring, and it'll help you get to sleep at night.
Tiny Bubbles checking in saying everybody's getting a nap except Greg Stocker.
That's true.
It's an outrage. I agree with you, Tiny Bubbles.
Yeah, thank you.
Trump and I had something in common yesterday. We were both sleeping around 12 o'clock.
It's unbelievable.
And I love the details that these people are tweeting it like they're at Eagles camp going through workout drills. Devontae Smith just caught a 5-yard slant. Frank Runyon tweeted the play-by-play. He says on Twitter/X, Trump's head slowly dropped, his eyes closed. It jerked back upward. He adjusts himself. Then his head drops again. He straightens up, leaning back. His head droops for a third time.
He's up, and he could go all the way.
He shakes his shoulders, eyes closed still. His head drops. Finally, his eyes pop wide open. I will say this, having been a guy that, or a kid at the time, that fell asleep many times in class, there's nothing more frightening than when you're sitting in a desk chair in class and you start to nod off and you feel like you're ready to fall off a cliff, and then you shoot right back up and you're like, did anybody see that?
I did that in court when I used to fly from L.A. back to Montgomery County so I can go to my divorce hearings in the Montgomery County courthouse. I'd fall asleep waiting for the judge to say something, and I'd be in there like, I just took the red eye, and I'm up here in Norristown. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, and nobody's awake.
Who represented you in that case? Was that Michael Cohen or Elena Haba?
If Elena Habibi, whatever her name is, Haba was in there, I would have been alert and ready to go. There's no way I'm falling asleep if she's sitting next to me.
Yeah, Trump has his type. Yep, he's got his type for sure. So let me get
It's all about optics.
Oh, of course it is.
That's all it is. Optics is the word, kids.
Yep.
The word of the day.
Yep. This
If
is
you see
all a
it come
professional
down,
charade.
the word of the day is optics.
Exactly right. It's what the
Remember
Biden
that.
administration has been selling us for 3.5 years. So the hush money trial yesterday, beyond the optics of Trump falling asleep and people tweeting the play-by-play of it. So 7 jurors have been selected. Obviously it's a panel of 12. There'll be 6 alternates, and according to the Associated Press, the jury members so far, you have an information technology worker, an English teacher, an oncology nurse, a sales professional, I don't know, maybe they work for Odyssey, a software engineer, and then 2 attorneys.
Yes.
I see lawyers, I see teachers, I see nurses. I automatically, maybe I'm being biased, I automatically just assume that they lean left or liberal. Most teachers and attorneys usually are. And then, of course, you have 5 more to come. A lot of people have been dismissed. There's all sorts of people issuing quotes. I can't be fair and impartial. I might have a slant. I might have a bias. One guy from Texas said, he's a Republican, so he was at least, being honest and saying, I don't know that I can view this, right down the middle and call it balls and strikes and fact and, non-facts and, misinformation and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see how both sides go back and forth to get the panel the way they want for their case and their client's best interest. But I got to believe that there's just, short of the government or the attorneys scrubbing these people's social media accounts, there might be somebody that slips through the cracks, that tells a good story, says they can be honest and, and view it just based on the facts, that gets through either with the goal of, sticking it to Trump or being on Trump's side and making sure that, he gets an acquittal. Because, again, it's got to be 12 out of 12, Bruno. 11 out of 12, Alvin Bragg loses.
No, I totally agree, and we all know this. Anybody who's gone to jury duty, you get the note and you show up, or you make the phone call and you hope that they don't call you in that day. But I'm always the guy, when I get called for jury duty, I get the phone call and I got to be in there, but I go and do it. But the thing about the jury of your peers thing, which I always love, how do lawyers? Now I know they're regular people too, but in this case, they have lawyers being summoned for jury duty who are going to be sitting in a courtroom trying to adjudicate, and a lot of them saying, well, I don't really know much about Donald Trump.
Right, okay.
What lawyer doesn't know enough about Donald Trump?
What human being on planet Earth doesn't have a bias one way or the other towards Trump?
Shouldn't a lawyer be disqualified from jury duty in this type of case?
I would think so. Although, I don't know what the backgrounds are of the 2 attorneys. We haven't been given that information. And I'm not sure if maybe there was a challenge by Trump's attorneys to get the attorneys booted, or maybe they wanted them. Same thing with the prosecution. I don't know if they wanted them or they wanted them to be booted, but they're there, and they're going to be on this case, and they will be one of the 2 of the first 7 selected. I would assume the rest of it will wrap up today, as they got more than halfway through the 12 that will actually, sit there.
But I heard, Nick, that the jury selection was going to take weeks.
Yeah, so did I.
Apparently
They were saying 6 to 8 weeks.
It'll be done in a couple of days.
That's what I'm thinking.
Why is this trial going to start in June?
They're predicting the opening testimonies will be on Monday.
Wow.
So, yeah, they have how many of the jurors already selected?
7.
6.
7.
6?
7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they got the foreman already. How do they pick the foreman first?
I think they draw out of a straw hat.
Did they go to Foreman Mills first and then go down down South Philly? Foreman Mills!
It's unbelievable. 855-839-1210.
I always try to keep it local, Nick. That's what the local people want.
Exactly
Even
right,
though I'm
man.
in Florida, I know. For example, the Kevin Boyle was arrested last night in a bar in Montgomery County. And he said,
How
you
about
know
that?
who I am. It doesn't matter if I'm arrested. I'm still going to be in office, and I'm going to collect a pension.
It's unbelievable.
It really is. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. So many great stories. John Fetterman's been called an a-hole. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. Also, Joe was in Scranton yesterday as he's touting his economic goals. Notice they've gotten rid of the phrase Bidenomics because I think most people realize Bidenomics is a joke.
It's funny. He's portraying Trump now as an elitist.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I know. The man who, has allegedly lined his pockets through shell companies is talking about somebody else's finances. We'll get to that. NPR is issuing a suspension for a whistleblower. Caitlin Clark in the news. But we have to get to this John Mellencamp update.
Oh, no.
Yes, because he demands certain etiquette at his performances.
I caused an S storm yesterday with
You
that,
did.
with that
Yes.
comment.
And also, a lot of tweets out there that have been recirculating the video have been community noted, saying that he never brought up the big guy, Joe Biden. That led to this backlash of, hey, just play your music and don't talk about politics. So we got to get to all of that as we wrap up the first hour. Yeah. Could we also have the video and the audio to go again on the other side?
Sure.
All right, we'll get that fired up on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Bruno is in for Dawn this morning here on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, Saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Vacation? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. And if there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there. That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
There's a black man with a black cat living in a black neighborhood.
Welcome back in, 645. Kayal and Company as we roll on. It is a Wednesday morning. Good to have all of you in. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. So, an update to the story that we had yesterday about John Mellencamp storming off stage after hecklers and people that were attending his performance, which, by the way, Mellencamp has come out and said that this is not a concert. These are performances, and there's a difference between a concert and a performance, to which I will leave that up to the music aficionado, Greg Stocker.
What did he say? There's this is a performance. So, like, it's just him with an acoustic guitar telling stories?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's fair.
Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So yesterday we played you this audio and video of John Cougar Mellencamp singing.
He's not Cougar anymore. It's not 1983.
I was listening to that song last night on Spotify just to troll people. But let's play the video because we have an update, and he has come out now and said that he expects certain things at these performances, and we also have a community note to mention. Here was the clip we played for you yesterday.
Yeah, real quiet. What do you think I've been doing, you cocksucker? Now, here's the thing, man. You don't know me. You don't f***ing know me.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, Joe, find this guy and let me see him after the show. Guys, I can stop this show right now and just go home. Tell you what I'm going to do. Since you've been so wonderful, I'm going to cut about 10 songs out of the show. Here we go. A little ditty, got Jack down to Magic Kingston in Heartland. You know what? Show's over.
So that's how it played out yesterday. We talked a lot about it on the show, Tony. And Mellencamp has since broke his silence on the uproar, and he expects, he said, his audience members to have etiquette during the show. Quote, I do expect etiquette inside of the theater the same way you would at a Broadway show. My shows are not really concerts anymore. They're performances, and there's a difference between a performance and a concert. And now, according to the fact checkers and the community noters on social media, they are saying, in accordance to the clip we just played, readers have added context saying, on the full clip, at no time does Mellencamp talk about Joe Biden or politics. He was telling a story, and a fan started screaming to play some music. He eventually left the stage feeling disrespected. So I know you've been seeing this story. Your thoughts on that?
Well, this story's been around. I mean, I don't think this just happened. I saw this story a month ago where he was on the stage. So that's the same concert or event. I think he and Madonna should team up and do a show to see which one can make it through without throwing the audience under the bus or their employees under the bus. You see, like Madonna now, she's stopping the shows because people are not they're not paying attention.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not their job. They paid money to come and watch you. And John Mellencamp, remember, he went from John Cougar to John Cougar Mellencamp, back to John Mellencamp, back to summer camp in the Poconos. And the good part is, when he met that guy after, he at least gave him a complimentary oil change because he looked like he was ready to go out there and get underneath the truck and then lower the pan and get the oil out there and put some new oil in there. There's a ditty about Jack and Diane.
I got a major... Do I need to pull this car over?
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
That's what it was.
He was scolding the audience.
He threw a temper tantrum.
Yeah.
Right?
How dare you sit there and say, play the hit. You don't see, Springsteen doesn't go out there. He does a set list, then you'll sit down and shut up and listen to it. And then, like, John Clark will come out and write down the entire set list. Does John Mellencamp even have a set list? And if he does, are you not supposed to know? Why do I want to hear an acoustic John Mellencamp? If I wanted to hear John Mellencamp acoustic, I'd go watch him on the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica, California with the rest of the people out there doing street art.
Exactly. And this led to a major blow-up yesterday from Stalker because Stalker loves to have a meltdown from time to time.
Sure.
And it creates great radio. So we're starting to figure out now that he's done with Mellencamp. He's done with Bruce. He hates Elvis. He hates the elitist musicians that act like the everyday man. We got to put together a list of Stalker's most despised musicians.
So apparently, my buddy Paul told me that the overalls that John Mellencamp uses are that's his shtick.
Oh,
it's like his costume, you know.
So he does that. He does
Dan
that look every time.
Finnerty, Dan Band, who do all the remakes of classic songs, and they've been in movies.
Yeah.
I'd rather go see the Dan Band do parody songs than go see John Mellencamp sit there with an acoustic guitar and then lecture the audience.
I agree. Yes. I don't like. Okay, so people are heckling you or whatever. Play some music.
Yeah, there should be decorum, absolutely.
But just like, dude, you're a professional. Get up there, have some fun with the crowd, and then go on. They paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you stormed off like a baby.
The guy's been doing it for 5 decades.
Exactly.
That's the first
Play the
time
damn
people.
hits.
That's the first time people were clamoring and wanting something different, something more, or maybe not paying attention or being a heckler.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, when you go into any of these venues, whether it's music or sports or any type of performance or art or entertainment, you paid your money, and as long as you're not breaking the law or being a completely obnoxious jerk off, you say whatever you want.
Yep.
You're the consumer.
Wait, how many hits did John Mellencamp have, or John Cougar in his? How many?
No.
4? Did somebody say 4?
Pink Houses, Jack and Diane. What else? When the Walls Come Tumbling Down. I'm just trying to think of the stuff I play here.
Yeah.
I'm saying you could do that in a half an hour.
Exactly.
I don't need stories between each one of your hits so you can fill an hour and get a paycheck and get the hell out with your jumpsuit on.
Rain on the scarecrow, blood on the plow. Rain on
well, you
the
know
scarecrow.
what? People pay money to go see it.
Yeah, sure.
That's their decision.
Absolutely.
Nobody's forcing them to go in and watch him.
Yep.
I agree with the great Greg Stockton.
Thank you very much.
I'm out on Springsteen.
Yeah. Oh, it's
fired.
Terrible.
Wow, he's out on the
hero.
Yes.
Fake hero.
Yep.
Mellencamp, another guy. He looks like he should be working at Jiffy Lube. at least check the oil, check the air on my tires, John. Hey, if you want to go out and meet me in the parking lot, how about if you could check my back tire on my Dodge Ram 2500? Because I think my back tire on the passenger side is a little low. Can you go out there? I have one of those meters. Go out there and check the air pressure. It's got to be at 70 PSI.
Yeah, yes. And that's what, pounds per square inch, I believe is what PSI stands for?
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Not PSAs.
Right.
We only run these when we have no commercials.
Ding, 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 ding,
what
ding, ding.
That's what you hear on sports stations in July. 6:53. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2 here of Kayal and Company. We've got some local stories as the big guy was in Scranton playing the economics card, and John Fetterman says if you block a bridge in a protest, you are being an a-hole. Who disagrees? We're back after this, hour 2, Kayal and Company.
Hi, it's Dawn. Want an environmentally friendly approach to lawn care? Call my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your entire family, including your pets. Natural Lawn is locally owned and family operated. They have offices in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're competitively priced and have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. Give them a call. New customers, take advantage of Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program and they'll seed your lawn every year free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED. NaturalLawn.com. 800-FREE-SEED. And choose my lawn care company. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna at New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2 to 1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello! Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Spring into savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an amazing 35% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their easily accessible showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington today.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick and tired of giant HVAC companies coming into your home and telling you about all the things that need to be fixed or replaced? You do realize that these clowns are just salespeople trying to hit a quota, right? Sales guys disguised in a service truck. Look, if you want an honest company that will fix what needs to be fixed and not try to sell you a bunch of things you don't want or need, then we're your people. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Hi, this is Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. Hey, the town I grew up in was so dull, when the tide went out, it refused to come back.
Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th.
It was fun 100% every time. It's spectacular.
It was hysterical. I saw Conklin last time he was in Glenside.
Can't wait to see him again. Hysterical.
It was terrific.
We had a ball.
Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing so hard.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's Church off Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Some people like him, but I'm not one of them.
joeconklin.com!
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Good night, everybody.
Kayal Company, hour number 2. As we are underway, the great Tony Bruno live from the FAFO state of Florida. WTF, as they like to say these days.
Welcome to Florida, baby.
We color coordinated, Bruno. I've got the black and white hoodie. You've got the black and white T-shirt. The heads are shaved. The beards look nice.
Well, mine needs to be. I need a little trim here, as they say.
You got a little, you got a little Santa Claus thing going, like a mall Santa Claus.
I mean, I could get. I would need to trim it down though, but some
Tony,
people like
you could almost put like the little rubber band.
I know. I'm gonna go Captain Lou Albano and get the rubber band underneath, twist it around a few times. You know what I mean?
Good 80s wrestling knowledge.
Robert's not a fan.
That makes me like it even more, Tony. Kayal, Bruno, Stocker. Bruno's in for Dawn this morning. Miss Robbins here as well as we continue. 7:45 this morning. What's on the cut sheet? We'll get to Caitlin Clark coming up as a lot of people all of a sudden realize WNBA players don't make any money and it's an outrage. We'll get to that story coming up a little bit from now. Also, the NPR whistleblower story takes a little plot twist. I was expecting this suspension, but we'll get to that in about 15 minutes. Some local stories from Joe Biden to John Fetterman, from Scranton down to Philadelphia. This is very interesting because we continue to see John Fetterman make sense every time he opens his mouth. And I think it's really enraging a lot of the far left progressives that John Fetterman kind of positioned himself to be. But if you followed Fetterman's career, he was more of just your classic liberal Democrat. But I think kind of as he was making that position and making that push to get elected and beat Oz, he went further left. He got elected, and now as he's recovering from his stroke and his speech continues to get better, and he makes more sense every time he talks, it's, I think, starting to infuriate a lot of the progressives. And Phil, if you could roll the video footage, if we have it on loop here, all of these pro-Gaza protests that pretty much paralyzed many big blue cities on Monday. In Philadelphia, we know we had 68 arrests coming from both Philadelphia PD and the Pennsylvania State Police. We had the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, the Brooklyn Bridge in New York, Chicago O'Hare International Airport, where all of these nut jobs are impeding people's ability to get from point A to point B. And Fetterman comes out and absolutely blasts these losers because Fetterman has been very much pro-Israel since October the 7th, and he calls them a-holes. He goes on to say, quote, I don't know who needs to hear this, but blocking a bridge or berating folks in Starbucks isn't righteous. It just makes you an a-hole. Demand Hamas to send every hostage back home and surrender, Fetterman tweeted yesterday. And of course, we know that he has been taking a lot of punishment from those on the far left. But Tony, I don't know about you. I said this yesterday. I said it Monday, and you're seeing the Florida footage now as they drag people off the streets.
Exactly.
What I would do if you look, you have every right to protest, but you can't obstruct police officers, firefighters, ambulances, people rushing in an emergency, people going to pick up their kids, go to work, whatever it might be. You do this, I think you get 30 days in the can, first offense. As soon as we start doing that, these people will think twice about it.
Well, it's obvious that this is all coordinated. In fact, there were flyers about, and they put ads on Craigslist. Do they still have ads? They used to have sex ads. Now they have, you want to protest, $5, go out there and block the Golden Gate Bridge.
Craigslist.
But the bottom line is, Fetterman is right. I mean, the best, I don't know if he's played it the other day. He's sitting on a bench outside, and he's still wearing, I think since he got rid of his wife and all the morons who worked for him and got them the hell out of the way, the guy's all of a sudden is sane.
Mm-hmm.
And people hate a sane John Fetterman.
Right.
Oh, my God. I guarantee you that John Fetterman is not being invited into the Oval Office to discuss diplomacy with the president and his people who are making excuses every day. I mean, you talk about trying to figure out who the good guys and the bad guys are now.
Mm-hmm.
We know who the bad guys are.
Right.
The people who are paying pro-Palestinian demonstrators, formerly Antifa, formerly Occupy Wall Street, formerly BLM. These are the jobs. These are the good government jobs that have been created by Joe Biden, and they're not even helping him.
Yep.
That's the amazing thing. If these people were out there protesting, shouldn't it help the party in charge and in power?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not.
Yep.
And that's why Biden has all these people out there trying to spin stuff every day when the average person realizes that they're calling him Genocide Joe.
Mm-hmm.
How does that benefit him? I guarantee you, those people out there protesting and blocking bridges, they're not being paid by the far right.
Right.
Do you know anybody in the far right who's funding these demonstrations?
No, do not.
Absolutely not.
Not at all. And the thing I love about it is these demonstrators, they're like the same lunatics that do all the climate protests. They glue their hands to the concrete and the asphalt. You mentioned, I think we have the video or we have a photo, Phil. I don't mean to put you on the spot. If you don't have it, no big deal. The guy that stuck his arm through cement, through this lead pipe, that was attached to a vehicle, and the authorities basically had to chisel him out as he's like screaming, leave it go, and then they offer him medical assistance and he's not grateful. I would have left that guy and his arm in that pipe for like a day and a half until he begged to get out. These guys are all, and they don't even know what they're
crying
protesting.
like a baby, and he's got a mask on.
Yeah, and a
then
mask.
You see it. They got these 55 guys. They got these these road barrels.
Yep.
And they put it was a PVC pipe that they cut a hole through, put the hole through it, and then put this device where the protester can put his hand in it and then grab onto a rebar post that he was holding onto, so they couldn't pull him out. So they cut the barrel in half, and then they start pulling the rebar out, and the guy's screaming.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would have just gone in and, the easier would have been to take a chainsaw, just cut that pipe clean so that the arm can be removed at the elbow, and then there would have been a nice clean cut, and then they could have taken him to the hospital and sewed it back on like they do.
One of these days,
they do the transition
happen that way.
surgeries when they take the entire flesh of your arm from your wrist all the way up to your elbow.
Yep. And, the thing that's really frustrating about a lot of this is I actually, you're right. It is coordinated. It's orchestrated. I think they communicate through social media. I think the feds could easily find these people and prevent these things from happening or let them protest. But the moment they impede people's progress, that's when you immediately arrest them. But we're so worried about grandmothers on January 6th and tracking down people from 3 years ago. Think about where we are in this country, where you have a lot of these protesters. I think the video was in New York. The guy is burning the American flag. Another guy is waving the Gaza flag or whatever flag you want. The Hezbollah flag. It's a
who doesn't have a
terrorist
Hezbollah flag sitting in their garage?
Right. I occasionally put it on my truck when I go to the grocery store and let it fly around as I'm going to get groceries. And then we live in a world where it's okay to desecrate the flag in America. You can wave a terrorist flag. You have to honor the LGBTQ plus flag. And on top of all of this is this group of protesters that I don't even know that they really know what they're protesting.
No, I have no idea.
We've talked about this in the past where there's been people from the LGBTQ community saying, we stand with Gaza, pro-Hamas. And then you're just like, hey, can I let you in on the secret? If you're part of the queer community or the gay community or the lesbian community or the trans community, they don't really approve of your lifestyle over there. So you're like supporting a group that if you were to go over to that world of the that section of the world, they will behead you, right? Like they don't view homosexuality as a favorable life preference. And yet there's these, and it's usually the Gen Z crowd. It's like these 18 to 25-year-olds that just think that the protest is like a trendy, cool new thing. It's a phase and it's a fad, honestly, a lot like the whole trans movement is.
I agree with you because here's the thing. If you can make sense of it, when you see people protesting, I mean, like in the 60s when I grew up, the Vietnam War, when people went out to protest, they were protesting the war because people were being drafted to go fight in a war that no one understood the purpose of. That's what we used to do back in the 60s. And people who, bash boomers, we knew war was bad and we didn't want it. And we went out and protested. But now all of a sudden they're protesting things and no one knows what the hell they're protesting, including the people who are protesting. Make it make sense. Make sense. And then we can sit down and start that conversation about what the hell they're doing.
Right.
And, when you have people in Chicago, doing death to America, and I don't mean on the streets. Listen, you have the right to burn an American flag. Was I outraged when that idiot burned the flag? No, yeah, I don't like to see it.
Yeah.
But you know what? You're allowed to do that because it's America. But if you burn a trans flag or a guy runs over a street that they painted, with the colors,
right?
You get arrested.
It's a hate crime.
And they chase you down and try to find you when you do wheelies. Meanwhile, in the city of Philadelphia and other cities around the country, you do wheelies and burners every night on 95 and on the bridges. You're cool. Oh, everybody, yeah, man. Wow, look at that, man. What do they call that when they do the
donut spin out with the cars?
Yeah, but there's a name for that.
I get so mad. I hear them in my neighborhood occasionally in Bluebell, like 9 o'clock at night. I want to go out there and just start, going nuts.
Is that drifting? I think it's called drifting.
Is that what they call it?
Or grifting if you're in the city council of Philadelphia. That's what you do. You grift.
Exactly right. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And then also locally, we know Trump was in Schnecksville, Pennsylvania on last Saturday. And Joe Biden is back once again in Pennsylvania. And he's talking about taxes and economics in Scranton. Next up is Pittsburgh. And then he'll be coming back to Philadelphia, for which probably, I think at this point, it's probably his 20th time that he's come to Philadelphia or the suburbs of Philadelphia since probably 2020 or 2021. And he's kind of touting his tax fairness for all Americans, talking about the economy. And then he's taking swipes at Trump. And Joe said yesterday in front of a crowd of 13 people in Scranton, Pennsylvania, people like, there's the picture of the crowd. That's great work, Phil. I didn't even ask for that one. And I don't know when that was taken, but
oh, my God.
What is that, 20, 25 people maybe? Now, that could very well be. See, this is where you got to be careful, is a lot of these pictures sometimes can be misleading. That could be like an hour before. That might not be the. So, you have a lot of grifters out there that will say, well, Trump had 40,000 and Biden had 12, as if that really matters come election time. It's not an indicator, much like polls. Take it, with a grain of salt for what it is. But Biden comes out and says people like Trump have learned very different lessons. Trump, quote, learned the best way to get rich was to inherit it. Not a bad way. He learned that paying taxes was something people who work for a living did, not him. He learned that telling people you're fired was something to laugh about. And I just want to pick apart that quote for a moment. So we're going to really talk about taxes because your son hasn't been paying taxes or child support. So all of a sudden, inheriting money is a bad thing, right? Because Kamala Harris likes to tout equity. We all don't start in the same position, but equity ensures that we all end up in the same position. No, that's not the way life works. We don't all end up in the same spot in our lives. And so Trump should be ashamed that he was born into wealth. I don't understand that, because here's Joe Biden. Now, I'm going to use the word allegedly, but allegedly Joe Biden has been running a shell company scheme through his son, through other nations, to the point where, let's be honest, Joe Biden as an elected official and Dr. Jill as a teacher with a doctorate in education, they sure live a lavish lifestyle, Tony Bruno, for two people that are paid on taxpayer dollars. So I mean, we could pick that apart all day.
Everybody see it. But the reason that those seats were empty in Scranton yesterday was because those were all the people that used to work in the anthracite mines up there in Scranton when Joe was down there trying to save his son Bo from the Centralia fire that's still burning underground all these years later.
Not a joke.
So I want you to be careful. You know, when Joe's talking in Scranton, they leave the Steamtown Mall. Anybody who's been up there, maybe they were in Elk Mountain trying to get one last ski run in. Maybe they were, at the Steamtown Mall. If you've been up there, my son went to the University of Scranton. My oldest son, AJ, who went to the University of Scranton, has been to Scranton more than Joe Biden has in his entire life. He doesn't even know where he was. He had little kids walking him out yesterday.
I love that you brought up the Steamtown Mall. When I worked at Foot Locker in college, I worked in the Palmer Mall in Easton, and we had to go to Steamtown Mall in Scranton to do an audit. And it was one of the worst trips up Route 33 and Route 80 I ever took in my life.
It's
can't
pretty
believe,
up there.
Look at
pretty
you
up
dropping
there in Elk
that.
Mountain. Yeah.
Steamtown Mall. I haven't heard
Joe
that
was
in 20
there.
years.
Joe was up there fighting in the war by the Wilkes-Barre Scranton Red Raiders, whatever they are now, Rail Splitters. You know that the team that's the New York Yankees farm team up there used to be the Red Barons.
Yep.
Yeah, their AAA team. It's ridiculous.
That's good Scranton knowledge out of Tony
How
Bruno.
about my Centralia underground mine fire story?
Did you prepare that? Are you reading from a prepared statement this morning?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
This is just local history. This is what you do when you study things. You don't just make stuff up.
Right.
Look up the Centralia fire. Remember, it was underground.
Yep.
And it's been burning, and it'll never burn out because of all the coal under there. And that's good, clean coal that powers Joe Biden's his automatic lung machine down there in Delaware when he goes there for a couple of hours and then comes back because he pretended that he was really worried about the fake attack by the Iranians over the weekend. His vacation was cut short so he can get back and get into the Situation Room and then try to figure out a way how they're going to explain that there were just flares being shot up there and we're waiting for the next attack.
Good stuff.
I mean, this is just insane. I don't know how most people don't pay attention to this. That's the good thing.
Right. No, you're exactly right.
You try to pay attention to stuff and you try to keep up to date on things happening, not just in your local life, in your world, but also, in the country and around the world. Most people don't even know what's going on in their own neighborhood, let alone what's going on in Scranton or what's going on in the Middle East or what's going on in Washington, D.C. People don't have time. They're worried about their lives. And, the politicians and the people on Twitter and the influencers are trying to get clicks on their sites. I don't know if you saw the latest story that was put out about the corporate media. I mean, from January of this year to January of 2023, Fox News lost like 25% of their audience. Obviously, MSNBC lost like 30% of their audience. The New York Times and the Washington Post also hemorrhaging subscribers. So people are tired of media that is pushing agendas from either side. And let's be honest, both sides have agendas to push. But if you don't think that the left-wing media is the one that's capturing the hearts and minds of people out there, then you're not paying attention.
No.
And again, I'm not
exactly
a far-right guy. Far right now means you have common sense.
Exactly right.
If having common sense makes me far right, Give me more common sense.
Exactly
That's
right.
all I want. I want common sense.
Yep. The only show and the only outlet and the only station not hemorrhaging their audience is this one.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Another good month
Thank
yesterday.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Kayal and Company crushed it for month of March.
By the way,
they're
the best morning drive ratings in 16 years. So
16 years.
Good job.
Think about what life was like in 2008.
Well, it was a completely different world in 2008.
I know.
Think about all the. I mean, we're literally the only station on AM right now.
Yeah.
I know there's another one, but nobody listens to that. And,
Yeah.
and you can't get it in
our bathroom.
Roxborough.
Yeah.
So there's one station on AM right now. Back then, WIP was on AM, KYW was on AM. There was a lot of sampling.
Yeah, there was.
So people have to actually find this and seek us out. So
yeah,
good job to that.
2008 was a different time. Obama wasn't even president. Nick Saban had yet to win a national championship at Alabama. I wasn't even married, and I had a full head of hair.
Wow.
16 years
Me
later,
too.
Here we are.
Well, no, I was in LA. I had bought a house in Venice Beach and in 2005, and then the market crashed, and I lost like half the value of a home. I'm the only guy who bought real estate in Los Angeles and lost money 3 years later.
Well, at least you can laugh about it all these years later, Tom.
Oh, my God.
There you go. All right, we'll come back. We've got an NPR update, and then we've got to get to the Caitlin Clark story, all before we get to the cut sheet. Just 25 minutes out. It is
I love the
Kayal
cut sheet.
and
I'm ready
Company.
for the cut
it's
sheet
going to be
today.
great. Hope you, I believe Tony actually read that email last night. It's good work out of him. Let me tell you a word about my friends first, though, at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently had the chance to check out the 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. If you saw the debut episode of Kale Pool Karaoke on all of our social media channels, you saw that beautiful SUV. Features a 7-mode drive system, trail watch, multi-camera view for all your safety and security, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. So you are always connected to all of those stinking devices that you can't put down. And oh, by the way, third row seating, it's becoming a very popular trend, whether your wife wants it or your kids need it, or, throw the golf bag in the back, whatever it might be. Third row seating, very, very necessary these days with, growing families. And that's going to come standard on your 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. And you can check out that Pilot or any of their variations of the Pilot at one of the 5 Piazza Honda locations. Check them out in Philly, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne, or just conveniently in one location, one destination, online, piazzaautogroup.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150-milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
WPHT.com. Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us. Morning. Oh, hey neighbor. Sorry for the banging. We're remodeling our kitchen. And sorry for the dust. New patio and landscaping going in.
Wow. Are you growing money in your backyard?
No. We get a home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union with an affordable payment. They offer flexible terms, great rates, and less fees. You can say First Harvest is helping us grow our house.
First Harvest Credit Union. A better place to grow. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch for more info. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender insured by NCUA.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company getting it done on a Wednesday. Tony Bruno hanging out down in the state that Ron DeSantis governs, I believe, beautifully. 855-839-1210. Gut sheet coming up 7:45. Also, this Caitlin Clark WNBA salary discrepancy conversation. We will obliterate those arguments coming up in just a few minutes. Tony, I know earlier this morning you had mentioned in your story about Keith Olbermann talking about how NPR, and that's the update we have here, has suspended their veteran editor who was the whistleblower on the liberal bias at the organization. It's a very big story, and for those who haven't paid attention, NPR has suspended their veteran editor, Yuri Berliner, after he detailed his employer's absence of viewpoint diversity last week. NPR media reporter David Folkenflik, say that 10 times quick, reported the 5-day suspension, and it began without pay on Friday. For those that don't know, Berliner also wrote a bombshell piece in the Free Press that criticized NPR's coverage of Russiagate, the COVID lab leak theory, Hunter Biden's laptop, and all the other stories that have been slanted super left. And he is saying that there's no more open-minded spirit that exists at NPR. And you mentioned this last segment. Look, CNN, MSNBC, they have their bias. Fox News, Newsmax, they have their bias. I happen to agree with more of what Fox and Newsmax put out as a Republican and somebody that's, relatively conservative, but I'm not oblivious to the fact that it's a game on both sides. But this was, I was actually surprised he didn't get fired, Tony. We talked about this story last week, and I don't want to see people lose their jobs, especially somebody that's being honest about something. but I'm a little surprised he only got the 5 days. I'm surprised they didn't whack him completely.
Well, the interesting thing is when they did suspend him 5 days without pay, of course, that's what led to my comment, the PR guy, whatever the term was again, and I joked about it, and then Keith Olbermann came after me. I can't believe that didn't become a bigger story. The fact that Keith Olbermann ripped me. Where's the Clay Travis and all the other people defending me?
You got to tweet him.
Unbelievable attack by my friend Keith Olbermann.
He'll bury him for you. He'll take him. You gave Clay Travis an award a few years ago, didn't you?
Exactly.
The Tony
Where's
Bruno
the love,
award?
man?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not asking people to go after Keith Olbermann on my behalf. I don't need that.
Right.
Keith was a friend for 40 years. He decided that he didn't want to be a friend anymore. I never let politics affect my relationship with Keith. And Keith obviously is profiting somehow off the anti-Trump stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so people eat that stuff up. The people who loved, Trump's Hitler, all this other stuff every single day, the Will Bunches and the Inquirer, all these people who write books and wouldn't have the audiences or the subscriptions they have if not for Trump and all of his issues.
Mm-hmm.
What would they be selling?
Right.
They got nothing else. They're writing books and making money. Trump has made media relevant as far as selling books again.
Oh, yeah.
What would they talk about? Seriously. And you don't even have to be a Trump supporter. You can hate the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But tell me what other president has stimulated the economy when it comes to weasel media people who used to be journalists and are now just a bunch of paid activists.
No, I think
you look at every single person who publicly, and again, I'm talking media. I'm not talking about the average dope on Twitter.
Right.
I'm talking about powerful people in the media, writers for the New York Times, the Washington Post, all the TV networks, the mainstream media, not the fringe cable news media, the mainstream media. And now you're seeing the independent journalist, the Savannah Hernandez of the world. Sab says she's a woman, not a journalist, but she's out there in New York interviewing the migrants who are marching on City Hall demanding that they, get better housing and get better care.
Yeah, how about that
so
story?
These are the people that are actually breaking the news now, while these fat old white guys sitting in newsrooms are writing opinion pieces that they could just copy and paste every single day.
Yeah, and I think that's what some of them do.
That's exactly right. They all get the same script, and then they just pass it around to newsrooms around the country. That's not journalism.
Nope. No, you're right. It's almost like they all got the same talking point email that came out, and they just kind of regurgitate it. They hit send, and then boom, 750 words. There's your column. And, certain people on the far left eat it up, and they can't get enough of it. So,
and then they write a book and get more people to buy it, except nobody's buying these books.
Right. Well, people now
Who's buying these books?
They do the audio books nowadays, Tony. And people can't read anymore, so they just listen to books now through their earbuds. That's the new
I will
thing.
not be narrating my own. I'll be adding a video. My book will not have any actual script. It'll just be videos and pictures, sort of like the Hunter Biden diary. Have you seen that? The actual thing on that?
Your book is going to be a pop-up book.
It is going to be a pop-up.
I was going to say, if you're going to go video, is that DVD, is that Blu-ray, or is that a digital download?
It'll
because
be
they got to stay with the times.
All applications. I'll have the 8-track. And for those of you who still have 8-track in your car,
Yep.
Or if you have one of those big disc changers in the trunk of your car,
yep.
Where you would put in like 10 CDs.
10 CDs, yep.
And then you were cool because you can flip to CD number 3 in the
Shuffle
rack.
them, yep.
Shuffle
them, yep.
Love the shuffle. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, cut sheet in about 15 minutes, but we have to obliterate the far left sports media. So let me get this straight. For a while, Caitlin Clark was the villain. Angel Reese was the hero at LSU. Caitlin Clark was only getting coverage because she's white, but now she's drastically underpaid. I'm trying to make sense of the logic here.
You're right. How do we dissect this stuff? We need to be on the air 24/7.
I agree.
Dissect
24/7.
stories.
I need to know. I need an updated copy of the Left's rule book. See if we can download that when we come back. Kayal and Company, Caitlin Clark on deck here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
But first, your Philadelphia 76ers take on the Miami Heat tonight for a play-in tournament game to determine the number 7 seed, I believe. The winner will take on the New York Knicks. So it seems only right that new customers on FanDuel can play their way into $150. By the way, the 76ers minus 5.5 tonight. Just place any $5 bet and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel. In partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over. Present in PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but new Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with new Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Odyssey, we help protect this planet we all share through our One Thing sustainability initiatives. We donate $1 million of media every year to local environmental nonprofit organizations. And this month, our Odyssey teams will be out in our local communities cleaning up, planting trees, and more. When we each do one thing, it becomes 100, 1,000, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? For more, download the free Odyssey app or go to odyssey.com/onething.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it. Come on. Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Get ready to fiesta like there's no mañana at the Spring on Tap Beer Festival on Cinco de Mayo from noon to 6 p.m. at Veterans Island in Cooper River Park. We've got everything you need to have a great time, including local craft beers from Axe and Arrow Brewing, Kings Road Brewing, Double Nickel Brewing, Mechanical Brewing, Zig Meister Brewing, Brotherton Brewing, and Wims Brewing. Mouthwatering food trucks, live music to get you moving, and vendors to shop till you drop. We've got a musical performance by LeCompte. No tickets needed.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I'm on my way, I'm making it. I've got to make it show, yeah. So much larger than life.
Kayal and Company as we continue with the larger-than-life Tony Bruno. Joining us here this morning for all 4 hours. He's in for Dawn. Stocker, Phil, Anthony, the whole gang hanging out till 10 o'clock this morning. Gut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in and have your take heard. So the Caitlin Clark story is incredibly fascinating. For those who don't know who Caitlin Clark is, legendary college basketball player at Iowa. She was selected as the first overall pick in the WNBA draft a few nights ago. Record ratings for the WNBA draft. And there are so many people out there losing their minds, specifically those that are on the far left, specifically in sports media, about the injustices and the wage gap disparity between men and women in the realm of sports, Tony Bruno. And I just love seeing how people get in their feelings and how oblivious they are to how the market dictates your value and your worth, and you still allow emotions to override economics. I mean, Caitlin Clark got a 4-year, $388,000 contract. She's going to make like $78, $82, $86, and $90,000 a year, somewhere in that ballpark. And the reality is she will make millions and millions and millions of dollars in endorsements. That's where the bulk of her money will come. But arguing that Caitlin Clark should be paid like guys in the NBA is just next level absurdity. I tried to make the point yesterday that it's like a swimmer or a tennis player or a volleyball player in college athletics saying they bring in as much money and have the same value as a football player or a men's basketball player. They don't. The reality is most college athletic programs, short of football and men's basketball, and then occasionally a women's basketball program like a UConn or a Tennessee, they all lose money except for 2 or 3 sports, and those sports carry the whole athletic department.
Exactly.
So, but you have all these people that live in this, everybody needs to be treated and paid equally. The WNBA, I don't think, has turned a profit in 30 years, Tony. So,
and again, anybody who says that and uses the common sense logic as to why the and listen, I know Phil, by the way, I'm so into the WNBA, I've already ordered season tickets for a Philadelphia team that doesn't even exist. That's how much I'm into it. And I'll buy you some season, and you'll get some season tickets, and you'll get some season tickets. Listen, the WNBA is growing. There's 14 franchises. The bottom line is this. You're right. It's a vanity project for the NBA, which has been subsidizing it and propping it up. And by the way, everybody who's a first-round pick in the WNBA, they have a pool to choose from. It's like the rookie pool that used to be, in football, or the rookie pool that used to be in the NBA. Those numbers are blown out. So, by the way, all these people who think that Caitlin Clark or any of these other women who are outstanding and were tuning in record numbers to watch them play in college basketball, do not watch them play in the regular season. And the revenue and the ratings prove that. That doesn't make you anti-women. The same people who are ripping Caitlin Clark are now saying, well, that's unreal. How could she make – I have a son that's an engineer and he doesn't make that.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
It is. It's
nonsense. The WNBA has lost money every single year of its existence.
Yep.
Which business is going to say, yeah, we'll just keep taking losses, and it doesn't matter. The reason they can keep taking losses and not worry about ratings or revenue is because the NBA is paying the freight. So why don't they just demand that LeBron James take his money that he's made from Chinese slave labor in the Nike camps in China and then give the WNBA all of that money? I want to see LeBron James do that. Hey, LeBron, how many millions and millions and millions of dollars? If LeBron James would just take his sneaker contract and give that money to Caitlin Clark, you think all these people, and I get the people that don't know anything about sports or anything about commerce or anything about how the world really works.
Well, but
when you see sports writer Jamie Apodi in Philly trying to figure out a woman I knew in L.A., in Philly, saying it's not fair.
Well,
how is it not fair? Does a weekend sports anchor make the same as no sports anchors make anything anymore on TV. That used to be important. Now they give you 30 seconds and you get in and get out.
Exactly.
But I'm saying the weather people make a lot of money, right? Because people tune in for the weather. That's why, what's her name over Channel 6, the hot blonde who's been there forever. What's her name?
Cecily Tynan.
Cecily Tynan makes big bucks.
Yeah.
Because everybody loves her. She's beautiful. She looks great. She doesn't age. And she does a good job.
It's just a basic understanding of the workplace dynamic, right? Let's take a group of radio stations for a company, right? So if you work for station X in a radio cluster and they generate $10 and another station in the cluster generates $100, and the person on station X that makes $10 for their station, they're not going to get paid the same salary that the station that makes $100 is paying their top performer, right? It's just basic economics 101. But the hypocrisy of all of it, Tony, it's the same group of people that have been mum and quiet on women and female sports with biological males coming into their sport. They don't say a word about that, but they're out there banging the drum that Caitlin Clark deserves more money. She might be the greatest basketball player to ever live, but unless ratings go up, and unless revenue goes up for the WNBA, honestly, it's pretty remarkable. If you haven't turned a profit in 30 years, the fact that she could actually be in the WNBA and make $85,000 a year, That's pretty impressive for a company that makes no money and doesn't turn a profit.
Yeah, you have to forget about the money that these players are getting because they all get the same share of a pie. And then these women, to their advantage, which women in college basketball never had before this, is that they're getting the NIL money. Caitlin Clark's already made millions of dollars. She's got sponsors lined up. She doesn't even have to play a second in the WNBA to be a super rich woman. Everybody, Panini is endorsing the chick from LSU, who's another great player. But the bottom line is, people aren't filling up arenas or getting television ratings watching regular season games in the WNBA. Those are just facts.
And also, the amount of people that watch the WNBA, it's actually more males that watch the WNBA
just going to say that.
than females.
I was just going to say that. For all the females complaining, and we'll get to Hoda Kotb in 1 second here, but for all the females complaining, if you want to do something about that, then watch the WNBA.
Sit down and watch it for 2.5 hours instead of tweeting about it.
And name another player besides Caitlin Clark.
Right.
Or what was the other one? Brittany Griner.
Brittany Griner, yeah. And here's...
Brittany Griner's going to be a dad.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know. He and his wife, or I don't know who the father is. They have to go on Maury. I think Maury will make the final determination on the Brittany Griner pregnancy.
Here's all you need to know about the NBA and the WNBA from a revenue standpoint. And you can actually make the case that WNBA players are overpaid. The NBA generated $10 billion in revenue. The average salary in the NBA, $9.6 million. The WNBA generated $60 million. The average salary, $102,000. You do the math, the NBA generates 167 times the revenue of the WNBA, yet NBA players, they only earn 93 times the average WNBA player. Translation, WNBA players are actually, if you do the math, they're overpaid. So, I mean, this is
I wouldn't go that far. They divvy up the amount of money that each team gets. It's like having a pool, not a swimming pool, because if you have a swimming pool and in New Jersey and you only use it 3 months, it never made any sense to me, but whatever you do. do your own thing. That's why I'm in my pool 365 days a year, but that's why I moved here.
Exactly.
Plus, we don't FAFO and WTF.
You're damn
Those
right.
are the other letters you have to remember. But no, the people who are making these arguments, and especially, again, these are professional people.
Yeah.
This isn't some guy sitting in a bar who does, couldn't name 3 WNBA players before the draft the other night. And by the way, if the WNBA draft, did they get 18 million people to watch that the other night?
No, but the women's college basketball did, right?
Yeah, the women's tournament did because it was compelling. There were amazing stories. Dawn Staley, South Carolina, perfect season, back-to-back.
Yep.
That's what drives numbers. That's when Tiger Woods would drive numbers. Not everybody was a golf fan. Right. Tiger Woods drew numbers. By the way, there's a big story out today about how now the PGA is in real trouble because if more players live and go to the LIV tournament, the ratings for the Masters were down big time. Big time.
Yep.
Because as nice as what's his name? Not Adam Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler is. He's saying, hey, you know what? I won back-to-back. I'm boring, and I'm going to make all this money, but screw it. Golf is not my top priority right now. I want to go visit my family, and I'll play when I want to.
Yep.
And when you have that going on, where guys can pick and choose, just like Tiger did when he was on top, he's the best golfer. He's not going to play in the Tom, Dick, and Harry Open out at the Lanner Country Club.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Dick
saying?
and Harry Open.
I think that, it's Harry Mays. Yeah. That's Tom Bigby, who's no longer with us. But posthumously, they have a tournament for him. And then they'll go out to, to Overbrook and play, then they'll go out to Marion.
There you go.
Play that track.
Yep. All right, there you have it. 7:48. Let's get to another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
YouTube comments are going to make me throw something again.
The Cut Sheet! What's going on? What now?
People telling me out of program. What's on the Cut Sheet on this, what's today? Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Because people want us to move on, I'm going to double down on it.
Yeah. So what are all the YouTube?
Who's telling us to move on?
I don't know.
What are all the YouTube brand managers suggesting?
Don't worry.
All the internet consultants.
Don't worry.
Maybe we should.
When we have a down month.
Who's the boss here?
When we have a down month, I'll ask Heaven 01 his opinion. But until then.
Hey, Heaven 01, go back and look at March, how we did. 16-year record high,
go to hell on one.
All right. Okay, 2 people know what we're talking about.
Good.
So let's talk to the actual
I don't
audience.
know what we're talking about.
Let's get back to Caitlin Clark.
So yesterday on the Today Show, Hoda Kotb and Jenna Hager-Bush, or Bush-Hager.
Who? Hager-Bush.
Yeah.
I had some of that the other night.
Yeah? How was it? Did you find that on Craigslist?
Clark.
Sorry. I had to go to the dentist the next day.
Did you find any Hager-Bush on Craigslist?
No, not anymore. They got rid of that.
That's amazing. They were ranting about Caitlin Clark's ridiculous first-year WNBA salary, saying it's so disturbing. My point again, I wonder how many WNBA games these two have watched over the years,
right?
Or attended, or bought merchandise for.
Yeah.
Here's just a little bit of that. This is Cut 10, Phil, go.
Caitlin Clark, of course, went #1 overall. It was such a great night to watch her get up there. She's going to the Indiana Fever. She's going to get a contract. So I was so excited watching. And,
Yes,
just like
amazing.
And by the way, that place sold out. They sold 1,000 tickets in 15 minutes. They're selling out stadiums.
They're saying that when she goes to visit other teams, when the team goes to visit other teams, they're actually getting into bigger
arenas,
gyms,
they need bigger arenas. And I'll tell you, they've already sold out games. She had the highest ratings. Her teams and the Final Four had the highest ratings, higher than the World Series, higher than the NBA. So I was like, what's she going to get paid? Because finally, you can get a real paycheck. And then I saw it, and I was like, this can't be right, because this is what it is. In the first year, Caitlin Clark will earn $76,000. $535. In the second year, Caitlin Clark, the number one pick, will earn $78,066. In the third year of her contract, she'll get $85,000, and in the final year, she gets $97,000.
Right.
Okay, so this is what the number one player, who's now at the WNBA, who's already filling stadiums, and they know it because they're already selling out.
And had better ratings in the Final Four.
Right, and I understand people are going to tell me about math.
We understand
the
math.
WNBA didn't,
We understand about math.
You obviously don't.
I don't care about math right
Okay,
now.
now please
I
tell
care
us
about
what a man who's the number one draft pick gets
the
paid.
number one draft pick in the NBA.
Yes.
A number one draft pick, first year, $10 million. $10 million. 76,000.
Yeah, that.
By the way, this is like picking at an old scab for many women.
What's happening? What's happening with
right
you?
here?
What's happening?
Sitting for many years next to co-anchors over the years and not knowing what anyone got paid, and then discovering that you were making like a tiny fraction of what the guy was making.
We touched the nerve.
Like I think it's all these old things, and there was something about it. Like I was imagining the little girls with the signs who were filling the stadiums, who were now obsessed with basketball with signs that say Caitlin, and society, I guess, is saying, well, this is what that's worth right now. That's worth $76,000.
So disturbing.
If this is such an injustice,
they make the View chicks look like this rocket scientist. I like the show when they were drunk better. When Kathy Lee was on with this Hoda chick.
It's true.
Jenna Bush, didn't her dad fund wars and send people to die?
Yeah.
And she's on there talking about spending money.
Yep.
How much money did her dad and her family squander?
It's a great point.
Dick Cheney and all those other warmongers out there.
If it's such an injustice, then support the sport and start attending games, buy tickets, buy merchandise, tune in and watch. But
merchandising.
These are the same females that would sit there and say, well, I don't care about facts. I'm only in my feelings right now. You could put up the Trump resume versus the Biden resume and show them statistically how much better Trump was in almost every category, and they would still try to argue with you over it. The market dictates what you're worth. It's supply and demand. I mean, if we can't comprehend this and we're going to get in our feelings, then I can't help you. It's embarrassing. It's
that
just
someone once said
one-on-one.
J.G. Wentworth.
Yeah.
J.G. Wentworth once said, "You need a structured settlement, and you have cash now. But if you don't, you're the WNBA, and you're not getting cash now.
Call J.G.
And they're not filling up any
Wentworth.
stadium. And listen, I love women's sports, so I'm not a women's sports hater.
Yeah.
I love biological women playing women's sports.
Yep.
These are the
Absolutely.
same people that think men should be playing women's sports.
Yep.
So give me I think that any woman, and I'm not just taking it out on women, but they seem to dominate morning talk shows. They should be drunk on the air. Then I would watch Whoopi Goldberg downing an entire bottle of Fireball on the air while that other insipid chick, what's her name? The one that used to be a comedian?
Behar?
That angry redhead?
Joy Behar.
Joy Behar.
Yeah.
Joy Behar.
Who the first time
That's
I tuned
what people are watching. In fact, when I go to the doctor's office here, if they have The View on,
You're out.
I leave the building. If you're going to put The View on in a hospital waiting room or a doctor's office, I'm going to find a new doctor. And I liked my doctor, and I wanted to keep my doctor.
Yeah.
But I said, screw you. Get that crap off the TV. I want to relax. I don't want to watch 5 drunken, dumb broads in the morning who aren't even drinking. I mean, if they were drinking and absolutely, I was going to say the S word.
Yeah, please don't say the S word.
They were not the F word, the S word.
Yeah.
That one
Face.
too.
It starts with S face.
Yes, yeah.
If
We
these
get
broads were S face,
We get you.
then I would watch it.
Okay.
There's nothing better than watching dumb women who are drunk or dumb men who are drunk try to make sense of things.
And the worst part of all of this, too, with women's sports is I would encourage men, especially for golf, if you're taking up golf, don't try to emulate what you see on the PGA Tour because you're going to end up having back surgery.
Yeah.
Watch the way women swing the golf club. So smooth, so eloquent, and they flush the ball right down the middle of the fairway.
Yep. One more since we're on this topic of women not getting paid as much.
Are you sure Heavenly on YouTube's okay with this? I don't want to interrupt his day.
Who's Heavenly?
Kirsten Dunst.
I think it's Kirsten.
Complained that she
Yes.
didn't earn as much as Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man for acting in the movie Spider-Man. Because, he was, what's the word for it? Spider-Man.
Yeah. He was like the lead
Main
actor.
guy, yeah. This is Kirsten Dunst complaining about that. This is cut. Where are we here, Phil? I'm all over the place.
Kirsten Dunst,
We have cut,
N-C-U-N-C-E. Did you change your name at least?
cut 9, Phil. Go.
Hopefully, the way I carve my path will help other, actresses. But I definitely grew up in a time with major pay disparity between the lead actor and myself, even though I had been in Bring It On and he hadn't. You know what I mean?
Bring It On.
I had more success
Can't say
in
I
my
saw it.
box office than he did.
Wow.
And I was 17. I'm still learning. When you're that age, I'm still learning my taste in film. I didn't even think to ask. I didn't even know there was a place to challenge it. That's how it felt at 17. Hopefully.
Wow.
Did she learn the truth at 17? That life was meant for beauty queens and high school girls with the...
Unbelievable. This is? It's the victimhood culture.
Yeah.
Everybody's offended. Everybody's been
Molly
wronged.
Ringwald's crying about the 80s movies.
My
and
God.
They need, and Kirsten Dunst. But she was great in Wimbledon. I really believe she was a Wimbledon champion when she played whoever she played in the Wimbledon movie.
I think it's outrageous, Greg, that I don't get paid what Rush Limbaugh used to get paid. Can I sue somebody?
It's true.
I'm the victim here.
It's true.
Jeez
I
almighty.
don't even get paid what what's his name gets for yelling. The guy that sucked toes and had a radio show.
Oh, yeah,
Who
that's
was that?
Dick Morris.
Dick Morris.
Yeah.
I don't even make Dick Morris money.
Dick Morris.
Nobody made that money.
It's unreal.
And I didn't even have to suck toes.
It's true.
Is that what I needed to do to make more money?
Yeah.
Well,
Rex Ryan and Dick Morris made money not because they're great coaches or great political commentators, because they suck toes.
Yeah.
That's a big industry out there.
How much does
And
it
they
mean?
have to look into it.
How much does it mean to you, Tone?
By the way,
I don't know.
By the way, I'm not saying that there's not pay disparity. It does go on.
Of course there is.
It did go on. But the whole Tobey Maguire thing, the movie was based around him.
Yeah, I know.
He was Spider-Man.
Right. Do you think Lois...
He got bit by the spider. She got bit by the ugly bug. She got bit by the stink bug. And her biggest part of that movie was kissing him as he's hanging upside down and water's dripping down.
It was a very
How hard is that?
It was a very
And by the way, you know
iconic
how many different Spider-Men there have been?
I know.
So, I mean, being a Spider-Man, it's how many different dudes? They've had like 6 different Spider-Men.
Yeah. You think Lois Lane got what Clark Kent got paid? Do you think Uma Thurman made what Michael Keaton made in Batman? No. Cold hard fact of life. Get over it.
Damn right, man. Men on film. We need to bring that segment back.
No, I want girls
Men
on film.
They couldn't do that anymore. They were the Wayans brothers, right?
Yeah.
And they hated it, and they would put up a movie clip, and they talk about the movie. Hated it. That's what all these women are now doing when they're coming out talking about how much money they didn't make in the 80s.
Yeah.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button.
And tell us how you'd like us to do the show.
And also hit the like button. By the way, anybody who comments on there, I'm reading most of the comments as best as I can. Yeah. So, if we call you out, just accept it. Yeah. You're calling us out, we're calling.
Yeah. I don't read the comments. I don't care about the comments because I know what we're doing.
I love the comments.
But hit the subscribe button if you can. And if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, also
just subscribed, by the way. I love this show.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I get a cut of the proceeds and the T-shirt merchandising.
Maybe we'll have you back. And if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button. On 1210 WPHT, not some other dopey radio station.
Yeah.
Exactly. Trump yesterday, after his trial.
I'm glad we're getting back to Trump. It's been 38 minutes since we
Let's get it back to Trump, as we used to say. It used to be, let's get it back to the Eagles on Sports Talk Radio.
I was getting
now it's
bored.
let's get it back to Trump.
Yeah, let's get back to Trump.
He showed up outside of a bodega in Harlem.
It's awesome.
To a ton of people cheering him on in Harlem. Mm-hmm. Taking questions from the press, which he loves to do. I'm going to start here with cut 11, Phil, where he says this is a rigged trial. Cut 11, Phil, go.
That more than 50% of people actually believe, or a majority believe, that the judge and the jury are going to have some kind of bias against you.
Yeah, no, they believe. I heard 78% think it's a rigged deal. And it is a rigged deal. It's a rigged trial. Our courts, everything is screwed up in New York, and the whole world is watching. This judge is so conflicted. You understand that. You'll take a look at that. There's never been a judge so conflicted as this. It's ridiculous. And also, there's no crime. You know where the crime is? In the bodegas, where they come and rob them every week, or more than that.
That's great. What
It's
a great
amazing.
clip. What a great soundbite. And also that crowd is just unbelievable. I will say this. I truly do believe that the African-American vote is on the upswing with Trump. Those are some of the poll numbers that I genuinely think are true. I think he's going to go from 12% to probably low to mid-20s. There was one poll that said he was at 30%. I think it's definitely going to double to about 25%. But I would also caution people, because I think when you see these videos of him in Harlem or Atlanta, and yes, he's on the uptick because Democrats don't do anything for the communities they say that they will do something for when they run for office and get elected, and then they just neglect those people. I would say this. A lot of those people, they probably won't even vote or vote Trump, but Trump's a celebrity. He's Hollywood. And I think people, regardless of how they vote, they love to line up and see the motorcade and the whole process because it's a production, right?
No, you're absolutely right. And the thing that's interesting about the Trump campaign is that you know it's really working because the two representatives from that district are now crying this morning that I would never allow Trump to come into that neighborhood. Meanwhile, these are the people like AOC hasn't even been to her district. The guy who's in charge there, he wasn't, I would never allow Trump in this area.
Right.
You've never been in the area, and you supposedly represent the people. Give me a break.
Yep.
And Trump is out. He's just playing the game better. His people are running the game better because, as I said earlier, what's the word of the day, kids? Let's see if you've been paying attention. What's the word of the day?
WTF?
No, optics.
Optics. There you go.
Optics. We are
Good
paying
point.
attention.
Optics.
I got to jot that down for the final exam coming up at 9:50.
Yeah, exactly.
We can do a what did
There'll
you
be
learn?
a test.
What did we learn
There will
today?
be a test. We're here for one reason, to learn.
What did we learn on Kayal and Company today?
Not much.
What did we learn today?
I don't know. It's been a blur for the last 2 hours and 3 minutes. Trump, more of Trump here, taking questions outside the bodega. Says all he wants is fairness. Talking about the trial. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
I don't think so.
Wow.
You know what? I don't think so. I think we're doing better, Brian. We're doing better now than we've ever done. So I think it's having a reverse effect. You know what? All I want is fairness. And these people have to be treated better. The Bodega Association, bodegas, because every week they're being robbed 2-3 times. It's crazy. It's crazy. And you know what? The police can do it. They can stop it. But they have to be allowed to do their job.
It's a great point. You can't clean up these cities. You can't clean them up if you don't allow the police to do their job. If the police have to operate like they're scared to death, if they pull somebody out of a car or pull somebody over or arrest them or cuff them, that every single suspect's going to say, I can't breathe and this and that and the other thing, you're never going to get the cities back to where they need to be. We need law and order, Tony Bruno.
And the amazing thing, it's a good thing that Trump didn't have his Trump Tower taken away because he still could go there and sleep at night.
It's true.
When he gets back to the trial.
Yep.
But he went to the bodega where the guy was, remember the guy was assaulted in his own store?
Yep.
And then he took it out on the guy who was trying to hurt him, and he killed him. And then the city went after the bodega owner.
Yep.
And it happens in Philly too. We talked about this earlier. People are in small businesses are getting held up multiple times a day sometimes in Philadelphia in some neighborhoods.
Well, there was a video.
This is actually it's actually making a difference because people see that we know is happening in these small businesses that can't stay in business because they're getting robbed constantly. So that's a smart move because Trump there, the optics are, I care about these bodega owners who can't keep their stores open because people are coming in there and robbing them every day.
Yeah.
So that's the average person feels that way.
Right.
I don't want to go into a store if somebody's going to come in with a gun.
No,
you know?
It's affecting every business, whether it's a small business, a bodega, a convenience store, or even the big box companies, the Targets, the Wegmans. There's a lot of these places. Tony, you spend time out in the Bay Area. You got places like Target closing up shop in the Bay because they're losing too much product from retail theft and robbery. So it's affecting business across the
Wawa's
board.
closing in Philadelphia almost every other day.
I know, it's an
outrage. So
outrage.
it's happening all over the country, not just in Philadelphia. And the president has nothing to do with policing, but who does have problem? Who the guy who's the mayor of New York is the guy who was a police officer, and now he's saying that there's no problems in New York.
Yeah, the
come
subways have never been safer.
By the way, a lot of people on the YouTube chat are asking me to play the Jill Biden trying to...
Dr. Jill, by the way.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Dr. Jill trying to pronounce bodega.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Since Trump was at the bodega.
Bodega.
Pretty simple word to say.
In New York and Harlem yesterday. Here's Dr. Jill from a couple months ago trying to pronounce bodega.
That the diversity of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami,
the Borgata.
It's amazing.
The Bronx,
the Bogota.
as beautiful, distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx.
Do they stink in the bodegas?
Well, when you have your head so far up your
pull.
keister with diversity, equity, and inclusion, because you heard her there, you throw out the word diversity, you forget how to say words like bodega. Pretty simple concept, actually.
By the way, we have a reaction now from Joe on the bodega controversy that is roaring around America right now. Do we have that up, Robin?
Let's go to the tape.
I don't think you did.
Come on, Tony, get it up. Blue Chew, promo code 1210.
That's what she said. I need some of that stuff that you were selling there, Nick, with the Blue Chew. Is
I've
that what it is?
I've got a personal stash at home. I'll overnight it to you.
Yeah, can you send me a little bit in a
I think you can get it at the local Bogota, too.
Yeah, I think the bodegas will have them. Buy one, get one.
More of Trump talking about how we need to straighten out New York City from his impromptu press conference in front of the Bogota last night. This is Cut 13, Phil, go.
To address the inner cities of America and give them hope to restore the American dream. Atlanta, New York, Philly, Chicago, D.C.
We're going to come in, and number one, you have to stop crime, and we're going to let the police do their job. They have to be given back their authority. They have to be able to do their job. And we're going to come into New York. We're making a big play for New York. Other cities too, but this city, I love this city. And it's gone so bad in the last 4 years, and we're going to straighten New York out. So running for president, we're putting a big hit on New York. We think we can win New York. With 500,000 migrants that poured in and take over the parks, they took over your hotels, they take over everything. It's no good. And you know what they've done? They've destroyed so many people. The African American community now is not getting jobs. Migrants are taking their jobs that are here illegally. Hispanics are not getting jobs. Migrants are taking the jobs. If you look at the unemployment is good for migrants now. It went up 10%, all migrants. And they're in our country. Now they're coming from prisons. I don't know if you know. They come from mental institutions. They come from prisons. They come from places you don't want to know about. They're coming from jails and prisons, mental institutions, and insane asylums. And you have massive numbers of terrorists coming into our country, all because of Biden. And by the way, this trial that I have now, that's a Biden trial. They want to keep me off the campaign trail. But based on what I'm doing, I think there's more press here than there is if I went out to some nice location.
There you go. You know, the reality is Trump can't change this. He can't fix this. This is up to these people that vote and get these same failed policies. So if it's New York, if it's Philly, if it's Chicago, it don't matter if it's Jim Kenney, Lori Lightfoot. Elections have consequences. And some of these blue cities, Tony, and you know this, Philly, Chicago, they haven't voted for a Republican in 65 or 70 years.
No, 72 years and counting.
Yeah,
but who's counting in Philadelphia?
They keep taking the same bait, and then they cry about the city's a disaster, it's drug-ridden, it's filthy, crime's out of control. Well, this is the result of the election. This is what you chose. Trump can't fix it. It's up to you. This is like
By the way, Manglemush says,
what's that?
Chris Donahue says, Bogota. Bogota, you say Bogota, I say bodega. Let's call the whole thing off.
As the
that's
Bogotas of the Bronx.
The Bogotas of the Bronx.
Bogotas.
Wasn't that a movie? I think Stormy Daniels was in that one. The Bogotas of the Bronx. The Major League Bogotas in New York. I think now I got a business idea.
Yeah.
Let's say we all move to Colombia and start a Bogota bodega.
Oh.
In Bogota. The Bogota bodega.
Love it.
Perfect business. That would do gangbusters.
Gangbusters.
One more from Trump at the Bogota, talking about the judge being totally conflicted, and he should recuse himself. Excuse me. This is Scott 14. Phil, go.
I don't know. It's a little bit early to see. We'll see what happens. But the judge is totally conflicted. He should recuse himself. He is so conflicted. There's never been anybody conflicted like this guy. And you know what? All of that stuff is on appeal right now. It's all in appeal. And if the laws are right, the whole world is watching this New York legal system. This is all election interference at the highest level. It all comes out of Washington because they're losing badly. You know they're losing very badly. You do know that. They're losing badly in the polls. And I think you're going to see some numbers coming out now even higher. People don't like the persecution. They don't like what's going on. They don't like these fake prosecutors, deranged Jack Smith, the whole group of them. And I think you're going to see some big changes.
Are they singing the Pledge of Allegiance?
They aren't. It's the.
You know what we're going to be doing, right?
It's
the national anthem.
Yeah.
Our country is under siege.
You can hear it.
And take a look at Israel. Israel, all of a sudden, it doesn't feel protected. It has Biden. He doesn't know where he is. It's a real mess.
What a scene that is. You've got people singing. People can't be understood. And again, another reporter that you could barely ever hear. These people are just a pain in the butt with all of that. But, the main thing for me, Mershon, he's obviously biased. It's tainted. But nobody can top Engeron. Engeron in the Letitia James case. I mean, I knew that guy was a skunk from day one. When he was smiling and waving to the camera on the first day of court, he knew that was like his Lance Ito 15 minutes of fame.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh no, did we lose Bruno?
No, I'm here. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on. That's all. I don't mean the show. We don't know what's going on the show, but it's clicking on all cylinders now because the cut sheet segment is my favorite segment of the year.
Thank you very
every
much.
day.
Thank you.
It's my favorite daily segment.
Mine too, and a lot of the Delaware Valley stuff.
Yeah.
So
and don't forget Phil in the back. Take care of him on the way out, ladies and gentlemen.
Tip your
He's
waiters.
working hard for you.
He's recording his Today in Music History right about now.
We talked earlier about the jury selection, which is ongoing right now. And Nick Kayal, you said how many? Seven jurors?
7, yes.
Yeah.
11 more to go.
And so they were discussing this on MSNBC last night with New York Times reporter Suzanne Craig, describing a scene from inside Trump's jury selection, where Judge Mershon allows a potential juror to remain even after Trump's lawyer highlighted a social media video she posted of people celebrating the 2020 election. This is cut 16. Phil, go.
And the first
what
one
does that mean? I mean, they're not on trial.
Well, that was the judge actually reminded them of that. But they had things on their social media posts that Donald Trump and his lawyers found troubling. Mm-hmm. So the first one
in the category of bias.
Yeah, because you wonder.
By the way, isn't this person a like the epitome of a New York Times reporter?
It's like watching paint dry. Painful.
New York Times reporters, NPR, all the same thing.
Yeah, they must be a blast at a party on a Saturday night.
Oh, yeah.
Playing Scrabble and drinking Pinot Grigio.
But they play the old school Scrabble where you actually get points for words.
Yeah,
and they're they're the real cool kids. They're not the Gen Zers who don't even want to keep score anymore.
I don't think it's Pinot Grigio, Nick Hill. I think it's Chardonnay.
Chardonnay. Yeah.
You got your white wines mixed up.
You guys want to get wild on Saturday? We're going to play Scrabble and have some...
Take a gummy and drink some
Flinty
Chardonnay.
Chablis, a nice Flinty Chablis.
Absolutely.
That's what we need to have, yes.
We'll play a little John Mellencamp.
Phil, if I
apologize. We'll all sing a cappella, and we'll all scream, "You shut up, you dumb bastard. I got to go change an oil. I got to change some guys. I got a lube job in the parking lot after the game."
Exactly right.
By the way, Phil, I apologize for stopping that in mid rant. So if you want to start it over one more time, I'll give you a second to do that and go.
And the first
what
one.
What does that mean? I mean, they're not on trial.
Well, that was the judge actually reminded them of that. But they had things on their social media posts that Donald Trump and his lawyers found troubling. So the first one
in the category of bias.
Bias, yeah, because you're wondering, what are they posting, and will it go to whether or not they can be fair? So they asked about. Then the first one was juror number 1. So the first one, and they bring up some social media posts to the judge. The judge wants to see them. They've screenshotted it. The judge is looking at them, and he's really confused. And he says, "Did you give me the right piece of paper?" He didn't even understand what he was looking at. So there were some questions. Between that and he ended up wanting to see, they were videos, they were screenshots of videos. And one of the videos happened to be the juror number 1, had taken a video at a distance of what looked like a celebration in the streets of New York for when Trump lost in 2020. I think that was it. And it showed that she was biased, and there was some language that suggested that she might have a bias. So she was called in and interviewed by the judge, and she said she happened to take the video when it was on the Upper West Side, and she was outside parking her car, and there was people celebrating in the distance. So she thought it was a very New York moment, and she posted it. I also loved that it involved alternate side parking in New York.
So she is allowed to stay as a juror, despite being completely obvious to the whole world that she loved the fact that Trump lost in 2020 and Biden won. I mean, I don't know how you get a fair trial of these people. Now, obviously, Trump's attorneys are trying to show and paint the picture that she can't be an impartial juror, but this person will get to stay on. I mean, that right there in a nutshell just shows you what Trump's dealing with.
So it's a danger to our democracy.
It is a threat to democracy.
That juror's taken off.
Yes.
That would be a danger to our democracy or our constitutional republic.
After
or the republic, whatever the republic, or the new republic. Great group, and I love some of their hits. They're going to tour with John Mellencamp this summer at the former concert formerly known as MIA, which is now DOA. And DEI combined, and it's out of here.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
While we're at it, why don't we just let Keith Olbermann be on the jury? We'll let Bill Maher on the jury. We'll just put up a bunch of people. Joy Reid can be an alternate.
Joy Reid can show up in her Trump wig, and then that'll really seal the deal.
Meanwhile, one potential Trump juror said he read 3 of Trump's books, and I believe that person was dismissed.
Okay.
This is the Fox News report on that. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
Paying a lawyer and marked it down as a legal expense. Some accountant, I didn't know, marked it down as a legal expense. That's exactly what it was. And you get indicted over that?
Well, so far, 14 jurors have been dismissed, and the questioning is continuing. One of those jurors who was excused, Kara McGee of Manhattan. She admitted she is no fan of Trump, but she says the jurors in the jury room, while they all seem fairly even, she was excused for having a work conflict.
It actually seemed pretty even. Surprisingly, I thought because this is Manhattan, it might be a little bit more liberal, but there were a number of people who said, like, yes, I listen to Fox.
But one potential juror said that no one is above the law. Another juror said that he's read 3 of Mr. Trump's books, including Art of the Deal. And with that news, the former president sat at the witness table, the defense table, and he gave a chuckle. Back to you.
Okay.
Back to you.
So did the Art of the Deal guy that read the book, was he dismissed? Is that what I gather? Because
it sounds like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because if he's dismissed, then
there seems to be a conflict there.
Yes, there's a hypocrisy. One lady can film a video celebrating Trump losing the 2020 election and stay on. One guy says, I bought a book of Trump's and read it. He gets dismissed, which is probably the right decision. But give me balance here. Give me fairness. Get rid of both people. But obviously there's a hypocrisy if, in fact, that guy was kicked out.
Meanwhile,
back to you.
Meanwhile, Joe Biden.
By the way, Phil has checked in and he said, for the record, my segment is already recorded. Music news at 9:53.
Oh, good.
It's good to know.
Good to know.
I needed a little cooling off moment at 8:20. Thank you. Thank you for the update.
By the way, Joe Biden was in Scranton, PA yesterday.
I heard.
He tells a bizarre story from decades ago about answering his motel room door while he was standing in a towel and shaving cream.
Not a joke.
You don't do that all the time, Greg? Somebody comes knock, like DoorDash doesn't come to your house and you don't answer it with shaving cream in your underwear?
Got 15, Phil, go.
One day I showed up at an off-year convention and I was in the motel, after the local motel, getting changed after the afternoon session, go back to the evening session. I'd come down with some young activists, a little older than me, but still young activists, who were involved in trying to reform the party. And I was in one of those 8x10 bathrooms, they have, shower, toilet, and a sink, and I got a towel on me and shaving cream, and I hear bam, bam, bam at my door, really loudly. And I wondered, what the hell is that? I thought it was this guy, Bob Cunningham, at a radio show, and a couple other guys. So I said, okay, guys. And I walked to the door and opened it up, and standing there was the former governor of the state of Delaware, Albert N. Carville, a big guy, about 6'5", talked at you like this. And the state representative who got defeated 4 years earlier as a Democratic state rep who was retired, and one of the, from the family that had more senators appointed than any other family in American history.
What a story.
To the tunnel, anyway, a former retired justice and the state chairman. And they said, I'm standing in a towel and shaving cream on my face.
Yeah. Back in 1974, I stayed at a Motel 6, and Tom Bodett left the light on for me as I had shaving
there at
cream
Scranton, I came out of the Steamtown Mall. I went down there and looked at the trains, and they were on a swivel, and they turned that thing round, and then I jumped in it, and I logged 7 million miles on Amtrak. Even though that wasn't Amtrak, it was an old steam locomotive from back in the day in Scranton when he was a coal miner, and his son died in a coal mining accident that has not been reported yet. So that's what's going on.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
I mean,
not a joke.
Not a joke.
Not a joke.
Nick, you say this all the time. Land the plane, man. Like, where was that story going?
I don't even know what the relevance of the story was. Not only could he not land the plane, how is it pertinent to Scranton and taxes? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Has anybody been to Scranton lately?
No.
Have you been to Scranton lately?
No.
Yeah, come on,
man.
Come on, man. Sonny Hostin from The View fears that a Trump supporter will sneak onto that jury.
Sneak on. Yeah. They're gonna crawl on their hands and knees on the carpet.
No, her point is that somebody could say, "Oh, I'm impartial." And and really be a closet Trump lover.
Wait, what is this? Nick Easter and Runaway Jury, where he tries to get on the jury to throw off Gene Hackman?
Another great reference, Nick. Another great reference.
And by the way, both sides have to worry about the opposing person having somebody weasel their way on. That's what the whole point of the jury selection process is.
Doesn't that really?
They should get that woman that acknowledged after the OJ verdict that we let him off because we wanted to be. So imagine somebody saying, I'm that one juror. I just wanted to let Trump off because I think he's been persecuted too much. Yeah. You think he would get the same accolades that the OJ jury got after making that decision?
No.
That's the thing. At least in the OJ jury, you could find people who were they didn't, but you could find people who were impartial. Mm-hmm. Nobody is impartial to Donald Trump.
Nope.
Nobody.
We could send Phil and Anthony out on Market and Schuylkill Avenue right now to do a Man About the Town and ask for their thoughts on Trump, and there will not be one person that says who?
Exactly.
Donald what?
I don't really care.
Yeah.
I don't find.
Yeah.
It's either I hate that man's guts or I love him.
Right.
That's the
Joe
reaction.
Biden should have broke into the song Shaving Cream. Remember that song back? Shaving Cream.
If Barbasol was smart, they would hire him for an endorsement right about now.
I agree.
All right.
Do you think Joe's a straight razor or a 5-blade guy?
No, he's a straight razor, old school.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you get the hot towel.
No way.
The hot towel on the face.
Yep. Oh, yeah, you get some nice hot towel finish afterwards.
Oh, I love a
Couldn't
hot
do
towel.
a straight razor. His hands shake.
Yeah, you're right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Dr. Jill will shave him up.
Jesus with the best comment of the day. Tony Bruno, I acknowledge you.
Exactly
Thank
right.
you very much.
Nick. All right, here's Sonny Hostin fearing that a Trump supporter will sneak onto the jury.
It's a wrestling reference, by the way.
This is cut 4. Phil, go.
No, I'm not trumped out at all.
I am so trumped out.
This is a legal nerd Super Bowl, right? Like, I'm kind of excited about the fact.
That's the part I need to.
But that's exciting to someone like me because, the 50 people said, I can't even be impartial, which I admire them for their forthrightness and their honesty because you have to be honest when you're a juror. But I still believe that they will be able to find an impartial jury. They are never going to find someone that doesn't know about the former twice impeached loser president, right? They're never going to find that. But what I did find also interesting about my Super Bowl is that the legal teams will be checking the jurors' social media profiles to see if they can assess the truthfulness and intention of what they said during voir dire, which is their questioning. And I think that's really, really important, because if you start liking Trump's and you follow Trump stuff on social media, can you be impartial? I don't really think so. And I think what could happen in a case like this is if you have someone, and we were talking about this morning, someone named Clay Travis is sort of telling people to get onto that jury. You get one person that sneaks onto that jury with untoward feelings, that person can hang that jury.
How do you sneak onto a jury? You have to be called.
Well, you lie. You lie. You say, I hate Trump. But I can be impartial, and I this and that, and then all of a sudden, that's the person.
Who are they going to find? A jury of his peers? How many bloated orange psychos out there?
Yeah. So
Well, they're right there on the show. I mean, come on. How many bloated people wearing Ninja Turtle outfits sitting up in the morning on TV?
Ninja Turtle. 91 LSXer says that Sunny hosted looks like April O'Neil
from the first Teenage Mutant Ninja
It's
Turtles.
exactly right. That's
the
what
greatest
she looks
reference.
like.
The greatest reference ever.
Is great.
That is great Ninja Turtle knowledge right
exactly.
there.
O'Neil.
Sorry.
So what does Sonny want? Should we just get a bunch of 28-year-old single career-oriented females that drink Starbucks coffee and we'll just pack the jury like that? Would that make Sonny
Sonny
happy?
came home with a vengeance.
Yes.
Just remember that.
Yes. And never forget,
Now, what
Sonny
song was that? How about that good song reference?
That
there?
is good knowledge.
Sonny came home.
Do you have an issue with that song, Soccer? Sonny came home?
I'm trying to think of it. Sonny came
with a vengeance.
Yeah,
Sonny came home.
I know the song. I just can't.
With a vengeance.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think John Mellencamp does that as part of his repertoire.
Now, is that
when
his
somebody
concert
yells
or
out
his
something, play
performance?
another song, and he plays "Sonny Came Home" with a vengeance.
By the way, I meant to get to this the other day, but we always have more than we need on the cut sheet. That's why it goes 16 hours a day.
It should go until we end. It ends when we say it ends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Katie Couric. You remember Katie Couric?
Yeah.
She was the guest on Bill Maher's Club Random podcast.
Where they both get drunk and stoned and
Exactly.
smoking.
Sipping on
and
tequila.
She's a battered performer. Did you see the close-up of her?
Yeah. Well,
Remember, she's a woman that filmed her colonoscopy when she was on the Today Show.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she had the cameras in the room while she was getting a colonoscopy. That was her best work ever, I think.
Was that when she was working with our buddy Matt Lauer?
Absolutely.
The glory days?
Yeah. Where she swears she didn't know anything that was going on.
Oh, yeah.
I swear.
Uh-huh.
I swear I didn't know anything that was going on. She thinks that Trump voters don't support globalism because they are jealous.
Dumb.
They're jealous.
And
Okay.
dumb.
And dumb.
Yes.
Okay.
And dumb. Yes.
And dumb.
She does say that. Got 3, Phil. Go.
And I feel like, to your point, Bill, the socioeconomic disparities are a lot, and class resentment is a lot, and anti-intellectualism and elitism is what is driving many of these anti-establishment, which are Trump voters, or
Right.
anti-establishment
Absolutely.
voters. So I think that is a huge problem that we have to address. I mean, globalization and, the transition from an industrial to a technological society. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been jealous of what someone else has or resentful. It is such a corroding and bitter, almost bile feeling.
Yeah.
She's so high.
She is. As she's drinking like an orange high C or whatever she has next to her.
She is so high right now. You see her eyes. They're like,
Pass that Sachi over there, Jeb.
There's nothing worse than being lectured to by a female liberal who, speaking down to you as an elitist. Like, they still don't get what why he resonates and why his base love. It's been 8 or 9 years and they still either can't figure it out or they refuse to accept it. That's the most staggering part. behind all of this. All of these mainstream media hacks are like, well, Trump supporters are dumb. I would argue Biden voters, after you've lived these last 3.5 years and you've complained about crime and the economy and the cost of gas and energy, if you vote for that again, then I would argue you're dumb. But that's just me.
Over on MSNBC, Joy Reid. Remember when Joy Reid and one of her guests said that if you use DEI, it's actually like using the N-word.
Yes,
it's
yes.
The people,
she's on to the DEI haters now.
The people the people who use the phrase DEI actually want to use the N-word, but this is a more safe way to use it, according to her.
Well, that's what the guy, the mayor from Baltimore, said as well, right?
Yes,
exactly. Yes.
Who was a guest on her show, I believe, when this whole thing was happening. Yeah. So yesterday, she gets on her show, or 2 days ago, whatever, and says that Donald Trump is being held to account by the very multicultural, multiracial democracy that he's trying to dismantle. Go DEI. My DEIs are bringing it home. Is she saying the N-word?
I think she is.
According to her own logic?
This could be considered racist.
It could be considered racist. Cut 8, Phil, go.
There is something wonderfully poetic about the fact that despite the fact that even if convicted, he's not going to go to prison, the first person to actually criminally prosecute Donald Trump is a black Harvard grad, the very kind of person that his former staff, the people who worked for him, Stephen Miller, et cetera, want to never be at Harvard Law School. But he was. And he came out and graduated. He's prosecuting you, Donald. And a black woman is doing that same exact thing in Georgia. And a black woman forced you to pay a $175 million fine that's out now also in question because the people who put it up, that might not be legit. Donald Trump is being held to account by the very multicultural, multiracial democracy that he's trying to dismantle. And for me, there's something poetic and actually wonderful about that. It says something good about our country that we're still capable of having that happen. Go DEI. My DEIs are bringing it home on.
Shout out to all my DEIs out there.
Shout out to all my DEIs out there. All my DEIs behind the wall.
You know, it's so...
Shout out. Mad love to all my homies in the DEI.
It must be
and in
so
the LBC
exhausting.
And in the DEA and any other alphabet, the FBI, the CIA. You know what I'm saying?
Think about how exhausted you have to be as a human being when you view every aspect of life through the prism of race.
Yep.
Like... I would argue, Joy, that we're not concerned about what the race of any of these prosecutors are. We're looking at the fact that these are all Democrats that campaigned on getting Trump. I don't care if they're white, if they're black, if they're gay, if they're straight. When you actively campaign of like Alvin Bragg and Letitia James and Fonnie Willis, we're going to get Trump. Like, first of all, that. By the way, that's illegal. Technically, it is illegal to campaign on you're going to get somebody. And then we're just going to totally dismiss the political leanings, and I'm being generous when I say leanings of these individuals. Come on.
Tony Bruno is broadcasting right now with us live from Florida.
I've heard.
Yes.
Is that Cape Coral, Florida, Tony?
That is Cape Coral, which is Fort Myers adjacent.
I want to go
in the fabulous Lee County, Florida.
I want to go all the way back to 1982. This is a CBS News report.
Yes, I saw this.
With Dan Rather.
Dan Rather, the godfather of fake news.
From the CBS Evening News at the time, in 1982, talking about the greenhouse effect, climate change.
Yes.
And he said 25% of Florida would be flooded along with low-lying areas all over the world due to climate change. Predicting this in 1982. So, Tony, you better leave because
you're underwater.
I just noticed the last time it rained here, the tide got a little high. Then I started, then I started getting high, and I went out and poured a glass of red wine, not white wine.
Well, we want to hear the cut.
White wine? No, he doesn't have. Is there a cut?
Yes, of course there is.
Oh, let's go to Dan Rather,
March,
the man who got fired from CBS for making up a fake story, and now all of a sudden has resurfaced from his catacombs to once again be a thought leader in America.
This is from March 25th, 1982. Cut 2, Phil, go.
Concern about rising temperatures on planet Earth heated up a hearing here in Washington today. For years, scientists have theorized about the dangers of the so-called greenhouse effect, the warming of the Earth's atmosphere due to the burning of coal and oil. And in recent months, as David Culhane reports, research has uncovered facts to support that theory.
Many scientists claim that the temperature of the Earth's atmosphere has been rising over the past 100 years, that the great sheets of pack ice in Antarctica are melting at a much more rapid rate than previously. And finally, that the sea level has been rising with increasing swiftness over the past 40 years. If these scientists are correct, about 25% of Florida would be flooded, along with low-lying areas all over the world. Climate changes could produce widespread disruption of agriculture. The American Farm Belt might be too dry, and the wheat and corn crops would have to move to Canada. Scientists blame the odorless, colorless carbon dioxide gas for these potentially dangerous changes around the planet. It is the greenhouse effect. The gas allows sunlight to filter down and warm the Earth. But like the glass of a greenhouse, the carbon dioxide tends to trap heat so that it cannot rise into
and I didn't
space.
even know it.
There you
Good thing I can swim, and I got my personal flotation device on.
Tony's actually broadcasting live from a submarine right now.
It's true.
Exactly right. I got one of the submarines that they had at Disney World when they had the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, sea exhibit.
Yep.
And then they crashed that thing, and they were selling them on eBay, so I bought one just in case.
42 years ago.
If that's the case, then why did the Barack Obama buy waterfront properties up in the Cape and in Alaska, in Hawaii? All the greenhouse.
Well,
the greenhouse effect today is the Bill Maher show. There's no doubt about that. That's right, Shane.
Well, we know that global warming isn't the problem, but cloud seeding apparently is.
Yeah, that's what's going on in Dubai. Did you see that?
Underwater?
They cloud seed for water, and these airplanes are on runways that have like 5 feet of water on them.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an outrage.
Another reason
let's
for me
see,
not to
82,
go to
let's see how many years ago that was before Al Gore was
42.
became the
Yeah.
How many years? 42 years ago.
42 years ago.
I wasn't
we were
even
supposed
born.
to all be underwater here.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, try to find waterfront property anywhere in Florida on the East Coast and West Coast and tell me how people are so panicked. We had an earthquake here 2 years ago, which was the worst in 150 years, and people are still driving by, calling and wanting to buy my lot, which is on water.
Now
that's how panicked people are.
So, are you in Northwest Florida or Southwest Florida?
Southwest Florida, man.
Southwest. Okay.
Southwest.
And how long does it take you to get to the beach?
Half an hour. We have a little fake beach on the Caloosahatchee River.
Okay.
Right. We have a beach right here, which is like maybe not even 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's not a real beach. That's
in about
a sand
20 minutes, we can get to
Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah.
Fort Myers.
No, we did.
Beach.
There have been several friends and family members who were concerned for us. Do you really want to invest in a waterfront property down there in Cape Coral? You know, it's sinking. So we had people actually tell us that,
It's
and
sinking.
they were concerned that we were investing in a it was a bad investment.
Yeah.
Well, 42 years and it's still there, so
Yes.
I think you're safe.
There you go.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I mean, it could end tomorrow. I mean, who knows?
Everything could end tomorrow.
If Iran starts lobbing nuclear
Absolutely.
weapons at us,
Yep.
maybe the water warms up and then the floods come in and then the locusts and the cicadas will start coming out. Remember
Cicadas.
those zombie cicadas?
Yep.
Not John Cicada, the cicada. Remember who was it that couldn't say cicada?
Who
It was one of those dummies on The View, right?
Was
They
that
call them
Dr. Jill?
cicadas.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Jill.
Dr. Jill called them cicadas.
By the way, I think when Dr. Jill screwed up the bodega word, that was the
Yeah.
same speech. I think she was in San Antonio for that, where she was
talking about
the-
breakfast tacos.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she got ripped for that one as well.
Do you guys want to fight with a liberal caller before?
It's not about fighting.
caller?
This is a show about education and having that conversation, that uncomfortable conversation
Yeah,
that so many people do.
I'll let Terry get it out of his system.
All right.
Terry's in King of Prussia. He thinks Joe Biden is the best thing since sliced bread. Terry, you go right ahead, sir.
Hey, yes, and I do believe Joe's done a great job because, number one, we've had 26 straight months of job gains. That hasn't happened since 1964.
How many are
Look it
part-time?
up.
How many are part-time? All of them? Every
What-
one
what-
of them?
Joe, okay.
Part-time?
Okay,
Oh, congratulations. My daughter got a $12 an hour gig.
Let's talk about that. We got Donald Trump, when he left office, he had negative job gains. Millions lost their jobs under Donald Trump. His GDP
The
was the
COVID
lowest.
shut the entire country down and the world down.
His GDP was the lowest ever since Hoover. Look that up.
Okay, how's your?
I'll tell you what. Joe Biden has done so much. Infrastructure bill.
Right.
He's brought
how
the
did that
cost
work?
of insulin down to $35. No,
That's what Trump did that, and then Joe raised it back up, and then he claimed credit for it. Are you that senile, Terry?
Yeah, wait a minute. Donald Trump, the only thing he's done is trickle-down economics. He wants to give money to the rich, not to the middle class. It doesn't work that way, people.
Terry,
Wake up.
let me ask you this though, because you talk about trickle down. So let's talk about Joe's. Let's hold on a second.
Don't curse. Don't curse, Terry. I know you like to curse. Don't curse, buddy.
Terry, let me get my point and fade him down for a second. So you want to talk about trickle down? Let's talk about Joe's philosophy from the bottom up and the middle out. Right? You talk about the middle class. The middle class has been decimated for the last 3.5 years. There's almost no middle class left. There's the 1%, the elitists, and everybody else having to pick up a second job. So how has Joe been great for the economy? And we could talk about the cost of energy independence, the cost of gas, inflation, groceries 19%. So maybe Terry's in the 1% where he hasn't been affected, and he's actually maybe he might actually be better off. But the bulk of Americans are not better off. Go ahead, Terry.
He's gone, by the way.
Okay.
Does he live in the slums of King of Prussia? Where does he live?
Well, I tell you what.
Your side of town? Is he on
I gotta give Terry
Where
credit.
the hell is
though.
he living?
Terry disagrees with probably 99 out of 100 things we talk about.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with him believing that. He can believe what he wants.
And I appreciate that, Terry. I'm in a good mood today. I appreciate the fact that you listen, even though you don't like anything we say, because I can't do that. Like, I don't watch The View because I disagree with everything they say. So actually, I'm going to give Terry
watch
credit.
The View because those are the dumbest human beings allowed on television, male or female.
I agree.
The fact that they can go on the air every day and make some of the most ridiculous, provable lie comments because they hate Trump.
Yeah.
Because that's the industry right now. Hating Trump has actually led to more job growth. Donald Trump has provided more jobs for triggered influencers and media people who have zero credibility anymore in places like NPR. That's what Trump has done. He's made the economy better for people who hate him.
If Biden,
guys like Terry.
Yeah, and if Biden's economy was so good, why did they ditch the concept of Bidenomics? You notice how they kicked that to the curb? They got rid of that phrase? Because Americans aren't feeling it. That's why.
I have to talk about the play-in tournament, if you guys don't mind.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, we got the Hawks coming up tonight.
That's
10
right.
games under 500, and somehow they're in the playoffs. All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, soccer's going to try to make you some money on hoops.
That's right. The play-in tournament team. The play-in tournament gives teams the chance to play their way into the postseason. Tonight, the Miami Heat at your Philadelphia 76ers, and as Nick mentioned, the Atlanta Hawks at the Chicago Bulls. Heat, Sixers playing for the number 7 seed, I believe. The winner will go on to play the New York Knicks. Sixers favorite at -5.5. Who am I talking about? FanDuel Sportsbook. All you have to do is place a $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, during the NBA playoffs. All you have to do is sign up right now. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. To sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino and is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. First online, your own many wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper?
And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Is on. Hello.
It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno in for Dawn. Dawn will be back tomorrow. Greg Stocker.
I miss Dawn.
Do you?
Yeah.
I hope she brings back some pasta and some red wine.
Yeah, you know, a little, maybe some Toblerone. What else?
They're from Switzerland.
It doesn't matter. Italians eat all that stuff. It's chocolate. I want some.
No, I want some like really good pignole cookies or something.
Pignola. They're like that's like crack. It's like $75 for an ounce now. You can buy crack cheaper. Just ask. By the way, I have breaking news here from Southwest Florida. This is legit.
Are you underwater?
No.
Oh, okay.
But apparently the Democrats are, because the Tampa Bay Times in this morning's edition, the front page.
Yeah.
A swing region, no more? Question mark. Tampa Bay is going Republican, DeSantis says.
Mm-hmm.
Is he right? And will it lead to dominance? Wow, how about that? Panicking in Hillsborough County, north of us.
Oh, ruby red, here it go. Very interesting.
How about that? You talk about when the Tampa Bay Times is having a panic attack.
Yeah.
You know things are not going well for your Democratic Party.
Speaking of which, after listening to Terry, and I God love him, and everybody has the right to their own opinions, but don't you feel like when you hear people like that talking and the evidence is staring them in the face, it's like those kinds of people, they have Stockholm syndrome.
I'm glad you bring that up, Robin. I'm glad you do, because I've got evidence for Terry and for anybody else out there. By the way, under Joe Biden, you are spending an additional $23,000 per year. I think every American right now, short of being in the 1%, could use an additional $23,000. But because he wants to talk about the economy. So I've got some of these. I gave these numbers last week, and I'll give them to you again. Comparing Biden's economy to Trump. Energy under Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, energy's up 38.8%. Gasoline is up 47.8%. Electricity is up 29.3%. Natural gas, 27%. Groceries, 21.1%. Eggs are up 49%. Milk is up 15%. Chicken's up 24%. Transportation, 33%. Airfare, 33%. Public transportation, 22%. Used cars, 21%. Apparel, 14%. I don't know about you, but those numbers being up as high as they are, Robin, I would like to see those numbers kind of in the single digits, like they were under Donald Trump, or close to zero. That is, by the way, the cost of inflation at the same point in their respective presidencies, 3 years and 3 months into their first terms. So I just would love to know what statistical measurement out there where Joe Biden's economy is better for the average everyday American in the middle class living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. Maybe.
By the way, I just saw a video of that clip that you played earlier with the New York Times reporter Suzanne Clark.
Yeah.
Describing that scene.
Yep.
Now I know where I recognize her from. Wasn't she in The Bride of Frankenstein? The original?
No, I think she was actually at Terry's house in King of Prussia.
It's true. Man, poor Terry.
I love
We
you,
need
Terry.
to have a click. We need to have, because when you were playing the cut,
Yeah.
I was going, when you do that after when you're like uppity and you're all you're smarter than everybody else, and there should be a at the end of every sentence. You know what I mean? That sound. What's that sound when people go?
I've got that sound.
What you call it?
I've got that Nancy Pelosi. Listen to Nancy here right at the end of this clip.
Please don't
Not just
bother me with
objection.
such frivolity, okay?
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
No, you have to have that at the end. We need a drop.
Exactly. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you're suffering with chronic pain when playing golf, tennis, or pickleball, Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA specializes in treating sports injuries. Their licensed physical therapists get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com today to book an appointment. We have a lot coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Going to get back to a couple of things. We have a few updates as well. We have the Nashville shooter update, which is still a story, and also a couple of artificial intelligence stories centered around beauty pageants and AI-created girlfriends, which could be the new thing. They're saying it could be $1 billion industry. I just wanted to bring this up real quick because we got about 90 seconds here. Bruno, you ever play pickleball? As I just did that read here for Bounce Back Physical.
Yeah, absolutely. Pickleball is huge. In fact, the national championships of the pickleball are occurring this weekend down in Naples.
Yeah, we might actually take a drive down
I
there.
could see you doing that. I could totally see you doing that with bocce
we bought
ball.
pickleball, but then I realized I don't want to tear my Achilles out.
Yeah.
So you have to wear Go sleeves. The company that we represent, they're revolutionary now in all of these sleeve things. You know, these kinetic things.
Right.
Because you have the tapes and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
You know who's a great pickleball player?
Who's that?
Former NBA legend. Rick Barry, who did the underhand free throws for all those years. Remember?
Yeah.
He's like the reigning national champion senior guy.
Yeah.
He's like in his 80s, and he's still out there playing pickleball.
I've yet to try it. There's a lot of people in Bluebell that play pickleball. They have like leagues and tournaments. I've thought about doing it, but I just haven't even gotten close to doing it. It's becoming a really big trend and a big popular sport these days.
It's the fastest growing sport in the world.
I'm going to have a naked pickleball league down here. I'm going to go over to the Villages at 2 o'clock in the morning and see whether anybody wants to play naked pickleball.
Mustard. Exactly. All right. Coming up, final hour is on the way. I've got to get to this Nashville shooter update. I think if anybody's actually buying this spin and this ongoing investigation, you are completely clueless.
That is my
Such
favorite
a
story
lie.
of the day, and meaning it's
so absurd.
It's so absurd.
It really is. We'll get to that. We've also got a couple of stories in artificial intelligence, the morning mystery movie clip. A lot still on the way, as 99% of you agree with us, and Terry doesn't. But we love all of you equally.
Thank you.
Give us your time. What was the old adage? I think it was one of the news. It was like the KYW of New York City. You give us 8 minutes, and we'll give you the world.
No, you give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Yeah. There you go.
Cut sheet, which we can't do in 22 minutes because it's impossible.
Exactly
22
right.
hours.
22 hours. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour is next.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Medication? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, it's Dawn. Want an environmentally friendly approach to lawn care? Call my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, you're going to love the results. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. This reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your entire family, including your pets. Natural Lawn is locally owned and family operated. They have offices in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They're competitively priced and have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. Give them a call. New customers, take advantage of Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program, and they'll seed your lawn every year free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED. NaturalLawn.com. 800-FREE-SEED. And choose My Lawn Care Company. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to cleanorigin.com. That's cleanorigin.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 9:01, as we continue live on a Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno in for Dawn Stensland. Dawn will be back from Italy tomorrow. Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Anthony Dorenzo, the whole squad hanging out till 10 o'clock. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 20 minutes. Cut Sheet Part 2. Phil's Today in Music History. We've got all sorts of goodies lined up for you. Even for those that disagree with what we have to say. But you know what? That's what makes the world go round. Unlike Twitter during the Jack Dorsey days, we allow dissenting viewpoints on the air.
Exactly.
Even if we get argumentative and combative and shout over each other and fade each other down and hang up on each other. But, you know, that's what happens in talk radio.
Well, the Keith Olbermann situation is a classic example. Keith had me blocked, then he unblocked me and Robin. And yesterday, when I made my comments on Twitter about the NPR debacle and the PR guy talking about, you know, how it's what it did, and I jokingly responded to him, Keith then jumped in and said, Tony, get a lobotomy. And I said, I already did. You know, and that should have become a national story. I can't believe that is not leading on, what's his name? Outkick.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe Travis. How is that not a lead story?
Maybe CNN will cover it or MSNBC will cover it from the Olbermann vantage point. By the way, did he reblock you after telling you that, or are you
no,
still
I don't
open?
think so. I think I'm still unblocked. So I give Keith credit because I have not trashed him publicly because I don't want to do that. I think he has a right to do whatever he wants on Twitter. Most people would have gotten suspended. He got suspended back in the Jack Dorsey days.
Oh, did he?
And then Elon Musk made him come back on because he has a lot of followers. And that's what it's all about. Everybody should have a right to give their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Not just one group has a right to give their opinion and the other one can't because you disagree with them.
Exactly.
That's not what we're supposed to be. So a lot of people disagree with me.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to shut my mouth because they disagree with me. I'm not going to get into confrontations or call them names. I just want people to have the same rights. Everybody wants to talk about equality. Now it's equity, which is not equality.
Right.
Equity is I want to be treated better than everybody else. Equality when everybody is treated the same. That's the equality that I learned. By the way, Jane Coffey, Maria Jane.
Yeah, I
says
saw this.
Coffee love, you know her, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's a big Zioli guy now.
That's
Zioli
correct.
Army.
Yeah, and she sent us the shaving song, correct?
The Shaving Cream song by Benny Bell back in the day. And
Not
I
Benny
think Joe
Mardones.
Biden should have. This should be Joe Biden's walk-up song the next time he comes to Pennsylvania, which will be about another 52 times before the election. When is the election next?
November 5th.
No, I'm talking about the primary.
Oh, it's April 23rd?
Oh, it's a week from today.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's Passover. No, it's on 23rd. Passover. Will the Jewish American community in Philadelphia, which has been pretty much put on the back burner, except for John Fetterman, will they go out and vote for all the Democratic candidates who are Democratic Socialists of America running amok in Philadelphia? You make that call.
I'll tell
but
you
the
what.
Shaving Cream song, and I didn't even hear that shaving story that you played earlier.
I have a sad story to tell you.
Yeah.
It may hurt your feelings a bit.
A bit.
One day I showed up at off-year convention, and I was in the motel, after the local motel, getting changed after the afternoon session, go back to the evening session. I come down with some young activists, a little older than me, but still young activists, who were involved in trying to reform the party. And I was in one of those 8x10 bathrooms, you know, they have. Shower, toilet, and a sink, and I got a towel on me and shaving cream, and I hear bam, bam, bam at my door.
Shaving cream.
Be nice and clean. Shave every day.
And you'll always be clean. That should be his walk-up song when he comes out, you know, instead of like having God Bless America.
Out of the window, you think that her head would be split. But good luck was with her that morning.
Mm-hmm.
She
Sing it,
fell
Benny.
in a barrel of
Shaving cream.
I gotta say, this is very edgy for this time, isn't it?
And what year was this?
I don't know. This is very old.
1938?
No, it's not that.
Don't try and do the
math game.
Yeah,
the guessing
Thank
game.
you, Jane.
Never bodes
Coffey.
well for me.
Yeah, it doesn't.
You know, we talk about stuff and the audience responds.
There you go.
With the great. And I believe Joe and Benny shared a bathroom. You know, one of those little 8-foot ones where there's only a sink and a toilet.
Yeah.
And then you go up there. What was that story again? I need to hear just one more taste.
Oh, that was
just
when
more taste.
Joe was in a motel.
One
Joe
day
in a
I showed
motel.
up at off-year convention, and I was in
Scranton.
I was in the motel, after the local motel, getting changed after the afternoon session, go back to the evening session. I'd come down with some young activists, a little older than me, but still young activists, who were involved in trying to reform the party. And I was in one of those 8x10 bathrooms, you know, they have. Shower, toilet, and a sink. And I got a towel on me and shaving cream, and I hear bam, bam, bam at my door really loudly. And I wonder, what the hell is that? I thought it was this guy, Bob Cunningham, at a radio show, and a couple other guys. So I said, okay, guys. And I walked to the door and opened it up, and standing there was the former governor of the state of Delaware, Albert N. Carville, a big guy, about 6'5", talked at you like this.
Yeah.
And the state representative who got defeated 4 years earlier, that's a Democratic state rep who was retired.
Yeah.
And one of the, from the family that had more senators appointed than any other family in American history.
Not James
Carville. A former retired justice. And the state chairman.
Where do the young
And they
activists
said,
go?
I'm standing in the
Still in the
shaving
bathroom?
I've got the activist. Hold on. He's right here because Joe actually went up to the activist and asked if he needed to shave. And then the activist said this.
I have a full mustache and beard.
I mean, he did clearly say, I went down with a young
Yes.
activist.
Yeah.
You're trying to make
And then
sense
he
of
said
this,
towel
Rob.
and shaving cream.
Yeah, you're trying to make
Where
sense
did
of
the
this.
activists go?
Democrats like their activists very young these days.
Well, you know, as a wise man once said, in Utah, I don't care how you bring them, just bring them young.
Exactly.
And that was the birthplace of the great Salt Lake City Mormon Tabernacle Choir
Oh,
and
that's
the Book of
amazing.
Mormon, which was written, and of course the show that I refuse to see, even though
You
we're
were going
supposed
to go see it very shortly. I think it's coming up.
That's right. The dean in Clearwater, Florida, got tickets to go see the Book of Mormon. Should I go see it? Yes or no?
Poll
You
question.
have no choice.
We're going to throw up a poll question.
It's a poll question. Let's throw it up on the poll, Guillermo.
Because every radio show does a poll question these days. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in just about 11 minutes. Probably the last story of the day here. And I'm not buying a single second of this story. The Nashville police are saying now that the reason the manifesto has not been released from... Remember, we had the LGBTQ plus trans shooter, Audrey Hale. I hate giving her name on the air, but I'll mention the name. And it's been over a year now. I think this was in March of 2023. So now we're 13 and a half months removed. And as you know, Nashville police, they showed up in 12, 13 minutes. They went in, they took out the suspect, they took out the shooter, they killed her. And still to this day, and we talked about it on the 1-year anniversary last month, how this manifesto has still not been released by Nashville police or the FBI and any of the law enforcement agencies out there. And their excuse, or what they're saying now, is It is still an ongoing investigation, which prevents the release of the Covenant Shooters manifesto. And
Nonsense.
during this hearing, the attorney for the city of Nashville, Laura Fox, has indicated that the city's police is still investigating the shooting, including probing whether the transgender identifying killer had any accomplices. So you're telling me that there was no that we saw no visual confirmation of any accomplices at the scene, at the school. And after 13 months, you don't know if anybody aided her, assisted her, helped her plot and plan this. It's taken you over a year and you still can't figure out that. But yet when it's a MAGA Republican or somebody that identifies as a Trump fan, we scrub their social media history, Tony Bruno, in 16 minutes, and we can give you their life's history. Yet for 13
and find them walking around somewhere in Idaho.
Come on, it's just so obvious. And many people have said that this manifesto was incredibly detailed. It was a blueprint on annihilation, and it was deeply disturbing. And they don't want that out. Because, and I'm not going to paint with a broad brush, certainly not every LGBTQ plus member is mentally ill or shoots up a school or a church. But we have seen a common theme where there's a lot of people, I can't quantify it. I don't know if it's 1%, 12%, 25%. But there is clearly an anger to some of these individuals, and they don't want to break the narrative because the narrative is about pushing the LGBTQ agenda. And oh, by the way, we just talked about their calendar last week. They got 145 days on the calendar of recognition. They're the real empowered group right now, and you can't go against that narrative.
No, and that's the problem with fairness and equality and everything else. They cover up things that they don't want us to know because they think that it's going to hurt their cause. The cause is not when somebody the mass shooting thing. Anytime there's any kind of shooting, the first thing David Hoggs out there at an event where Kyle Rittenhouse was appearing, and he's tweeting about that Donald Trump and Kyle Rittenhouse should not be afforded protection by police because it's a no-gun zone. What kind of moron is this kid? He's another one of those Harvard-graduated dunces who doesn't even know that presidential candidates, former presidents, and any event where a guy who was acquitted, by the way, by a jury, has a guy that was one of the shooters that had his arm blown off while Kyle Rittenhouse was involved in that situation in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
They had to bring in police. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Because people like David Hogg brings out all of his activists out there.
Well, he's the
try to make a scene.
If I recall correctly, he's the Parkland school shooter survivor,
Exactly.
right? He was one of the classmates for that incident.
Exactly. But now he has become far left, and they gave him a free ride to Harvard, and he can't even spell or read, and he puts out all this nonsense every day. And you go look at his Twitter feed. The guy's out there in Texas, going door to door, and he lives in Florida.
Yeah.
So he thinks he's going to influence voters, and he's got one young woman in Houston. And then he made a comment the other day about, I can't even get from Austin to Houston on a train here. This is a kid who's supposedly a college graduate. Somebody posted the Amtrak schedule, which is twice a day from Austin, Texas to Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
So how dumb is this kid, and why do people still follow? You can follow him if you want. If you want to make this kid your hero, go right ahead. But every single day, he proves that he has zero knowledge of how the country works, how security works, and everything else, because he wants to take everybody's guns away so he can be a hero.
Well, I'll tell you what, that takes a lot of stones to go to the state of Texas and try to get people to vote Democrat. And, oh, by the way, somebody that's very much against the Second Amendment. I mean, going to Texas on that type of mission is like showing up at Chris Christie's property and trying to encourage people to consume more vegetables.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
It just doesn't vibe, Tony Bruno.
No, I agree. Again, he can say what he wants, but now that he's an adult, people should be able to respond to him. And I don't call him names and stuff. I just respond and say, dude, the guy who set the Amtrak schedule. I mean, this is a guy who has all these, he's taken millions of dollars and apparently was involved in a scheme where he uses the money for his own personal luxuries, and nobody questions that. So that's the thing. If you're going to be a phony activist and you're going to take money from people because they believe in your cause, then don't get caught taking that money and spending it so you can go to Houston and take some young woman and try to get her elected to Congress. That's not your job.
Yep.
How about stay here in Florida and deal with the problems down here? But because he's now an acknowledged influencer. It's stupid. Just get some facts first, and then go out there and make all these ridiculous edicts about Trump and Kyle Rittenhouse don't deserve any kind of security. And then when they have an event, it's a no-gun zone.
Yeah.
What do you think that is, Davey?
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, the Nashville police said yesterday they expect to wrap up their investigation by July 1st. So you're telling me you need 17 months to investigate this?
Let's just keep that on the calendar.
Yeah,
Because
can
I
we
wanna,
circle that? Yeah.
I want to revisit July 1st and see
Yes.
how far we are
Great
in
point.
this investigation.
There's only video evidence and all kinds of prior warnings all over the internet, all over her social media.
Yeah.
But that's not enough evidence. And now that she's dead, there's nothing they can do. They'll just have it go away.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And kudos again to those officers. I mean, they rushed in there in 12, 13 minutes. The complete opposite in Uvalde, Texas, where those cowards, they stood outside of that school for an hour before they jumped in. I mean, I think that needs to be mentioned again.
Yes.
Once again, we just don't give police officers enough credit for what they do.
By the way, our buddy John from Mayfair checking in on the Twitter feed and on the stream. He says, I don't buy the shaving cream incident with Biden. It's fake news. There's absolutely no way he left his door alone in a Motel 6 shower to answer the door.
Be on my watch.
Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Not on my watch is right.
Yeah.
Patching our jeans.
Patching his jeans. He didn't have jeans on. He had no pants on. All right, coming up next, Morning Mystery movie clip is on the way. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company, Bruno in for Dawn, and we're back after this.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, football fans, the NFL Draft is almost here, and the free Odyssey app brings you the latest coverage from the biggest sports radio stations across the country. Which players will help your team the most? Who will make a draft day trade? Will they be ready for week 1? The local conversations about the team you love. All on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you a caregiver that lives in Delaware County? The Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources presents the 2024 Caregiver Academy Series. Join us for a series of meaningful, activity-focused information sessions on respite care for your loved ones. Presentations take place on April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at the Good Neighbor Senior Center in Sharon Hill, PA, from 4 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. Call 484-540-0372 to register today.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 9:23, rolling on live here on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno in for Dawn Stensland. Dawn will be back tomorrow morning after her big trip to Italy.
Italy.
Yeah, man. I did the same thing. 12 days for my honeymoon, man. It was glorious. I came back 15 pounds heavier. Loved every
Did you
bit of
learn
it.
any Italian, though? Are you still a Medigan?
I'm still a Medigan. Always will be.
Medigan.
That's right.
Medigan.
Damn right.
By the way, my next biggest dream to do is the Joey Merlino podcast. I mean, if I'm in Philly and Joey Merlino doesn't invite me to his podcast, I don't know how I failed as a Philadelphian.
You're a crumb creep.
All right. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Anderson Mechanical Corporation. The people to call to make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Carrie, Bill, and the entire team dedicated to providing the highest quality service. Call them today to schedule a spring tune and save. Visit amcontheweb.com. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Told my mom everything about us.
What are you talking about?
You're acting coy. Come on, it's natural. No.
No, I'm sorry, Paul. I don't know.
Oh, snap. Pop for the weasel. So happy!
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, a little bit of a spoiler for you. It came out 9 years ago today, but if you can identify that movie, call or 12-855-839-1210. A pair of movie passes to see The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, as well as one of you this week, in addition to the movie passes, will get a $250 gift card to the Moshulu restaurant located at Penn's Landing.
Apparently we're saying that wrong. Tony, can you
It's
clarify?
Moshulu.
It's the Moshulu.
Come on, man.
Oh, see?
Yes.
See, we
Have you even been on a sailboat? One of the most iconic sailboats in the history of America.
I've never been there.
I've eaten there, and it's a great spot. I always called it Moshulu. It's not Moshulu.
It's the Moshulu.
Moshulu.
Sorry.
Robin's daughter used to work there.
Nice. Nice.
Very nice.
That's bad Moshulu restaurant knowledge out of
Well,
us.
we're giving out a $250 gift card. I think the people will forgive us, right? Because we're kind of hooking it up with a great day.
It's true.
So,
I do not know what the quote is. I have no idea what
All right.
the movie quote is from.
well, if you can identify that movie, call or 12-855-839-1210.
Is there any reason we picked that today? Is there
Came
any...
out 9 years ago today.
9 years ago today. Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Moshulu, not Jeff Mosier.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, so we have one update before we get to Cut Sheet Part 2. Yesterday, we talked about this story and we have the video. We'll play this back for you in a moment. A North Carolina high school student assaulted his teacher in class while the students and fellow classmates filmed it, laughed along, and encouraged this, which is, again, the sad state of affairs today with technology. Instead of intervening and helping the lady, every kid pulls out their smartphone, tries to record it, and go viral for likes on Twitter or TikTok.
This was the one where they slapped in the face, right?
Yes.
That is correct. While
Yes.
she's sitting there at the desk.
Yep.
We have an update, but if you missed the story yesterday, here is the audio and video. Take a listen and watch this clip.
One more time. Oh! What? You think that affected me any? You want me to hit you again? You want me to hit you again? I don't want it. You want me to hit you again? I don't want it. You want me to hit you again? My God. I told you.
Oh.
I'm not gonna. And do I look like I care? What's wrong with you? What you gonna do? Still sit in that chair? You use a bitch. My granny, nigga, stop playing with me. Ain't nobody ever come and you just got slapped. Bitch, go back to teaching.
I mean, that's
Wow.
just disturbing, but also incredible that
gonna
lady, that female teacher, just took those slaps right to the face. She
know.
barely even flinched.
Little knowledge for everybody. This person is going to grow up to be a doctor or a lawyer, I believe.
A great contributor to society.
A great contributor.
Or a member of Philadelphia City Council. One of those. Yeah.
Well, here's the update.
Yeah.
That student was arrested and charged with assault. The teen is now facing 3 misdemeanor charges for assault on a government official. And unlike other school assault cases, this district attorney comes out, launches an investigation within an hour after the video was posted. And here's a quote for you. Both Sheriff Kimbrell, this happened in North Carolina, by the way, both Sheriff Kimbrell and myself spent the morning at Parkland High School. It's like the third Parkland reference today. Speaking with the teacher, said the DA for the county, Jim O'Neill. And this is the best quote of all. because this is the world we live in with identity politics. This isn't about the color of your skin. This isn't about your political affiliation. This is about one thing, sending a message to the teachers out there that law enforcement and the district attorney's office support you. We care about the job you do, and we will take care of this. That's law and order right there, right? It's not letting somebody off of the hook because of how they identify. It's you put your hands on a teacher, and you should be dealt with accordingly. And it looks like in North Carolina, this student's going to get charged with probably the maximum a teenager can get hit with based on the video footage there, which is misdemeanor assault charges. So I think that kid's probably going to end up at least in a juvenile detention facility, if not serving time, maybe in a prison. Maybe they'll charge him as an adult.
He should move to Philadelphia so Larry Krasner can release him back into the wild.
Exactly right. Be back on the street in 6 hours.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So there you go. North Carolina. They don't mess around either. Another FAFO state. Not to the extent of Florida.
Not to the extent of
Florida. I mean, we're the greatest of all time. We're the GOAT. The MVP. Whatever you want to call us.
Yep.
Just call us Welcome to Florida.
There you go.
WTF, baby.
There you go.
Same.
All right, coming up next, we'll see if we get our winner for our mystery clip. Again, that movie came out 9 years ago today.
It's not going so well.
It's not going well?
All right, maybe let's play the clip.
Okay.
Just the clip one more time.
Okay.
Dazed and Confused?
No, it's not Dazed and Confused.
Told my mom everything about us.
What are you talking about?
You're acting coy. Come on, it's natural. You know.
No, I'm sorry, Paul. I don't know.
Oh, snap. How good a weasel. So happy!
There we go.
There you go. And just like
Sounds
that.
like a conversation I heard at K&A a couple of weeks ago when I was walking around seeing what was going on.
Or maybe in Steamtown, because we gave you that a little bit of
No, that's the Steamtown Mall. Is that still open, by the way?
I think so.
I don't think.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Is it?
I
We
think
got to
it
look
is.
that up. By the way, we have Jack in
I heard the
Audubon.
Roosevelt Boulevard subway is going to go up to the Steamtown Mall once they get that built in 2078.
Jack is our morning.
I promise. I gotta go to the doctor today.
Uh-oh.
Jesus, I just blew up my eardrums.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Jack.
Answer your phone if I call you back.
Jack, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you now.
Jack, what was the movie clip we played for you?
That was Mall Cop 2.
Mall Cop 2?
Is that, I don't know. Are we giving it? It's close.
Say it again. Say it again, John. Or
Yeah.
Joe, or
And leave the restaurant you're at or wherever you are.
Paul Blart, Mall Cop 2.
There we go.
Congratulations,
Well, right. Paul
Jack.
Blart is the mall cop.
There you go.
The
Paul.
whole, you had to put.
I know that. We're going to play semantics. What is this, Jeopardy?
Yes.
What is this?
Exactly. That was the Steamtown Mall cop. All right, we'll come back, get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, and put a bow on whatever the hell it is we've been doing for the last 3.5 hours. It's Kayal and
Getting
Company.
ratings. That's what we're doing.
Bruno's in with us, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
I'm Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have a certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Register for either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. Crash Proof event at the Washington Crossing Inn on May 15th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon.
I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have shoeboxes full of photos? Today only, radio listeners get VIP access to the new Photo Legacy Box. Get your family's photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of 4x6 photos. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media, so you can get your favorite memories on VHS or Grandpa's film reels from the 40s digitized too. Take advantage of this exclusive offer on the new Photo Legacy Box today and preserve your past for as low as 7 cents. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. I got my mind set on you. Got my mind set on you.
Wednesday morning, Kayal and Company. Kathy Barnett coming up in about 22 minutes. She's in for Dawn one last time this morning. Dawn will be back tomorrow. Bruno in for Dawn this morning. Still ahead in about 12, 13 minutes. We'll get to today in music history and also who won Twitter today. A lot of good comments coming in. Social media blowing up. Good, bad, and ugly. We love it. Keep them coming. I'm seeing some of these.
This is where democracy lives, isn't it? Free speech, doesn't it live here?
It's the last bastion of hope, Tone. This is it.
Damn right.
This is all we got. 855-839-1210.
All we need.
Exactly.
The poll, the should Tony go to the Book of Mormon? Yes or no?
Oh, so you really did post the poll?
Yes, there was a poll.
Dean in Clearwater did. That, by the way, it's still close. I'm waiting for the dead people to start polling in afterwards. When the dead vote comes in later on, I think I can win. This is too close to call right now.
Called.
It can't be called.
Because he doesn't like the outcome.
So yes is 59%, no is 40%. There were only 54 votes, but that was a quickie poll.
Except you voted on your own poll.
I only voted once, though. I'm allowed to vote.
Did you show proper identification before voting?
Yes, I did. I showed my Social Security card, which everybody should carry with them at all times. Let's be honest.
Yes.
And also, another real quick update: the Steamtown Mall, is still there. However, it has been rebranded. It went like belly up. Somebody finally bought it in 2016. It was rebranded. It is now called the Marketplace. Steamtown.
The Marketplace at Steam. Is that like when they rebranded the gallery and then called it the Financial Fashion District after they spent another $1 billion rebuilding it, and now they're going to tear it down again for the 76ers arena?
Pretty much.
So let's set the over-under on open vacancies within the Steamtown Mall as far as open spots that you could put a store. And I'll set the over-under at 42% vacancy.
Well, supposedly this is actually doing fairly well.
Wow.
But one of the major, the major big stores was an anchor store. I don't know what it was, but has now been converted to the Luzerne County Community College satellite campus, and that the movie theater, indoor playground, and local vendors.
They have a Hot Topic. They got to have a Hot Topic up there, right?
Do they have a Spencer's Gifts?
Spencer's Gifts and Hot Topic.
Most likely.
Come on.
Maybe
it'll be a Halloween store before long.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's April. Isn't it time to start taking all these abandoned stores and turn them into Halloween stores?
Throw in a Suncoast video and you're set.
Suncoast video.
That's all you need in a mall these days, Tone.
KB Toy Store.
And by the way, there is a Joe Biden anthracite coal museum to be built. The next time Joe goes up there, he will actually be making an appearance, and then he'll be walking. Did you see the end of his day in Scranton? He had all these little kids walking with him, holding hands.
Yep.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
And then they had some paid stooges in the back saying, "We love you, Joe. We love you, Joe."
They clearly chose the oldest of the kids to hold his hand very tightly so that she could lead him in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the food court has a new name, too. And thank you, Shafe. Is it Shafe?
Yeah.
Shaif?
Shafe. No, Shafe's one of our best commenters.
Love that guy. He may be winning Twitter today. Because he said...
Are you calling it already?
He said the food court there is called the... Everybody must eat food court.
Well, exactly.
Every meatball. They'll have meatballs coming out of the walls up there. Everybody must eat food court at the new, rebranded, fresh and new Steamtown Mall. Now it's called the
new market. The new market mall.
You know what I don't understand? No. You know what I don't understand about that drop, Nick Kayal?
What's that?
Is that like a gunshot at the beginning of it?
Let me hear it again.
Everybody must eat.
The one I played?
No, the one Nick just played. It sounds like a gunshot at the beginning.
It might be one of those flaming garbage cans going through a window.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That was
at
during
the
rioting.
Yeah, and then as we know.
Never loot again, stay out of trouble, never go to jail.
Exactly right, kids. Learn your lessons. All right, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
I do. Spent a lot of time this morning talking about the editor or whatever he was from NPR who was suspended.
He was the business editor.
The business editor. He was suspended for saying that not a lot of fair and balanced happening on the NPRs these days. Going a little woke. Well, the internet never forgets. This is the NPR CEO, Catherine Mayer?
Okay.
Mayer.
Explaining to an audience that the truth, the truth is an outdated concept.
Right. We have our own truth.
By the way, this is in 2022, so Biden's already in office, and she does a TED Talk. Is that the one you have here?
Yes, sir.
She's doing a TED Talk 2 years after Biden, and she was caught wearing a Biden hat and has all of her tweets that have been dug up by Chris Rufo, who's just destroying these people with their own words. And then she goes out there and makes these ridiculous claims at a TED Talk.
Wow, that is really good NPR Catherine Marr knowledge out of you, Tony.
It is. It's almost like he was prepared.
Yeah.
Wild.
This is cut 18, Philip.
It's all up here, man. It's all up here.
Cut 18, Philip. Go.
But what about the hard things, the places where we are prone to disagreement, say politics and religion? Well, as it turns out, not only does Wikipedia's model work there, it actually works really well. Because in our normal lives, these contentious conversations tend to erupt over disagreement about what the truth actually is.
By the way, let me just stop it real fast and say she used to be the former chief executive of Wikipedia, which is, I believe,
Wikipedia, which anybody can go in and doctor and destroy your reputation, and you have to prove that you're the person that they're talking about. Wikipedia, yeah.
All right, we continue.
But the people who write these articles, they're not focused on the truth. They're focused on something else, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years of working with these brilliant folks, I've come to believe that they are onto something. That perhaps for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, a reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done. Now,
what a kook.
That is not to say that the truth doesn't exist, nor is it to say that the truth isn't important.
But
clearly, the search for the truth has led us to do great things, to learn great things. But I think if I were to really ask you to think about this, one of the things that we could all acknowledge is that part of the reason we have such glorious chronicles to the human experience in all forms of culture is because we acknowledge there are many different truths. And so in the spirit of that, I'm certain that the truth exists for you and probably for the person sitting next to you.
Probably.
But this may not be the same truth. This is because the truth of the matter
is out there.
Is very often, for many people, what happens when we merge facts about the world with our beliefs about the world. So we all have different truths. They're based on things like where we come from, how we were raised, and how other people perceive us.
Gonna need a Venn diagram.
Oh my God!
My goodness.
Donald Trump just fell asleep again in the New York courtroom.
You know, when I lower my voice and I speak in a certain way, then I am more believable.
Yeah, I'm the woman that was saying all these crazy things and talking about how Joe Biden is saving the world and how we must. You got to read her tweets that Christopher Rufo is absolute. And the amazing thing is they're going after Christopher Rufo, who went through this woman's Twitter history and is proving what an absolute maniacal maniac activist she is.
The only thing that was more painful than
I'll say
sitting
she's
through
hot,
that-
though, but the answer to the question is would. No doubt about it.
Yeah,
Would
yeah.
you?
I
Is the answer.
Yeah, I co-sign that as well. But I felt like I was listening to a Kamala Harris speech in a way.
Yeah.
Didn't it have?
But
It was very Veepish.
It's what we talk about all the time with this generation of, well, it's my truth, and I'm speaking my truth,
Right.
and all like everybody's talking about it's my truth, my truth, my truth, when they are just void in the fact of that there's an actual truth out there.
Right. But you just don't want to subscribe
Exactly.
and believe that truth.
Yep.
And it always comes from the fact checkers, the people that use words like disinformation and misinformation. These people are just insufferable.
By the way, they had the show Fresh Air on NPR, the local station. We would call that Hot Air. That should be the new show at NPR.
There
You know, though, there is a difference between Kamala Harris and her.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris, the way she talks, she talks to like kindergartners.
Yeah.
Um,
She tries to sound smarter, and she's able to
Right.
enunciate, but she just goes on like Joe Biden in a shower in a Scranton hotel room back in the activist days, back in the
for
1930s.
condescending, they're just their audience is too slight. You know, one's the kindergarten audience, which is Kamala, and then she was the more like the young adult.
Katie Couric, who wasn't drunk at her TED Talk.
Yesterday, Secretary Mayorkas testified on the 2025 budget request for the Biden administration. And he said this absurd comment from many about the authority and funding that they have. The border is as secure as it can be.
Absolutely.
Cut 6, Phil, go.
From the great state of Texas, August Pfluger for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, is the border secure?
Congressman, as I have articulated earlier in this hearing.
Just a yes or no is fine. Is the border secure, Mr. Secretary, today?
With the authorities and the funding that we have, it is as secure as it can be.
Wow. We all know that this is not a budget issue. That's a policy issue.
There you go.
I mean, I've said this countless times. I mean, I've seen Starbucks that are more secure than our southern border. It's just outrageous.
I don't know. Did you see that one where the Palestinian protesters were in there screaming?
Yep.
From the river to the sea.
Free Palestine.
How about a free big gulp? Oh, no, that's Starbucks. Give me one of those $17 Frappuccinos, all right?
Give me a
we're shutting this
venti
place
mocha
down.
latte. Put it in a Stanley.
I love all of these different cuts of watching politicians being asked questions
And not answer.
or asking the questions, and how many different ways they find to not answer the actual question.
Well, the bottom line is this: even though it'll never go. The Senate's not even going to look at this. He is now an impeached member of the. Everybody. Well, Trump is twice impeached in 91 federal counts. Alexander Mayorkas will get away with being an impeached cabinet member, and nothing will come of it. Because he's not held accountable for his failures. This guy should have been fired. Remember, he was the guy hanging out with Joe Biden and Obama, telling everybody this is what he was going to do. He basically told everybody what he was going to do. Outrage. I'm sorry.
This is a pro-Palestinian activist who was on with Piers Morgan last night and saying that people chanting death to America, it's just a phrase, guys. It's just a phrase. This is cut 19, Phil, go.
Phrases and actions that have been taken at the protest haven't actually been violent. They haven't harmed anyone, and I don't think we should focus.
What do you think about people chanting death to America, as they did in one video clip?
I think that that's just a phrase, maybe said by an individual.
Well, no, the whole crowd began joining in.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. So this guy said it, and then the whole crowd began chanting it. What would you condemn that?
I'm here to talk about the entire
Hang on,
Israeli
you're here to answer my
government.
questions, actually. Would you condemn what they were chanting, death to America?
I think we should condemn Palestinians actually being killed.
Okay.
I think that... And
that's not the question I'm asking you. So I will ask you about Gaza. But on the question I asked you, would you condemn people in America chanting death to America? What do you say?
I don't condemn how people choose to express their rage verbally. I don't condemn that, because at the end of the day, the reason they're saying that is because the U.S. is sending the tax dollars and the weapons that are actually creating death
Do you
to
support
Gaza.
them chanting death to America?
I don't chant that myself, so I don't know why you're
But do you
trying
support
to trap
the people?
me in this type of
I'm asking you to
argument.
condemn it. You don't want to. So I'm asking, do you therefore, should I assume you support them chanting?
Those aren't the chants that I would personally do myself.
You must either hang on. Sorry. I just want an opinion on this. You must surely either condemn it or support it.
No, you don't need to.
You're neutral
it's
and
not
back
a
to America.
binary
That's
thing.
terrifying.
How would anyone do you think, if they went to Gaza and chanted death to Palestine with Hamas terrorists nearby?
How would it go over if I went into a Starbucks with an F. Joe Biden flag and I was chanting death to Democrats? You think I'd get out of Starbucks without being arrested? Probably not. I love these people that just can't, like Robin just said, they can't answer the question that's being posed. And when you say death to America, I mean, we realize what's going on here. We've seen terrorist attacks in this country. This is kind of a precursor of what could potentially happen down the road here in this country.
Yeah, and you look at yesterday, this one woman at Fox Business, I guess she goes out to the Cori Bush, the other chick, Ariana Presley. None of them would answer the same question. Do you condemn the people chanting death to America? And not one of them would open their mouths, including that big chick in California. What's her name?
I
mean, she's really
Cori
big.
Bush, right?
No, Cori Bush is the African American woman with the bald head.
Yeah.
I forget what her name is. Oh God, I can picture
Meatball.
her. No, it's not Meatball.
No, not Meatball. She's a white chick. I think Katie Hobbs. No, is that her? No, it's the other
Arizona.
woman who's out in California
Yeah.
who just lost. She was running for Congress, and she was one of the 3 people who did not make the final. Where
Is she the one that lost? Is she the one that lost to Steve Garvey?
Yeah, she was in that runoff where they had
That's what
all
I
these
thought.
different Karen Bass and all these other people,
Mhm.
and it's Steve Garvey and of course Adam Schiff are the last one standing.
Yeah.
But that one chick, I don't know her name, but she's really very big and did not answer a single. Katie Porter, thank you, Salt Queen.
Oh.
Katie Porter,
Yes.
is the woman, and she's waddling in out in the parking lot and hiding. And then she has her white dude strapper guy walking with her. Oh, will you get back to us later on that. She has to go into a meeting right now. And then what's her name? Ayanna Presley hides in her big limo.
Yeah. Yep.
All right,
Come
that'll
on.
do it for Cut Sheet Part 2 as we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 17th, we celebrate the birthday of James Keenan of Tool. Singles include Brown Sugar by the Stones from 71, Rocket Man by Elton in 72, and Run Like Hell by Floyd in 80. Also, it was announced yesterday that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2024 will be announced on American Idol. What? The only reason I could come up with is that they're losing viewers faster than Gayle King and Charles Barkley on CNN. And that's not good. And lastly, I do need to address something Nick said yesterday, and I'll paraphrase here. He basically said I wouldn't be good on a music-related podcast since I don't typically trash bands. So let me answer it this way. First, if you combine what Greg thinks of Bruce, Elvis, and Mellencamp combined, and multiply that by at least 100, that's what I think of the band Fish.
What?
They are the most overrated, overhyped band in the history of sound.
Absolutely right.
And yes, I said sound.
History of
And
sound.
if any of you like them and want to see a real band, come with me on Friday to see Judas Priest in New Jersey. Now that's a
Judas
real
Priest.
band. And secondly, I would immediately accept any opportunity to host any music-related talk show on PHT or any other station in the building. Just saying. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Umpqua.
he's giving critiques.
Let me give you a standing ovation, Phil.
He's interviewing for a job
From downtown, Phil Umquist.
Wow, shoot or shoot, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Take your shot. I love it.
I
Good
love
work out of Phil.
it's great. It's becoming his own little commentary.
It's his own show.
Yeah.
We give him a
It
90
is, and he
90
deserves
second
it.
show.
This is his moment. His one shining moment.
Amen
Damn
to
right.
that.
At the
Yeah.
Final Four.
Yep. Bruno used to give me 90 seconds a decade ago. Look where I am now. You got to start somewhere,
Yep,
right?
exactly.
There you go. Let's get to who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Eric the Red wins Twitter. He said, okay, so I'm behind on the Odyssey app, but we need a pay-per-view of Nick and Terry from King of Prussia arguing with Tony Bruno as the referee. I'd pay for that.
Yeah. Steel cage match.
Steel cage match.
I'll go right off the top turnbuckle.
Elimination Chamber, baby.
There you go. All right, Bruno, great stuff as always, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. It was
Thank
a
you,
lot of
Miss
fun
Robin.
again.
We loved it. Great
I
stuff.
had a lot of stuff to get off my chest, and now I have a sizzle chest, and I really have to start working out and get on the flat bench.
There you go.
Start putting up some major iron.
I know Florida's underwater, so don't you go drowning and dying on me today, Tony.
Be careful. Be careful.
All right.
That's okay. I know how to swim.
Beautiful. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. Kathy Barnett is up next. Dawn will be back tomorrow. And as John Fetterman would say when he's not calling people a-holes at Starbucks.
Good night, everybody.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dawn Stensland here. For a greener, healthier lawn, call My Lawn Care Company today. Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their certified specialists tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs, reducing the need for chemicals and creating a safer lawn for your family and pets. Time's running out on Natural Lawn's unbeatable offer. Free seeding every year. 800 free seed. Naturallawn.com. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hi, everyone. Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do you want clean, healthy water for your home? Martin Water Conditioning's non-electric systems provide whole house solutions for softening, filtering, and sterilizing your water. And with the Customer Appreciation Sale, receive up to $500 off when purchasing a Connecticut water system, 18 and 48-month special financing, or 10% off the spot-free car rinse system and more. Call Martin Water, 1-800-853-1093. Before April 22nd. Offers cannot be combined or applied to prior sales.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's the April sell down going on now at Hessert Chevrolet. Get behind the wheel of a 2024 Chevrolet Equinox LS. Lease it today for only $239 a month. Philly's largest Chevy dealer has the inventory you want at a price nobody else can beat. Don't miss the April sell down going on now at Hessert Chevrolet. Online at HessertChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
$23.49 down, 10,000 miles per year, 10 cents every mile over. MSRP $29,130. Must qualify for Tier 1 leasing and lease loyalty through GM Financial. Taxes, tags, and other fees not included. Offer expires April 30th, 2024. See dealer for details.
It's a Joe Conklin Comedy Show fundraiser at the Church of the Incarnation in Mantua, New Jersey.
We're raising money to send altar server Christina McNasby to the shrine at Lourdes in France.
She's such an inspiration to everyone in the parish. When I hear her story and when I hear about all the surgeries that she went through, and my heart really goes out for her.
This is why we're going to send her over to Lourdes, because we're hoping for a miracle.
The Benefit Comedy Show for Christina McNasby, Saturday, April 20th. Get tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, Pennsylvania! How are you? That was not my opening song, Anthony. But good morning, Pennsylvania. We appreciate you. You know what? I got a tweet yesterday that asked me to make sure I call out New Jersey. So, New Jersey, how you doing? How y'all doing over there? Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited for absolutely every single thing. Can y'all believe not only is today Wednesday hump day, but today's my last day with you. I know. I'm excited though. Let me tell you, I spend about 6 hours a day in prepping for a 2-hour show that feels like 15 minutes. From the time I sit down to the time this is all over, I'm like, where did time go? Like, how did it go that quickly? And yes, I've had some amazing guests on the show. And so that, it's always, time always flies when you're having fun or when you're among really great company. And so I have had some amazing guests, Dr. Ben Carlson, Governor Doug Burgum. We had Riley Gaines on yesterday. That was so fun. It was a very fun conversation. We had Laura Trump on, Laura Loomer. I have had, you name it, I have tried to bring those particular people to you just to have a conversation. You are now in the know. And so I want this, my last day, to just to be you and me for the most part. And so with that, here's the call-in line. Call me, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Even though I may not be here after today for some time, you can always find me wherever you listen to podcasts. Tune in to the Kathy Barnett Show. A lot of what you heard and the people that you heard me speaking with here on this station, I have been bringing them onto my podcast where we have a little bit more time to dive into a variety of questions and thoughts. Okay, so there's so much going on. Remember I say that trying to pick a problem to obsess over is like trying to drink water from a fire hydrant. It's like everything is on fire. And so trying to pick something is like really, really hard, but I did it. Okay, here's one thing, and I could not help but notice it because I'm sure you guys saw on the news, there were like little clips of it. They didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about it in mainstream media, but there were hundreds, over 1,000 illegals who gathered at City Hall on yesterday. Now, I thought it was interesting how different outlets covered it, because most people don't read beyond the headlines. And so it's always interesting to me to see what the headlines say, right? Like when I was running for U.S. Senate here in Pennsylvania in 2022, and when they thought they had some stuff on me, then everything they needed to say about me, they put it in the header, even though the article may have been something completely different. The article may have actually been quite positive about me or about something that I was saying or doing, but it was always interesting. It was the heading, because they know most people don't read. Most people aren't interested. There's a lot to obsess over. So they put it all in the heading. And so if they wanted to talk about me, maybe the article was good, or at least balanced, but the heading, I was transphobe, homophobic, xenophobe, hate Muslim, all of this, they would just they would pack it into the heading. So I've learned through experience to pay attention to the headings. And so you have the USA Today, they're heading on these, it was over 1,500 illegals who clamored around City Hall in New York, and on the USA Today, the heading reads, hundreds of African immigrants in New York City rally for more stuff, right? More protection, more job, more homes, more credit cards, more whatever. But over 1,500 is what they're counting. African immigrants. Yet, in AP, the Associated Press, the heading is Black Immigrants Rally in New York City raises awareness about racial, religious, and language inequities. Yeah, that's the world in which we're living in. Black immigrants, not African, right? Because I don't call myself African American. I'm Black. And for those of you who say, hey, I don't see color, are you colorblind? Of course you see color. Now I know what you mean. I know you mean that, Kathy, when I see you, I just see a person. I want to get to know you. Yes, absolutely. But, we all see color. Color is there. Now, whether or not I'm pouring into any of my preconceived ideas about you is a completely different conversation. But most Black people anyway, and most people who are hypersensitive today about race issues, they see the word Black. And they see the word inequities, and they see the word racial, religious, and language. So now we've created a new category of victims in our country. And let me just read this, and I'm going to get to you in a minute, Michael. But okay, so with over 1,500 immigrants, they keep saying migrants. These are illegals who came there. The federal government to eliminate or to reimburse. Okay, so now our government, they're asking for the government in New York to reimburse them for immigration application fees. They're asking that Black immigrants, this is the AP, are more often turned away from shelter, denied access to help in their native languages, and less able to find accommodations for religious practices than the other people, the other non-Black illegals who came into our country, right? So this is a classic case of red herring. It is a fallacy, a logical fallacy. There are a number of fallacies. We generally talk about the straw man fallacy, but this is a red herring. A red herring is a fish. And so back in the day, I grew up on a pig farm. My grandfather had bloodhound or hound dogs, and he would take the hound dogs out to go hunting. And if you wanted to get the hound dog nose scent redirected to something else, if you wanted them to get off of the trail, so they're on a trail, they're on a scent, they're hunting down that scent, they're getting close to their purpose of nabbing this particular whatever that scent belongs to. If you wanted to distract them and get them off the scent that they should be focused on, you take a fish and you smear it on the ground, and then the dog will get off the scent and redirect his focus like a squirrel and start going down a different scent, right? It's not going to take them to the promised land. It's not really what they're after, but now you've redirected their attention. This is what this is, as reported by the Associated Press, is that now we are to focus on color. Oh, look, black people. Oh, the inequities, the inequalities. You white folks, y'all are so racist. You Republican, not me, because I'm black, but y'all, the rest of you white people, is what they're trying to get you to focus on. Here we go again. You're being unfair. You're being racist. You're being biased. You're not being equitable towards black people once again, right? So what are they trying to distract us from? They're trying to distract us from the fact that these are illegals. They don't belong here. They broke the law. They're using up my resources. In Denver, I was just reading right before I came on here. In Denver, let me see. In Denver, they are defunding the police by $8.4 million to redirect that money to what they called a migrant aid bill. They have a $90 million illegal aid bill, a bill full of free money for illegals. It's about $90 million in Denver. They've come up with this plan, and in order to fund that plan, they're taking $8.4 million away from the police funding in order to give more to these illegals. Now, the thing that you have to remember through all of this is that this illegal crisis that we have, it is completely manufactured. It didn't have to happen, but it's happening. We could close our borders, but we're not. So you have Denver. In Denver, they just shut down a hospital because you had all these illegals going. It is not in our best interest to have these illegals coming in and shuttering hospitals so that my mama can't use the services. Now we got to travel even further. And time is of the essence, but we're gonna use up all of our resources for illegals, and so that citizens don't have it. We're gonna take money away from the police so that when I call the police as an American tax-paying citizen, I don't get the benefit of the police because they're gonna take money from them and they're gonna redirect it to provide aid for illegals. And if I say this, which I am, I'm the xenophobe. I'm the one with the problem. I'm the one with the third eye and weird and radical and hate people. No, that's not the case. I love my country. I love Americans. I want people to do well. I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're white. I don't care if you're straight. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care. If you like it, I love it. I don't care. Now, what I won't tolerate is you bullying me and telling me to shut up and sit down somewhere so that your way of life can be the dominant way of life. And I just got to sit and twiddle my thumbs and wait for you to tell me what I can and cannot do and how I can and cannot think. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game. But if you like it, man, if you want to wear a dress and live your best life, go at it. Have at it. Do what you do. But you ain't going to come over here and shove it down my throat and tell me that you're going to go in and teach it to my children and confuse my children and have my little boy trying to get being chemically castrated, or my daughter having her breasts removed at 15. These are the young girls and boys I've sat down with, I've traveled with. I spent months becoming acquainted with them, their family, their stories. It is complete evil. So this issue, the way it's being recorded, and the Associated Press, I mean, they're like New York Times, right? They are the keeper of information. And so whatever they put out, all the other outlets kind of just take it, grab it, run, copy, paste it. And this is a red herring. They're trying to get us to not focus on the fact that these are illegals and that this illegal crisis we're dealing with is manufactured. Let me take a call. Michael, you're so gracious. You're on hold. Talk to me.
Kathy.
Yes.
I'm such a big fan.
Thank you.
Okay? But I have a problem with your music, the rap stuff you come into, so I want to give you an education. Okay?
No, I don't need an education on my music, Michael. Do you have a question about anything else?
No, but I want to tell you about these 4 black girls that made it big, and they're called the Pointer Sisters.
Okay.
And they can sing any genre of music.
Absolutely.
All right? They started off with a country and western song, and they got a Grammy for it.
Yep.
And Elvis Presley covered it. And then it went on to rock and roll and went to disco, and they got 3 Grammys.
Okay, I'm on radio,
So-
Michael. Get to the point. What's up? What are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?
No, I'm just telling you about what you're doing for this country. I'm really amazed. You're blessed, and
Thank you,
I'm
Michael.
blessed for listening to you.
Thank you, Michael. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you saying you don't like my music. Because you know what, Michael? You got the right to say that. I got the right to play it. I'm going to continue to play it. Because it speaks to me. Now, I don't listen to rap music. I have not listened to the complete versions of any of these songs. But the parts that I'm playing, I am phenomenal. I want you to believe you're phenomenal. And I don't believe in false modesty, so I'm not going to pretend I'm not phenomenal. I am phenomenal. And I want y'all to believe that you're phenomenal as well, right? But focus. Let's focus. I just said a lot of good stuff. Ed, I hope you got something to say about what I'm saying. Michael, I appreciate you, though. Ed.
Kathy, how you doing?
Hey, Ed. How you doing? How you doing?
Good. Wonderful. Yeah, I can comment on what you just talked about as far as Denver. I saw that article, and I'm thinking, here these people are. Well, for those of you in the audience who don't know, my name's Ed Moy. I'm running for state rep in District 70 in Montgomery County.
Awesome.
And my opponent has put out a couple of mailers, and I'm retired from the Pennsylvania State Police after 20 plus years. My opponent puts out a mailer of him with a picture of a state trooper saying how much he loves the police. The Democrats started this anti-police, defund the police mantra. Now, cities like Denver are being hurt monetarily. And of course, not just Denver, but in Philadelphia and Atlanta. I don't know if you heard this early on when they did that, defund the police nonsense. One of the city council people who voted yes on that got carjacked and then got kicked off because he called for the police, and it took 45 minutes for the cop to get there.
I love it. I wish that, you know what, I mean, unfortunately, I have to suffer the consequences of the stupidity of the left and their policies. But if there was a way for them to live under the consequences of their policies, I would absolutely be in agreement with that. I think in their community, they should defund the police. They should have all the illegals going to their house and to their community, going to their children's schools. I wish that could be the case. I would have popcorn. I would be so happy. I'd be glappy, right, about it.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't just reside with them. It impacts me as well.
Oh, yeah, and this guy, he's, like I said, all of a sudden, he loves the police. I didn't see him once when Philadelphia was on fire. They're down there. I saw that state police car on fire on television. It touched my heart. I'm like, are you kidding me? And no Democrat on the left said anything negative about it. Let's just sit back and be quiet, and we're in the club. We're in the club. So listen, I'm running against this guy, conservative. You can get in touch with me at edmoy4pa. It's my website, and I'd appreciate it. Any help anyone out there can give me.
I love it. That's edmoy, EDMOYE.org. Is that what you said?
No, 4PA.
edmoy4pa.
.com or .us.
.com or .us. Ed, thank you so much for listening. Guys, we're going to go out on this break. Here's the number, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Hit me up on Twitter at Kathy4Truth. When we come back, hopefully, Terry Tracy will be in the house. I really like him. He's such a classy man. Okay, see y'all on the other side. Bye-bye.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Earth Day is April 22nd. Keep hazardous materials such as paints, motor oil, and pharmaceuticals out of local landfills and out of the water supply. Look for proper disposal locations or chemical pickups in your city to dispose of these items properly. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Luke's on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. The Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show is back for 3 days only, April 25th, 26th, and 27th. View brand new inventory and styles not yet available to the public. Save hundreds, possibly thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 25th, 26th, and 27th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Book your appointment today at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit NJDiet.com.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Yes! Pennsylvania! I have had the time of my life. Michael, do you like that song, Michael? I've had the time of my life, and it is because of you, Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I remember you, girl. I got your tweet. You said to give New Jersey a shout out as well. Oh my goodness, I have had the time of my life. This has been so much fun. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Dawn. This is the Dawn Stensland Show, and I am sitting in for Dawn, who will be back with you tomorrow. I am Kathy Barnett, and truly, I have had the time of my life. But that's how I kind of operate in my day-to-day. I'm very grateful to God for the life that I have today and what I get to do. I mean, it truly has been a time of my life. Thank you so much, Pennsylvania. Here is the call-in number if you want to chime in and be a part of the conversation. The number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. You can also hit me up and listen to more of me on the Kathy Barnett Show. Wherever you listen to your podcast, go out there and find the Kathy Barnett Show and go ahead and subscribe, like, and be a part of that conversation. In the studio with me now, you didn't get to hear, he didn't get a chance. He was not listening to me when he came in here, so you didn't get to hear what I said about you. But right now, I had to bring him back. This is Terry Tracy. Terry serves as CEO of Broad and Liberty Media Ventures, overseeing Broad and Liberty and Politics PA, which I read every morning when the email comes out. He serves as a co-host on the Voices of Reason podcast and as a senior advisor at eConsulate Solutions. Thank you so much, Terry, for joining us.
What no one saw was me doing the Dirty Dancing lift at the beginning of the segment, because that's how we kick every segment off. Thank you for having me back.
Yes, one of my favorite movies, and my husband actually started singing it to me, and I was like, thank you, babe. I'm going to play that song because I really have had the time of my life. I mean, what a privilege when someone gives you a microphone and a platform to speak to people, and I take that very seriously. And I have tried to do my best to honor Dawn and what it is that she and Anthony and others have created here at 1210.
Well, I love that you have fun with it, too. I mean, there's a lot of, everything is so heavy that we're dealing with, and there's so much concern for our country and our communities. But life is too short not to laugh and have a little fun, too. So we've got to... We got to balance it out, and I think you've done a tremendous job doing that.
You got to have balance. You really do. I mean, you can get so far in. Now, when it's time to work, it's time. Let me just say, I don't really believe in balance. I don't think it exists. I think wherever you are in the moment, do your best.
Yeah.
Right? And sometimes I am all in with the family. Other times it's like, okay, family, hold pause for a second. Let me run over here and do X, Y, and Z. But I'm just so very grateful. You're right. I'm healthy. My husband loves me. My children are good, and they're not suffering from any sort of dysphoria. Praise the Lord for that. And so, and we do still live in the greatest country that has ever existed.
We love
And
our
so-
country. That's why we do what we do.
Absolutely. And it's good to have a perspective. I mean, because it's sad. There's some heavy stuff going on out there. So anyway, I want you to kind of help us talk about this heavy stuff. When you walked in, since you didn't listen to what I was saying earlier, I started catching you up a little bit on what I was talking to the viewers, to the listeners about, and that is with the illegals, about 1,500 of them who were outside of New York City City Council saying, we're black. And there's inequities, and we want you to right these wrongs, and then coupling that, and then just like looking at it from the perspective of how the AP was covering it. They were all about race and inequities and the injustice because they're black, versus how some of the other media outlets were kind of framing this. And what grabbed me was that this is a red herring. They're trying to get me not to focus on the fact that these are illegals who shouldn't be here in the first place.
Well, and it's also there's a certain narcissism to it as well, because American elites and press love to impose sort of American issues on the rest of the world, and they think that's the way the rest of the world sees things.
Right.
Look, African Americans have obviously had a very specific experience throughout American history, right? With slavery and the Civil Rights Movement. We all acknowledge and recognize that. And we've gone to great lengths to try to rectify and provide access to opportunity and address racism, structure or otherwise, in our and the country for its faults and its sins, I think deserves credit for the work that it's tried to do. But to impose that on people with brown skin who are coming from all over the rest of the world just because they have brown skin,
exactly,
is the height of anti-intellectualism and narcissism combined.
And it's a slap in the face. I mean, you know my story. Many of you know my story. That house I talk about that I grew up in on a pig farm, Southern Alabama, no running water, outhouse in the bag, no insulation. That house, my great-great-grandmother, Rhoda, grew up in that home, and she was a slave. I have the blood of slaves coursing through my veins, right? And I understand the good, the bad, the ugly that is taking place in this country. And I come out on the other side still saying this is the best country. I am so grateful to God that I was born an American. What a privilege, right? Especially when you travel outside of America and you get to see the way the majority of the rest of the world is living. That doesn't say we're perfect here. No one is perfect, but there's no one running a close second is what I've come to believe to America.
And while I beg of your forgiveness for not listening this morning, I was listening last week. And one of my favorite interviews last week was your interview with Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah.
Who's a brilliant man.
Yes, he is.
Right, and also has, like you, a very compelling life story.
Yes.
And one of the things that he said during that interview last week was, when you look at, Nigerian families or, other sort of West African families, they're not experiencing some of the same socioeconomic distress.
Yeah.
And why? Right. And he talked about family structure, and he talked about, whatever, a certain a community building approach. And so, again, to just assume that these folks are here and have a similar experience or have similar needs or whatever, just because they have black skin, is a form of racism and ignorance in and of itself.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, there's a lot of nonsense going on in New York. There's a lot of nonsense going on in cities all over the country as it relates to this. In fact, there was in Delaware County, there was a big uproar this week because there had been the county council in its sort of unfettered spending spree that it's been on with federal money over the last couple of years, purchased some green space from the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. It's called the Don Guanella School was there. And originally the county's plan was to raise the buildings that were on there and create a big open park in the central part of the county. But then there became suspicions that in that location and places around the county that there were some less than transparent efforts to house migrants. Yeah. And the community got wind. They went to the county council meeting. There was not a clear denial from the county council about what was going on, but there seems to have been some kind of scramble. It's not clear what the facts are, but some kind of scramble, because they came out and said, we're going to open a mental health facility on what was supposed to be green space instead.
Right.
Well, at the commissioners meeting, the local commissioners meeting on Tuesday night it was, there was an absolute uproar from local residents.
Good.
And, it's the lack of willingness to be transparent.
Of course.
And to have civil discourse about, we have this problem. There needs to be a solution for it. There's a range of solutions, and not all migrants are the same, nor are their circumstances. But we're going to put it in this overly simple, sort of white versus black racial construct.
Yes.
And then we're going to make people feel guilty about not doing whatever it is that, progressives would prefer to do, want you to do. Right. Because of that, not because
they're illegal and we have limited resources, right? And these are my tax dollars, and you are here in this position to represent me and my interests, right? And it's kind of like, one, as I said earlier, and I've said all along, this illegal immigration system that we have right now, it is completely manufactured. There is no reason why they say 10 million. I'm thinking it's more like 30 million. When the government say 10 million, add some exponents onto that number. We don't know how many illegals are in this country. We don't even know the majority of who these people are or what their background is, because they're dumping their identification before they cross over the border so that they can assume a new identity for what you can, impose whatever your thinking may be on why they're doing that. But the reality is, before we can start pulling out the mop and mopping up all the water on the floor, the spillover, we got to first turn off the faucet, right? It makes absolutely no sense if I'm trying to mop up water that I don't first turn off the source that is causing the water to spill over, right?
Throwing overboard the water from the Titanic with the
Yes.
hole in the bottom of it. Yeah,
exactly.
Look,
makes no sense.
And this problem, look, while it's been exacerbated during the Biden administration, this issue as a political issue is nearly 20 years old in its modern context now. If you remember, the Bush administration made a serious push to have some kind of compromise on this issue in 2006.
But even Ronald Reagan, we can go all the way back to Ronald Reagan, right?
Reagan, right? There was the Reagan amnesty as well. So then we get to Bush. Bush thinks he's got everybody lined up, but Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi at the time had no interest in him having a political win. Also, Bush was starting to make Republicans were starting to make inroads with Hispanics in elections, which has only continued to accelerate. So they torpedoed the deal, right? And then come Biden, it was all about what was just, it didn't matter whether Trump's policies were effective or worked. It was just what Trump did, so we're going to do the opposite.
Right.
There was no critical analysis.
They were having a party. It was like, we're going to just
get rid of it.
I don't even know what it is I'm signing at one point, he said. Like, what am I signing?
You're a compassionate person.
I am.
I'm a compassionate person.
Yes.
The listeners of 1210, by and large, are very, very compassionate, good people.
Yes.
Nobody wants to see human suffering.
Yes.
And the joke of this whole thing is that these inane policies exacerbate the suffering.
Yes, it does.
They exploit these people for political gain, and it cannot be tolerated any longer. Yes, there are the immediate pressures on our communities and our tax bases and all that sort of thing. But if you zoom out, the injustice that is being done here is really being inflicted upon open border progressives who are using these people for political gain.
For political gain. Daniel, jump in here, and then we're going to pivot to talk about Pennsylvania, because there's a new poll that came out. There's some other nefarious activities that are going on. But Daniel, jump in and talk about the NGO.
So recently, there was a flyer discovered and distributed at an NGO in Mexico encouraging illegals to vote for President Biden. A direct translation on the flyer reads, "A reminder to vote for President Biden when you're in the United States. We need another 4 years of his term to stay open."
Yes. And so this is, but we know this. Even under Obama, we discovered these same flyers being given to illegals saying, on this day, I'm going to open up the border, so make your way on, right? We see these NGOs. I had Joshua Phillips from Epic Time, Laura Loomer, who actually went to the Darien Gap and did some reporting there, which most mainstream media is just refusing to do. And one of the things that both of them have said, and everyone I've spoken to in between, is that you can't help but to see all of the NGOs that are there. these non-government offices, organizations that are coming in and providing aid and phone and maps. So you're in the Darien Gap. This is the map to make your way to the border of the United States. And this is what you say when you get there. Again, this is not organic, this crisis that is now imploding. And now they're telling us, well, you just have to be compassionate, right? No, there's nothing compassionate about having, not only for the illegals who are coming in and having to go through what they're going through, but it's not compassionate for me as a citizen, as a taxpayer, someone who's following the law, to have to pay for all of this and endure everything that comes after, the violence, the crime, and the resources that are being sucked away from me and my family.
And do we think that our foreign adversaries are being compassionate?
They're weaponizing this. They're weaponizing this.
These are not. Listen, when you have Chris Wray, the FBI director at this point, coming out sounding the alarm, saying we've lost the ability to track people that we are legitimately concerned about. We don't know how many folks there are. We don't know where they are. If folks are on terror watch list. These are not scare tactics. Chris Wray is not some bomb throwing. The FBI has had a lot of issues in the last couple of years. When they're coming out and when they're sounding the alarm about the nature and the number of individuals who are crossing the border and what their potential ties are to foreign threats or foreign adversaries, if that's not a wake-up call to the United States Congress and this administration, I don't know what is.
Yeah, talk to me about what's going on here in Pennsylvania. The latest poll from Commonwealth have come out, polling Shapiro's performance.
Yeah, so the Commonwealth Foundation does a quarterly poll called Common Good for the Commonwealth, and they survey a wide range of issues and elected officials, and it's a pretty comprehensive poll. But one of the things I thought that was most interesting is you always hear this debate about personality versus policies, right? You often hear people say about President Trump, "Oh, I might not like his personality, but his policies were very effective.
Right.
I thought his policies were good." And it's the electorate has started to sort of dissect that and assess people in those silos differently.
Mm-hmm.
And so what the poll found is that Governor Shapiro remains personally very popular. He's got a 59% approval rating. But when you start to get into his policies and what came out in the budget that was proposed this year, there are a lot of red flags for him.
Mm-hmm.
Folks as we know, are really feeling the impact of an inflationary environment. So the idea of a state budget that spends 7.5% more than last year's budget is worrisome to them.
Right.
The idea that it's going to plow through the rainy day fund, that it could create a structural deficit, that it will raise taxes by $2,000 per family for an average family of 4 in Pennsylvania.
Right.
You consider those taxes on top of county tax increases, school tax increases,
federal.
municipal tax increases,
Yes.
just across the board because of the way the government writ large has been spending since the beginning of the pandemic, especially on fixed costs. The compound effect of these taxes is going to be significant. I mean,
Right.
if you live in southeastern Pennsylvania, you could be looking at 35 to 60% tax increases, property tax increases, and others on top of it in the next couple of years. And so people are starting to say, okay, let's pump the brakes. Like the guy, think he's a good communicator, happy about the 95 bridge. But as they're starting to learn more about the policies, there's a disconnect there. And I think, for Republicans, there's as he's now governing and not just being contrast with his opponent in 2022, have an opportunity, I think, to frame the debate differently and what is going to be the most important state in the 2024 cycle. And yes, it'll be a lot about Casey and McCormick and Trump and Biden, of course, but Pennsylvanians are really starting to feel like the state is on the wrong track and they don't feel great about these policies. One other thing that was interesting in the poll that struck me was there's a huge debate right now about public education funding,
Yeah.
right, and charter school reform. That's at the epicenter of the state budget
Right.
debate. The typical respondent in this poll thought that the state spent $4,000 per child, that was the level of the state subsidy, or what we spend per child per capita in the state. It's actually more like $22,000. So there's a huge delta in the perception of what current policies are, and based on how these issues are being framed, and the sloganeering, and the
Right.
messaging, and the media bias, and all this sort of thing.
So people are
versus the
waking up.
reality, a little bit. There's an opportunity there to have that conversation, I think, for the first time since Shapiro came into office.
And when did this poll come out?
Last week.
And do you hear the Republican Party catching up?
I do not.
To the narrative?
Do you?
On what the message? No. Actually, I don't.
There are individual legislators in Harrisburg, I think, who are very effective. I think, Seth Grove is a good example from York County, who's the minority chair of the Appropriations Committee.
York County is awesome. You guys voted for me. I won York County. So
York County is
York
pretty
County.
awesome. They got a good group out there. Kristen
They
Phillips
do.
Hill's out there, the senator. They've got a really good group. But Seth has done a really nice job sort of challenging the financial assumptions in the budget during the hearings. But who's listening to that besides dorks like me?
Yeah.
Right? So the party and its various organs across the state, like whose jobs are to message and inform and educate, have got to get on the ball.
I agree. Hey, guys, call in if you want to be a part of this conversation. Ask your question. Terry is going to stay for another segment after the break, so I'll be bringing him right back. The number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. See y'all.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Where else are you going to get Donald Trump's trial, protesters in Philadelphia, open-toe sandals, bad music feedback, and Hillary Clinton and abortion? Where else are you getting
Are you kidding? You're not going to get it and have it all blended into a complete insane asylum.
That's correct. This is like football. We call it controlled, organized chaos.
Yes.
It might seem like a cluster, but it's all scripted.
Jim Kelly, this is
I love him.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Are you ready to take that big step towards owning your dream home? At American Heritage Credit Union, we've got your back every step of the way. Our team specializes in helping buyers navigate the exciting journey of home ownership. From finding the perfect place to securing the best mortgage rates, we've got you covered. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection today and turn that dream into reality. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 433838.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus Bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired, that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Vacation? My daughter started making necklaces. She makes what we call affirmation fashion. I tell her every day that your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. And if there's anything better than being beautiful, it's being smart. If there's anything better than being smart, it's being kind. And reaffirming that every day is our method of making sure her chin never drops. My dad wasn't around, and I remember riding a bike and falling off and cutting myself, and me never just wanting to get back on it. People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I didn't teach them. I just create an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Dawn Stensland here. Spring is upon us, and there is no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and more. Just visit them at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, or you can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, live from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter.
Hey, feeling good, like I should.
Hello. Loving it. Oh my goodness. Yes, I'm blessed. I'm kind of stressed sometimes. This is like crazy time that we're living in right now. I still have Terry Tracy in the house with me. Thank you so much, sir, for agreeing to stay over after the break. I appreciate it. Yes. Okay. I want to get to. We only have a few minutes in this hour. I want to get to a story that Broad and Liberty just published yesterday, and I believe you have a follow-up story coming out today. Tell me about it.
So there's a website out there called Vote.pa, and Vote.pa's goal is to register new voters, have folks check their voter registration status, apply for mail-in ballots, all this sort of thing. The problem with Vote.pa, as we saw it as we were looking into it, is a couple of things. Number one, it doesn't disclose that it's a political website. So there's no disclosure on there to say that this is not a Department of State or official government site. It is, if you click the privacy policy and you read the fine print all the way to the bottom, who does that?
Who does that?
Like nobody ever. And even if they open it, they don't get all the way to the bottom because it's too tedious. This organization that runs this website can use your data for political purposes.
And now that would be okay, I guess, but something else that you said that adds insult to injury here.
Well, there's two things. One is that graphically, the way the site is constructed and the way it shows up, it looks a lot like an official Department of State website. It mimics it graphically in a lot of ways. Oh, and by the way, what is the official site name? The State Department site, vote.pa.gov. This is vote.pa.
Right.
And then on top of that, you have prominent statewide officials, Governor Shapiro, Senator Casey, the Senate Minority Leader Jay Costa, Senator Judy Swank, all on their campaign accounts mostly, but putting out tweets, go to the site, register to vote, your voice must be heard.
This is giving me the Zuck Bucks vibe again of what we saw in 2020.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up for two reasons. One, if you remember, Broad and Liberty broke that story. But two, it's the same organizations funding it. So the Voter Project and a number of its funding and communications and consulting mechanisms related to it are the ones that have provided millions of dollars. You'll see on the site it's something like $2 million to construct a website.
Wow.
So it's the same folks that were involved in funneling facilitating the private funding of election administration in 2020 who are now basically trying to mimic State Department voter registration functions in order to collect political. And look, data in campaigns these days is worth its weight in gold.
It is.
It's not just that you're going to get the text or the mailer that everyone ignores and throws out. It's the fact that, if this organization starts to see an uptick in registrations in Bucks County and Republican registrations in critical Bucks County, what do? They can deploy sources to offset it. If they see that that Republicans are responding to a certain message in a primary, they can go after and support their preferred candidate in the primary that they think is weaker in the general election. The insight that it provides, and then using quasi-official capacity in order to drive traffic to it, is the kind of thing that creates very legitimate skepticism about the fairness and integrity of the process of our elections.
But what we've learned in 2020, if Republicans start having skepticism about the integrity of our elections, well, now you're going to be there's going to be an onslaught, a barrage of labeling, right? You're the worst. You're election denier. You should just shut up. You're a tinfoil hat individual.
I look great in a tinfoil hat, but I'll tell you what. The election code in Pennsylvania is one of those things that's pretty arcane. And it has not been touched by and large in almost 100 years, 1930s or something like that. Provision in there that requires every polling station to have a lantern. That means we're talking pre-electricity. It's very outdated. So when Act 77 was passed, it is without a doubt the largest change to how our elections are administered in a century in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And the fact that there is very little curiosity or very little hindsighting about, well, what have we learned? What's worked? There is some of that at the county level. We have to give the good county officials some credit. But by and large, the idea that we're having this hindsighting conversation should not be questioned the way that you're posing.
There are, there's a lot of groups, a lot of people, I talk to them all the time who are extremely curious about the lack of or the skepticism around election integrity. The problem is no one wants to have a conversation. They just want you to, if you say I have concerns about the integrity of our election, shut up. Sit down, be quiet. You're a radical. You're one of those people, right? And that should not be the case. We should be able to have, if everything is on the up and up, let's have a conversation. Don't be condescending. Don't tell me something is wrong with me and I'm filled with hate. I'm not. I'm concerned. And I don't believe, and I know I'm not alone. There are a large majority of the population who is concerned. Just like Democrats were concerned in 2016 and the years prior to that when they lost.
Bush's reelect?
I'm concerned, right? Remember those chads? Who knew about a hanging chad, right? But we all came to understand because Democrats were concerned. Now I'm concerned, and all of a sudden, my concerns don't count. I'm so over that.
The follow-up story today is going to be that there's been a mailer sent out across the state that looks, again, very fishy. It's request a mail-in ballot, register to vote, and it has Governor Shapiro's signature on it and sort of a letter encouraging folks to vote. The optics of it are so bad. It looks like it has an official imprimatur on it that says this is being handled by your taxpayer-funded government and your elected officials, not by a partisan political operation.
Right.
Nothing could be further the truth. Folks deserve better.
Terry, thank you so much for coming in. Broad and Liberty, you can find them by going to where?
broadandliberty.com.
Awesome.
We'll see you there. Yes. Thank you, Kathy.
Yes.
God bless you.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My dad was right. You better love what you do because you're going to be doing it for a long time. I think there's a lot of people that just genuinely hate their job.
If you get up in the morning and you got to get the kids to school, you got to get them fed for breakfast, and today they're not eating waffles, they only want cereal, but yesterday they would only eat waffles.
I think the lesson to be learned here, folks, if you're listening and you listen to us every day at 8:15 and you enjoy the cut sheet, but maybe some people in your circle are going through that stressful time, turn them on to the Odyssey app.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Time! Great workout, Rock.
I'll hit the showers.
Not anymore, Rock. I went to Half Price Hot Tubs and got a nice hot tub and infrared sauna.
Hey, yo, Mick, how many rounds did you go to get that deal?
At Half Price Hot Tubs, you always get the best price on the best brands with more inventory than you have sequels.
I'll get one for me and Buckus.
Spring in the spring sale, save up to $500 and get a unique chemical-free system at 0% financing. Go to halfpricehottubs.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, this is Norman Chaikin, also known as Norman the Floorman from Norman Carpet. Hey, it's my wife's birthday tomorrow. She's been leaving jewelry catalogs all over the house. So for her birthday, I'm going to buy her a magazine rack.
Whether you need carpet, LVT, hardwood, tile, or area rugs for your residential or commercial project, we've got you covered. Savings up to 50%, and that ain't chopped liver. Visit us in Bryn Mawr, Conshohocken, or call us at 800-220-RUGS for your home or business, and we'll bring the store to your door.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. The NBA Play-In Tournament gives teams the chance to play their way into the postseason. So it only seems right that new customers on FanDuel can play their way into $150. All you have to do is place a $5 bet and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. You can bet on a wide range of things. How many three-pointers a player will score, the over-under on point totals, who will score the first basket, and so much more. Spreads, parlays, money lines, it's all right there on the FanDuel app. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino and is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, so you know you're in good hands. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios. where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And I owe it all to you.
Hey! Oh, I owe it all to you, Pennsylvania. I appreciate you guys so much. You would never know. I mean, honestly, I think about Pennsylvania. I am you. I am. What are you thinking about? What are your concerns? What keeps you up in the middle of the night? I am you. There are so many things that I'm looking at Fox News now. Mayorkas left, scar on our nation's soul. I mean, there's just so much that's going on all around us. I was just looking at a few moments ago, at Twitter to see what's trending. I kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm a sucker for abuse, but I look at what's trending on Twitter sometimes, and death to America is trending. I feel as though I'm being set up. I do. Do y'all? Give me a call. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. But I feel as though I'm being set up to fail. I do. Because what are we going to do? Just continue to take it in the mouth? Take it in the throat? Or are we going to say, I've had enough? And what happens when those of us who think like I think, that we should have a secure country, that people should not be teaching my children stupid things that are ultimately going to hurt them, that we should be funding our own police versus taking money away from our police officers and giving it to illegals to make their lives better? No, take their behinds and kick them out. The only thing these illegals should be saying to me as a taxpayer is thank and you. Thank you. Thank you. Not, oh, I feel like you're not giving me enough. I feel like I'm being judged and discriminated against, and you need to make my life more comfortable. Get out. What is that, Medea? Get out of my country. Doggone it, my country. This is my country. This is our country. And yet it's beginning to mean nothing. I can't remember if you guys can find Daniel and Anthony, if you can find the legislator the congresswoman, I think she was a black woman. It always takes one of us to be real radical, said no one's illegal. I'm telling you guys, they got plans for us. Terry Tracy was just here and talking about this new website. What is it? Vote.pa. Not vote.pa.gov, but vote.pa, that looks very official, but it's Democrat sources that own it, and they're grabbing that data. They're going to be chasing those ballots. Democrats have a plan. What do we have? Because I'm telling you, I'm talking to people. No one did what my campaign and I did in 2022. 1,500 miles every single week for 15 months. That was us traveling all across the state of Pennsylvania. I got to know you, Pennsylvania. And today I still have those relationships. Just this week, I was talking to my girlfriend who, one of the most active and vocal and successful activist group out there in Allegheny. And then last night, I think it was last night or maybe the night before, I was talking to my new girlfriend, my double good girlfriend, Kim Bedellian over in Bucks County. And let me tell you, no matter who I'm talking to people up in Erie County, up in Scranton County, there is no coordinated plan from the Republican Party here in Pennsylvania. Where's our plan? Yes. They always talk about we're going to go get the black vote. They ain't doing nothing with black people. I can assure you. I can assure you. The Republican GOP is doing nothing with black people. Yes, there are some amazing grassroots people who are out there on the ground, waking up, going to bed, beating the pavement, doing their part. But we're divided. Everybody's in their own little silos, doing their own little thing. And I'm grateful for that energy. But like what I did in my campaign, you had all these people all across the state doing what it is that they do. But we were able to find a way to get them to spend a little bit of that energy on a central purpose. And that purpose was me at the time, right? Why can't our Republican GOP do the same thing? Instead of denigrating your base, instead of turning your nose up at your base, instead of trying to ostracize them and make them feel like they got to jump through hoops and hurdles just to be a part of the GOP, why don't we allow people to be who they are? I don't require people to change in order to be a part of what we were doing. No, I'm going to figure out who you are, what interests you, and then I am going to find a way to leverage what you're doing for a greater good. At that time, the greater good was me running for office. And think about it. I was in a statistical tie for first place for the last 6 weeks of that race. I only spent $1.6 million because that's all I had. The other two people who were in a statistical tie for first place combined, they spent $60 million, and I almost won. And y'all know that. Y'all know I almost won. But we ended up getting over 330,000 Pennsylvania votes. That is tremendous leverage and power. And yet, no one from the GOP has called me and said, girl, Kathy, come and sit down and talk to us. What did you do? Who did you talk to? Introduce us. Come and help us strategize. Because you know what they are thinking? We don't like her. She's not a part of us. She's too radical. She's too, the Philly Inquirer people, Democrats don't like her. Guess what? I'm not a Democrat. I don't care if they don't like me. But our base, they love me. But I can tell you for sure, that no one from the Republican Pennsylvania GOP have called me and said, girl, we don't know what in the hellfire and damnation we're doing. Can you come and help us? Pam, I hear you. I see you. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Kathy. I love you. I think, I agree with you 100%. I feel like we're in a weird predicament, just nationwide. The energy is just feeling like something's got to pop off sooner or later. Yeah. I mean, how much can we take of this farce? Like, it's just infuriating. And I know, everybody I know, Kathy, whether they say they're a Republican or an independent, they hold conservative values, but a lot of people are afraid to say it out loud. And I think that you ought to maybe use this as a talking point when you go on the trail there, when you go on the road, when you're doing your show. A lot of people, I read an article, women especially, we see these young women who are causing all these problems, the Democrat women in the streets, the young women, they say the white suburban women are the problem, really. They're the radicals. Right? They're the ones who love AOC and all that. But I just read an article that deep down they really hold conservative values, but they're so terrified to say anything or because they're afraid to be ostracized, not realizing that if they just say it, no one's going to ostracize them because then they'll all speak up together as well. Like, it's just bizarre. The whole situation, we're in a mess.
We are, Pam. Pam, you're absolutely correct. I feel you. I too, I get so nervous. I feel like something is about to happen. And then when you have people like Senator Tim Scott, who was on, I think it was the third Republican presidential debate, say we have terrorist cells here in America.
Yeah.
I believe it was last week I had Congressman Scott Perry on, and he confirmed, yes, we have terrorist cells here in our country. And when Iran says, America, you better not do anything as we attack Israel, or else it's going to come for you.
Word.
They may not just attack American assets over there in those countries. They can do it here. Oh, Kathy, conspiracy theory, fear mongering. Oh, you're too radical. Whatever. You people, wake up. Medea, my best Medea impression. Wake up. Get out. Oh my goodness. What is it? I always cringe when I get ready to ask the question, what more do these people have to do to you before you recognize Democrats are not playing with you? Yes, I know. I have them in my family too. We have some really, they're good-meaning, well-meaning Democrats. It doesn't matter if they're well-meaning. Doesn't matter if they're well-meaning. It's all about the results. What are the results? You need to have, I love it. I still speak all around Pennsylvania. Next week, I'll be at Hillsdale College speaking there with some young minds. I just love it. But, and people are always like, oh, well, we need to do this. Well, somebody need to do this. Somebody need to do that. And I look at them and I say, have you spoken to your grandkids about this? Like, no, I can't, especially around the holidays, my kids are coming for Thanksgiving and I'm not going to be able to, to talk about any of these issues. Why? Oh, because, they're not going to come and they're going to keep. Okay, what are you winning? We all know something has fundamentally gone wrong with our country. We all know something is about to pop off, or at least it feels like it. How much more can we take of this? Because I can assure you, if I see a grown man trying to walk into a restroom with my little girl, or if I see a grown man in a restroom when I walk out to wash my hand, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Let me tell you, my daughter, she's an elite athlete, 9th grade, breaking records, state records. They just went to Boston. They qualified her and her team for 2 different events for nationals. And let me tell you, I've already put my family on warning. If I see a little boy out there competing with my daughter, it's going to be a problem. If I have to be uncomfortable, I'm going to make sure everyone else around me is uncomfortable. Yes. Yes. But I feel like I'm being set up, because what do you expect me to do? See a boy out here with some fingernails and some hair and some eyelashes, and now all of a sudden he's supposed to be a girl competing with my daughter to steal it from my baby who is working hard, who is sacrificing time with friends and social events so that she can be the best she can be. And here comes a boy with some extra appendages to the body, extra hormones going through every single aspect of his body, and I'm supposed to be okay with this? We're being set up. We're being set up is how I feel. We want to put out a tweet about something that you're thinking, and you got to double think, because the FBI is on Twitter patrol lately. They're just showing up at people's homes, intimidating folks. Now we have the NGO. I read my counterpart, my research assistant, Daniel, just read to you a flyer that is being handed out by NGOs to illegals in Mexico as they cross into our country, encouraging them to vote for Biden if you want to keep the border open. This is crazy. Our country is at war. Our country is at war. What are you going to do about it? Oh, no. Now they're going to say Kathy's trying to incite. No. What are you going to do about it? Call me, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Woo! Feeling hot.